Chapter 001. At this moment, Wang Yan was panicked. Because of the strange and somewhat familiar scene in front of him, he was shocked beyond words. Opposite him, 10 meters away, stood a guy with a sinking center of gravity and a green body, his right index finger and middle finger knotted at the center of his eyebrows, and at the tip of his finger, a terrifying energy gathered. Sparkle! Xiao Xiao also had an evil smile, and with those two sharp fangs, he looked particularly mad. And in Wang Yan's arms, he was holding a long-haired man with strong black hair who was struggling madly. Why did Wang Yan not see the front face to determine that he was not holding a long-haired beauty? I rely on. What's the situation? Am I not lying in my kennel all night coding? Wang Yan frowned tightly, thinking a little confused. He is a part-time online novel author. In order to write the finale of Dragon Ball's strongest son Gohan, he stayed up until 5:30 in the morning, dizzy, and fell asleep in a groggy state. And then his mother appeared in this damn place. Crossed? This is Wang Yan's first thought after returning to his senses, combining the current situation and countless novel routines. And just when Wang Yan wanted to continue to recall, the big man in his arms struggled violently again, accompanied by a terrified roar. Don't be silly, cockroach, quick! Let go, like that! Will you be killed too? The terrified voice came into his ears, and Wang Yan's body jerked and was shocked. What? What the? Cockroach! After just a momentary shock, Wang Yan reacted quickly. Cockroach! Isn't that the protagonist of the anime Dragon Ball, Son Goku? Wang Yan is a typical Dragon Ball fan, and he is naturally extremely familiar with the name Kakarot. The protagonist of Dragon Ball, Son Gohan, is also known as Kakarot. It's just that in the entire Dragon Ball, the one who calls Monkey King Kakarot is nothing more than a few people. Vegeta, Broly, Raditz, and Nappa and other scions. Wang Yan took 2 sharp breaths of cool air and tried to calm himself down. Then his gaze swept and he observed his surroundings again. Vic. That's right, that guy with a green grassland all over his body is the same Vic who used to be bent on ruling the world and became the royal nanny of the Sun family in the future. Not far from Wang Yan's side, there was a small figure lying on his yellow and green clothes, with a big word rice written on it. It seems that it is Sun Wukong's son, Sun Wuhan. This scene is too familiar. Isn't this the scene where Raditz first came to Aqua Blue Star and was killed by Sun Wukong and Bic? So yourself, reborn as the main character in Dragon Ball, Son Goku? Isn't this guy in his arms Sun Wukong's pro-big brother, Scion Warrior Raditz? Shocked, excited, incredulous. All kinds of complicated emotions filled Wang Yan's mind. The most common bloody crossing plot in the novel actually happened to him, which made Wang Yan a little unsure of what kind of mentality to face for a while. And at this moment, the sharp laughter from the opposite side once again pulled Wang Yan back from the shock. Ha ha ha! Sun Wukong, I will not show mercy to my subordinates, and being able to kill you 2 in one go is something I can't ask for. The corners of Vic mouthed a slanted arc, and he smiled evilly. The energy of the fingertips became more and more terrifying at this moment. The battle value has reached 1480. Looking at the terrifying value displayed on the combat power detector, Raditz once again had a thick fear in his tone, and roared pleadingly, Cockroach, hurry up and let me go, I promise you, I will leave this planet immediately and never come again. Please, let me go. With more than 1400 battle values, you can completely kill him, there is no doubt about this. I'll go, Vic, first. Wait a minute. Wang Yan looked at Vic who was ready to attack, and quickly opened his mouth to stop it. If this is hit by Bike's magic light killing cannon, he will definitely die. Although Sun Wukong can be resurrected through Dragon Ball, the devil knows if his foreign soul can be resurrected. 10,000 steps back, even if he was lucky enough to be resurrected by the Dragon Ball, but the energy wave opened a hole in his own mouth, and this pain had to be borne by himself. And just as Wang Yan's voice fell, Vic's magic light-killing cannon was ready. "Let you wait for a long time, let me die." Ha! With a roar, the energy beam from Bike's fingertips came out of his hand. Shot towards Sun Gohan and Raditz. "I'll go to your uncle's." Looking at the whistling energy beam, Sun Wukong cursed, and then quickly released his arms and kicked on Raditz's ass. The bodies of the two instantly separated. The terrifying energy beam flew directly against the bodies of the two. Photographed into a mountain not far away, the huge mountain suddenly exploded. "Sun! Monkey King, what are you doing?" Vic looked at the situation in front of him, and suddenly became angry, and roared out like thunder. "P.S. New book upload, ask for collection, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes, ask for tips. Dear readers, Pippy Shrimp are here for all kinds of requests." Chapter 002. This bastard, when discussing countermeasures with himself before, said well, and when it was most critical, he was greedy and afraid of death. Thinking of this, Big Key face turned green. "Ha ha ha!" For the rest of his life, Raditz gasped and laughed maniacally. At that moment just now, he really thought that he was going to fall on this garbage planet where birds don't. Unexpectedly, the guy Cockroach helped himself at a critical moment. "Cockroach, it's really good, it seems that you are bleeding the same blood in your body as I am." Raditz's horn was raised high, and the horn was smiling, but in his eyes, there was a killing intent. "Cockroach, this guy, almost killed himself with that green-faced monster just now. Absolutely unforgivable. I rely on." Dodged. Wang Yan was also relieved. As long as Vic did not kill himself at such a critical moment just now, then the remaining Raditz would be easier to deal with. Although Sun Wukong's combat effectiveness is far from Raditz now, he is familiar with the plot of Dragon Ball, and it is not a difficult thing to play Raditz to death. Wang Yan walked towards Raditz step by step, his horn raised slightly, revealing an evil smile. That expression is exactly the same as Raditz. "Big brother, I apologize to you for my stupid behavior just now." Wang Yan walked up to Raditz and saluted Raditz respectfully. With the current combat power of his body, if he is tough with Raditz again, it is tantamount to looking for death. "Cockroach, have you recovered your memory?" Raditz looked at Sun Wukong in surprise. This guy, just now, he still had a tough attitude of wanting to die with him and never die. This is only a moment of effort, how did it come to a 180-degree reversal? Could it be that this guy has recovered his memory? And looking at his cruel and bloodthirsty expression, it is indeed the same as himself. Originally, the killing intent for Cockroach was also weakened a little, and the purpose of his coming to Earth this time was mainly to take Cockroach back to work with them for Frisia. "Yes, big brother, just at the moment of life and death, I recovered my memory and remembered my duties as a scion, and from now on I will definitely follow Prince Vegeta with you." Wang Yan pretended to have a serious expression. He knew very well that Raditz was now following Vegeta and selling the planet for Frisia. So starting from this piece, you can ensure Raditz's absolute trust in himself. "Very good Cockroach, although your combat power is garbage, it is not useless. Follow Prince Vegeta, you will definitely not be treated." Wang Yan's words just now made Raditz withdraw and eliminate the mustard in his heart. After all, if Cockroach had not recovered his memory, it would be impossible to know Prince Vegeta. Combat effectiveness garbage? 2 days later, watch labor and management not hammer your dog's head. Wang Yan glanced at Raditz, his eyes flashing coldly. "That's that, it's my honor to follow Prince Vegeta and my eldest brother." Wang Yan still spoke respectfully. But in his heart, he began to calculate whether this Raditz would be better off breaking his leg. Or is it better to hammer his dog's head directly? "This is my good brother." Raditz put his hand on Wang Yan's shoulder and smiled gratifyingly. He continued to say to Wang Yan, "Then follow me now to destroy everyone on this planet, and then go and join Prince Vegeta. Sure enough. This guy will kill everyone even if he takes himself. Wang Yan's brows furrowed. Instantly stretched out and said, Big brother, it is naturally easy to eliminate the people on this planet, but just like this, it will be a pity. What? Unfortunately, how do you say this? When Raditz heard Wang Yan's words, he was also a little interested. He would like to hear, what a pity. That's right, although the inhabitants of this planet are not very combative, the food they make is very delicious. Presumably the eldest brother has been fighting for many years, sleeping in the wind, and has not been in contact with food for a long time. Why not take this opportunity to taste the food of the earth and then wipe out the earthlings? Wang Yan smiled slyly and said to Raditz. Raditz clenched his chin and thought for a moment. Indeed, as Kakarot said, the three of them have been fighting all year round, with heavy tasks, and they have no time to enjoy food. This time it is rare to have this opportunity, so I will enjoy it and stay for 2 days, presumably Prince Vegeta will not find out. Alright. Kakarot, according to what you say, we will stay for 2 more days, and after 2 days, destroy everyone on this planet, and then join Prince Vegeta and Naba. After some thought, Raditz finally nodded and said. Fish. Hooked. 2 days, that's enough. It seems that he really crossed and came to this world of Dragon Ball, which is full of crises and frequented by the powerhouses of the universe one after another. However, it is gratifying that he has been reborn as the protagonist Sun Wukong, a scion with a high combat talent. Since crossing has become a fact, and hammerhead smashing is useless, then let's start a little. Then in the future, not only to live in this crisis-ridden world, but also to live with taste and taste, mixed with the wind. Otherwise, how can it be worthy of this pig's foot halo? From now on, there will be no such person as Wang Yan. My name is Monkey King. P.S. New books ask for collections, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes, ask for tips, all kinds of requests. Finally, I remind everyone that going to bed late is risky, and you need to be cautious when staying up late. Chapter 003. At this time, Vic looked at the two who were brotherly and deep in an instant. What's going on here? Monkey King, the hateful fellow, dares to lie to me. Vic clenched his fists, his forehead bruised, and he glared angrily at Sun Wukong. This guy, who usually looks like a harmless innocence of humans and animals, did not expect that such a despicable side would be revealed at this time of life and death. He also called himself the Great Demon of Bike. Ah! Compared with others, it is simply a small witch. Raditz has no suspicion of Sun Wukong at this time. Moreover, with Sun Wukong's combat effectiveness, in 2 days, he can't play tricks. You can also take this opportunity to get away. That guy, the combat effectiveness is also okay, or let him join Prince Vegeta's team too. Sun Wukong pointed to the green-faced Vic on the side and said to Raditz. Vic can't die now, after all, if he dies, the Dragon Ball will disappear with him. Although he can be resurrected with the Dragon Balls of the planet Namek, it is still a little difficult for him now. Raditz raised his eyebrows, hesitating slightly. Indeed, although this guy's combat effectiveness is not as good as theirs, it is similar to Kakarot, and his trick is very powerful. If you join their team, it is not bad to be cannon fodder or something. After all, mosquito legs are also meat. If he agrees to be a dog of our scions in the future, I might consider keeping him for his life. Raditz glanced coldly at him and Kakarot's bike, and said haughtily. It seemed that it was a supreme honor for Vic to be able to join their scion team. Okay, then I'll go talk to him. Monkey King smiled and walked towards Bike. Fuck off, want me to let me be with you guys, I'd rather die. Vic glared at Sun Wukong with gloomy eyes, gritted his teeth, and scolded sharply. Gave you face, hey. It is your honor to let you join the ranks of our fighting nation, no. Sun Wukong's voice was loud. It was enough for Raditz on the side to hear clearly. Of course, this is also the effect he wants to achieve. When Raditz heard Sun Wukong's words, his horn naturally raised, and this stupid brother of his own seemed to be really enlightened. The moment the voice fell, Sun Wukong's face straightened, he lowered his voice, and said in a voice that only he and Vic could hear, "Give me 2 days, I will definitely solve him with my own hands. Trust me." Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Vic was stunned. What the hell is this guy trying to do when he stands here and there for a while? Sun Wukong's sudden defection just now made him have a big mustard in his heart, but his expression at the moment obviously didn't look like he was joking with himself. Of course, he didn't have to joke. If Sun Wukong wants to kill himself now, or even kill everyone on Earth, it will be easy to unite with Raditz. The brows tightened together, and after a few inhalations, he exhaled deeply. Phew! I believe you again. If you dare to deceive me again, I will definitely kill you. Vic said in a gloomy tone, extremely firm. Sun Wukong heard that Vic agreed, raised his horn, and snorted softly. In 2 days, reaching a combat strength of 1,500 should be a breeze. After getting Raditz and Bic, Bulma drove her mini-helicopter with Klin and the Turtle Immortal. At this speed, it is no wonder that in the original work, they can only look at Sun Wukong for the last time. Ah, what a situation! After landing, Klin and Bulma looked at the harmonious scene, looking confused. Didn't you come here to fight? Why is it that apart from a few traces of bombing on the ground, I don't feel a little fighting atmosphere? Gaku, how is he standing with those 2 guys? Klin's face sank. As Sun Wukong's basic friend, he could vaguely feel that Sun Wukong had undergone a subtle change at this time. But that feeling, like a fishbone stuck in the throat, feels there, but can't say it. Hey Sun Jun, why did you stand with that guy? Bulma's straightforward character, as soon as he saw Sun Wukong and Raditz standing together, he immediately crossed his hands at his waist, his face was angry, and he asked reprimandedly. Obviously, the Turtle Immortal and Klin also very much want to know the reason for this, what happened in this short period of time. Humph! Sun Wukong hooked his horn, looked evil, walked to the 3 of Bulma step by step, stopped, and said, "He is my eldest brother, standing with him, is there anything strange?" He can tell Vic his intentions, because with Bike's calm character, he knows that there will be no trouble. But the IQ of these 3 heroes in front of him, he dare not guarantee whether he will do something shocking after telling them. Bulma, Klin, you guys are taking my eldest brother to taste the food of the earth now. Sun Wukong made a face and said to the 2. What? What they? Your big brother? Gaku, what are you talking about? Sun Jun, did you take the wrong medicine? Klin and Bulma were stunned again. They had never seen Monkey King so serious in front of them, and they were a little uncomfortable. Could it be true that as the guy named Raditz said, what kind of scion is Sun Wukong who loves to fight? P.S. New book upload, ask for collection, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes, all kinds of requests. The first day of collection is very important for a new book, everyone can collect it a little when you see it, thank you. Chapter 004. Hey, you 3, didn't you understand him? Do you want me to kill you? At this time, Vic stepped forward and appeared in front of Klin and Bulma. 2 hideous fangs were exposed, and his eyes were fierce, and he roared. This wave of divine assists from Vic can scare the 2 of them a lot. Who is Vic Bike? That's the Vic Great Demon who has always wanted to rule the world. Killing the 3 of them is almost the same as killing an ant. Their fear of Vic is even greater than that of Raditz. The 2 were frightened and pale, and Mu'eni's head nodded. The eyes of the Turtle Immortal behind him flashed in his eyes under the sunglasses. Gaku seems to have really changed. However, he could see from Sun Wukong's eyes that he was completely different from the scion named Raditz. Kakarot, Aren't you coming with me? Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Radit's eyes narrowed, his brows furrowed, and asked. It's such a big brother, after staying on this planet for so long, some people need me to solve it myself, and ask the big brother to give me 2 days. Sun Wukong said to Raditz with an evil arc at the corner of his mouth. There is already a formed plan in his heart, and at this time, Sun Wukong only needs to get rid of Raditz in these 2 days. 2 days later, it was his time to die. Although he doesn't want to kill, but this world where strength represents everything, if you don't have enough strength and like to be soft-hearted, only death awaits you. Looking at Sun Wukong's evil expression, Raditz once again dispelled the worries in his heart. Cockroach, this guy, has changed dramatically from when he saw it before. It should be that the Scion bloodline has awakened. Moreover, it is only 2 days. He can't make a name for himself. If he dares to make some kind of moth behind his back, even if it is his own brother, he will kill without mercy. All right. But Cockroach, I want to remind you, don't use any crooked brains, you know, we Scions never think of the boring thing of family affection. Raditz smiled evilly at Monkey King and said with a naked threat. That's natural, with my little combat strength, how dare I get an axe in front of my eldest brother? Sun Wukong was still in awe, and said only promises. After listening to Sun Wukong's words, Raditz turned around with satisfaction and followed Bulma and Klin. At this time, only Son Goku, Vic, and the 4-year-old Son Gohan were left. Sun Wukong, you should know that if you want to defeat that monster in 2 days, it's a fool's dream. Vic looked gloomy and spoke. Although the potential of the Monkey King is undeniable, it is impossible to surpass Raditz in 2 days. Sun Wukong's delay in these 2 days is meaningless at all. He wanted to know what the Monkey King was planning. Don't worry. I naturally have my plans. After the Raditz and the others left, Sun Wukong's expression was very serious. Picked up Son Gohan, who was unconscious on the ground, and said to Bike. I'm going to the Heavenly God Temple now, do you want to come with me? Cut. That guy's place, I won't go. After Vic snorted coldly, he turned around, turned into a white light, and flew directly into the distance. After Vic left, Sun Wukong slowly closed his eyes and silently said in his heart, Lord Tenjin, I need your help. In fact, he did not dare to guarantee in his heart whether the gods would hear it. But in the Dragon Ball plot, after Son Goku is killed, it is the god who takes his body, then the god should have been paying attention to their battle with Raditz. Sure enough, Sun Wukong only felt that his body was in a trance. When he opened his eyes again, he had already appeared in the Heavenly God Temple. Because I have seen the appearance of the Heavenly Temple countless times in the anime, it is extremely familiar. And the two in front of him, one green glow, the other black as if soaked in ink. Lord Tenjin, Mr. Bobo. Sun Wukong spoke out with some excitement. The crossing just now was a little too hasty, and the situation at that time did not give me more time to think. Seeing Tenjin and Mr. Bobo at this moment, it was difficult to suppress the excitement in my heart. I didn't expect that one day, I would be able to see these two-dimensional characters. Goku, in 2 days, are you really sure to deal with that guy? The heavenly god looked solemn and looked at Sun Wukong and asked. As the god of the earth, he did not want to see the earth suffer this disaster, but with his own strength, there was no way to stop the Scion. So at this moment, all hope is pinned on Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong nodded very firmly, and then said, but I want to borrow the Spirit Time House. What? What they? You mean you're going to practice there? The god was shocked and asked incredulously. Although the flow of time in the Spirit Time Room is 365 times that of the outside world, 1 year inside is equivalent to a day on the earth, which can be regarded as an excellent place for cultivation. But the harsh environment inside is simply not something that ordinary people can bear. Moreover, the tenfold gravity alone made many cultivators prohibitive. You must know that a person weighing 100 pounds will instantly become 1,000 pounds in the spirit time house. The load on the body is extremely large, and if you are not careful, you will be crushed by the terrifying gravity. Looking at the incredulous gaze of the celestial god, Sun Wukong said in a firm tone. There is no other way. P.S. The new book upload needs everyone's support. Ask for collections, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes, ask for tips. Chapter 005. Because the gravity of planet Vegeta is 10 times that of the Earth, the body of the Scion is much stronger than that of ordinary Earthlings, plus Sun Wukong's cultivation for so many years. I dare not say that the body is harder than steel, but it is absolutely rock solid. Although 10 times the gravity is terrifying, it should still be within his tolerance. Looking at Sun Wukong's firm gaze, the heavenly god didn't say anything more. Indeed, at this moment, there is no way to deal with Radids. All right. Since you are persistent, I will not advise you. If you cultivate inside, leave this child to me. I will take good care of him these 2 days. The god of heaven looked at Sun Wuhan in Sun Wukong's arms and said. No, I'm going to take him in. Although Sun Gohan is a half-blood, his body also flows with Scion blood, and the talent he will show in the future is still above purebred Scions such as Sun Goku and Vegeta. Since he was reborn as Sun Wukong, he couldn't let Sun Wuhan's such a good talent go to waste. In the future, it will be a more terrifying existence than Super Saiyan 3. If he can cultivate like Sun Wukong and Vegeta and the others, the future is immeasurable. But he's just a 4-year-old. The god looked at Sun Wukong again in amazement. Sun Wukong himself will forget it, 10 times the gravity may be able to withstand it, but let a 4-year-old child enter, this is simply crazy. Don't worry, Gohan is also a Scion, with his physique, no problem. Sun Wukong said to the gods. Even 4-year-old Sun Gohan, when he was angry, his combat power far exceeded that of him and Bike. As long as he doesn't accept high-intensity cultivation and 10 times the gravity, it should be no problem for him. Moreover, the future Earth cannot be protected by itself. Seeing Sun Wukong so persistent, the god of heaven no longer said anything. After all, his son was his own. After obtaining the consent of the gods, Sun Wukong went to Karin Tower again and asked the Karin immortals for some fairy beans. He knew very well that every time a Scion hovered from a serious injury or from the brink of death in the early stage, his strength would be greatly improved after recovery. So this thing should be of great use in the Spirit Time House. After bidding farewell to Tenjin and Mr. Bobo, Son Goku carried Son Gohan into the Spirit Time House. As soon as his right foot stepped into the Spirit Time House, a huge force directly made Sun Wukong's body sink. Son Gohan in his arms frowned subconsciously. 10 times gravity, it's really a little uncomfortable. Sun Wukong frowned, a few beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. The whole body is as heavy as lead. Step by step, I walked towards the small house not far away. Son Gohan hasn't woken up yet, so let him rest for a while. Holding the grass, I have to stay in this kind of place for more than a year, I'm afraid I'll go crazy, right? After putting Sun Wuhan on the bed, Sun Wukong looked at the white and boundless space, and said in a heavy tone. Silence, deathly silence, oppressive maddening. If you put it in the past, you can't stay in this kind of place for a day. No, I can't stay for an hour. But now, there are only 2 paths in front of you, either cultivate desperately or die. At this time, he seemed to understand why a poor dick in previous novels would have a steel will after crossing over. In fact, it is not a will, but a heartfelt desire to live. Phew! Come on, start cultivating. Exhaling deeply, Sun Wukong cheered himself up, hoping that after starting to cultivate next, the suppressed feeling could be alleviated. The turtle. Send. Gas. Attack. Wave. Ha! Sun Wukong stood on the right straddle with both hands, and squeezed out a calyx shape with both palms, and the blue energy condensed from the palm. Then, he pushed it out in front of him. Boom! The Qigong wave hit the ground, and suddenly a violent explosion occurred, and billowing smoke filled the air. I'm going. Is it so powerful? Sun Wukong looked at his palms, and then looked at the place where the explosion was in front of him. A look of excitement on his face. I have only seen the power of the Turtle School Qigong wave in the animation before, and I really show it, and the feeling is completely different. And this set of actions is very skillful, as if he has done it countless times before. Of course, this may be the muscular memory of this body. When the smoke in front of him cleared, there was no trace of the explosion on the ground. The entire space once again returned to the silence just now, but Sun Wukong was not as depressed as he was just now. The Qigong wave just now made me very excited. Radits, take advantage of these 2 days to enjoy the food of the earth. There will be no chance in the future. Sun Wukong clenched his fists tightly, and a sharp light burst out from his eyes. Vegeta, Frisia, Sharu, Majin Buu, Beerus, the god of destruction, and that little boy of the king. I will definitely surpass you one by one and stand at the highest point of this universe. He liked a very favorite sentence, since God has allowed me to survive in a desperate situation, then I can't live in vain. At this moment, it is completely goodbye to the previous life. I, Son Goku, the only male protagonist of Dragon Ball. P.S. New book upload, ask for collection, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes, ask for tips, all kinds of requests. Chapter 006. Half a day passed quickly, but in the fitness time room, there is no day and night, only a large clock as a timekeeper. At this moment, even Sun Wukong's physique was invaded by a thick sense of sleepiness. After all, cultivating under 10 times the pressure was quite physically consuming. And at this time, he was already hungry, and there was a sound of resistance in his belly. Let's take a break first. Sun Wukong walked towards the small room. Anyway, he has more than a year, it is still sufficient. The combination of work and rest, cultivation will be twice as effective with half the effort. And after half a day has passed, Sun Gohan should almost wake up. Dad. Walking to the small house, Sun Wukong found that Sun Wuhan's eyes were sad. He had woken up, knelt on the bed, and looked at the unfamiliar environment around him in confusion. When he saw Sun Wukong, he showed an excited expression. No matter how strange and weird the environment in front of him is, as long as his father is around, he will not panic at all. Wake up! Gohan! Sun Wukong walked over and sat in front of the bed, rubbed Sun Gohan's hedgehog head, smiled and said. A doting look appeared on his face. Even if the current Monkey King is no longer the former Monkey King, the father-son relationship that blood is thicker than water is difficult to give up. Dad, where are we? What about that scoundrel? Sun Gohan looked around again, looked at everything strange, and asked in a milky voice. That scoundrel is still destroying all over the earth. Would you like to practice with your father and defeat that guy? Sun Wukong took his hand away from Sun Gohan's head, straightened his eyes, and said to Sun Gohan. Since he is now Sun Wukong, he will definitely not let Sun Wuhan disappear and become a future wild rice. That terrifying cultivation talent was wasted in vain. After all, being a great scholar is important, but if the earth is destroyed and people die, then everything is gone. Sun Gohan's gaze was firm, holding his meaty fist, and nodded heavily. Just for a moment, he was like a deflated leather ball, shrugging his face and saying, But that villain is so powerful that I can't beat it. Gohan, did you forget to hurt him before you fainted? Believe Dad, you have great potential. As long as you cultivate well during this time, you will definitely be able to defeat him. Sun Wukong put his hand on Sun Wuhan's shoulder, and his tone was still very soft. Watching Sun Gohan slowly raise his head and look at himself suspiciously, Sun Wukong continued. Tell me, do you want to defeat that scoundrel? Protect mom, protect me, protect all the earthlings. Hearing Sun Wukong's words, the doubts in Sun Wuhan's eyes slowly disappeared, and a look of firmness appeared, and he said heavily, well, I want to protect my father and mother, and I will definitely defeat that villain. Good. So good, let's eat something first. After eating, start cultivating well. After not eating for half a day, both Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan made a gurgling sound of resistance in their stomachs. After all, scions eat an amazing amount of food, and because of their cultivation, their consumption is also quite fast. Aha! Sun Gohan nodded happily. As long as his father was by his side, he felt that no matter what he did, he was so happy. The food and water in the Spirit Time House is enough for Sun Wukong and his son to last for 2 years. Although it is a little difficult to swallow, in this case, some are good to eat. And on Earth, Raditz is enjoying a life of drunken gold at the moment. That guy from Kakarot really didn't lie to me, the food of the Earth is indeed not comparable to those other planets. Raditz gulped seafood sushi and assorted tempura into his mouth, thinking to himself. If it weren't for the mission, I would really be a little reluctant to kill these gourmets. Hey, little bald head, where is that Kakarot guy now? Although he enjoyed the excellent food, but did not see the Kakarot guy, Raditz always had an uneasy feeling in his heart. Facing Klin, who was waiting on the side, he asked. Enlightenment. Gaku said that he was going to say goodbye to Kiki and said that he would come back tomorrow afternoon. Klin said tremblingly. This is what Sun Wukong explained before leaving, if Raditz asks him, just say this. Gaku. Are you really going to follow this guy to kill us? We've been together for so long, I don't believe you'll bear to kill us. You must be dragging your feet and looking for a way to defeat this guy, right? After Klin finished speaking to Raditz, he looked ahead obsessively. Even if Sun Wukong became a bloodthirsty scion, he didn't believe that Sun Wukong would really bear to kill these friends who grew up. He felt that Sun Wukong must be trying to find a way to save them and defeat Raditz. Kiki. Who's that? Hearing Klin's words, Raditz stopped the movement in his hand and asked. Ooh. That's Goku's wife. Klin's thoughts were pulled back by Raditz's voice and he replied. Cut. Kakarot, this guy, actually found a human on Earth as a wife, really lost the face of the scion of the fighting nation. Raditz snorted coldly. In their concept, the tough fighting nation scions can only be matched by fierce women in the universe. Unexpectedly, Kakarot actually found an Earthling as a wife. You must know that the Earthlings are scumbags with a general combat power of only 5. P.S. Ask for favorites, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. If you like Gaku, you can stay and step on it. Chapter 007. Forget it, say goodbye. Anyway, in 2 days, everyone on this planet will have to die. The corners of Raditz's mouth curled into a cold arc and said. Afterwards, after banishing the anxiety in his heart, he began to continue to enjoy the food. After all, you can't eat it after 2 days. Hearing Raditz's words, Klin began to pray in his heart. Gaku, come back quickly. Now no one but you can stop this guy. Time passed slowly, and at this moment it was sunset. Gohan, stand up. In the Spirit Time House, Sun Wukong's practice clothes were tattered, panting in his mouth, and he scolded Sun Wuhan, who was lying on his stomach 10 meters in front of him. Although he felt that in the past half a year, his cultivation of Sun Wuhan was too harsh, after all, Gohan was now only a 4-year-old child, and he couldn't bear it. But if this is not the case, there is no way to bring out the potential in his body. Dad! Dad, I'm really can't stand up. Sun Wuhan, who was lying on the ground, withered his breath, his head could not be raised, and his voice was very weak. Gohan, think about when Dad was almost killed by that scoundrel, think about how it felt at that time, that anger. If you lie down like this, everyone on the planet will be killed. Kiki, Bulma, Klin, and others. Sun Wukong himself clenched his fists tightly, and finally tried again. If Gohan still couldn't awaken that power, couldn't stand up, he would stop it. No. No, I don't want Dad to be killed, I don't want him to kill anyone on Earth. Son Gohan, who was lying on the ground, clenched his fists tightly, and his voice suddenly became extremely firm. The body suddenly stood up at this moment. Brush, brush, brush. A terrifying white aura swept wildly around Son Gohan's body. The black hair stood up high with the arrogance, and there was no trace of cowardice in his eyes, and he became extremely fierce. Dad, our cultivation. It's just getting started. Sun Wuhan's eyes were like a torch, his cold voice fell, his body suddenly flashed, his feet were pointed, and he directly attacked Sun Wukong. This kid, it's so fast. Sun Wukong was shocked, and the speed that Sun Wuhan showed at the moment was almost the same as his own. This guy, under the rage, the increase in combat effectiveness turned out to be so terrifying. Then, he also stepped back with his right foot, and his center of gravity sank to meet Son Gohan's fist. Bang! The fists collided, making a low sound. Both Sun Wukong and Son Gohan took 2 steps backwards. Pinching his numb fist, Sun Wukong's heart turned over a terrifying wave. This little fellow, the power is so great. Although he has not used his full strength at this time, Gohan is only 4 years old now. If left unrestrained, Gohan's future strength is absolutely limitless. After being shocked, Son Gohan did not pause at all, and wanted to attack again. Only at that moment, the body suddenly softened, and the white aura around the body suddenly disappeared. The body fell limply on the ground. After all, Son Gohan is only 4 years old, even if he has great power in his body, but his current physique is too weak to support that power. So as soon as you reach the limit of your body's tolerance, you will faint. Sun Wukong hurriedly walked over and fed Sun Wuhan a fairy bean. After the battle just now, I am now also sore, and I just want to lie down on the bed and sleep beautifully. The time in the spirit time room is slow and very impatient, but on Earth, 2 days are almost fleeting. Damn ants, dare to band together to lie to me and tell me where that cockroach guy is. In front of the turtle immortal house, Radith's face was full of anger, his forehead was full of riot, and he roared at the few people in front of him. The little bald head told himself that Cockoroat had gone to say goodbye to his wife. But when he looked for the past and didn't see Cockoroat, he realized that he had been deceived. It is absolutely unforgivable to be played by such a group of ant-like things. And in front of Raditz, Klin, Bulma, Kiki, and the Turtle Immortal were all trembling with fear. What a grievance in their hearts! Especially Klin, that's what Goku guy told himself. Now poor, this time I am going to pit myself to death. Where did Goku mess with such a monster? To be honest, Kiki is still in a state of confusion. Goku had obviously taken Gohan to their party, and now that monster was looking for someone for himself. How did she know where Sun Wukong was now, and her Gohan disappeared with it? Thinking of this, Kiki couldn't suppress her tears. I won't say yes. Don't worry, you'll speak. Raditz's cold voice fell, and his face became unusually cold. Then the palm was raised, and a ball of energy condensed from the palm. Aimed at Kiki and Klin and others. I'll give you one last chance, don't challenge my patience. The horn was raised evilly, and Raditz's tone became even more gloomy. If these people are so ignorant of current affairs, then they will not hesitate to kill them. When the time comes, kill all the Earthlings, and I don't believe that Cockoroat's guy can continue to be a shrunken turtle. P.S. Ask for collections, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes, all kinds of requests. Everyone is discussing, should Bulma accept it? Dear readers, you can actively express your opinions and suggestions in the book review area. Chapter 008. We really don't know. Cold sweat broke out from their foreheads, and Klin and Kiki were trembling all over. They absolutely believe that the guy in front of them will kill them without hesitation. There will be no hesitation at all. Monkey King, you guy, you can make us miserable. Klin and the others slandered in their hearts. It's okay, I believe that even if we are killed, as long as Gaku lives, he will definitely be able to resurrect us with Dragon Ball. Bulma is much calmer than Klin, and she firmly believes that Sun Wukong does not appear at this moment, which definitely makes sense for him. As long as Sun Wukong doesn't die, then he has a way to bring them back to life again. Dragon Ball? Can it bring people back to life? Radit's eyes sank, and then instantly returned to normal. I am afraid that these guys want to delay time and deliberately tell themselves. He has been to so many planets, more advanced than Aqua Blue Star, and he has never heard of magical things that can resurrect people. Not to mention such a remote garbage planet. Since you don't know Kakarot's whereabouts, go and die. Don't worry, I'll definitely let Kakarot and that imp accompany you soon. Senran's voice fell, and the energy ball in his hand followed suit. At such a close distance, the speed of the energy ball is extremely fast, even Klin and the Turtle Immortals can't dodge, not to mention Kiki Perma by their side. I can only watch the energy ball getting bigger and bigger in the pupil. It's over. This is dead. The four of them trembled their bodies, almost completely giving up at this time. They couldn't possibly survive from that Raditz guy. However, at this moment, at the right moment, the eyes of Klin and the Turtle Immortal suddenly lit up, flashing with excitement, as they sensed two very familiar breaths. Gaku! It's Goku's gas! The two shouted out excitedly almost at the same time. Then the excited gaze instantly stared in the same direction. They saw a beam of light shoot directly towards them. Boom! Two terrifying energy balls collided together, emitting a violent explosion. Suddenly, gunsmoke filled the air, and a deep pit appeared in the ground. The four of Klin were directly blown out by the terrifying shock wave of the explosion and smashed heavily on the ground. What? What the? Raditz was shocked. Just now, a very strong combat power appeared on his combat power detector. That combat power even surpassed itself. How is it possible? How can this low-grade planet have more than its own guys? Big brother! Now please tell me, how do you want to die? A familiar voice, with a playful tone, came out of the pervasive smoke. After the smoke slowly dispersed, two very familiar figures appeared in everyone's sight. Gaku! Gaku! Gohan! Kakarot! Raditz looked at the guy in front of him in shock, and his pupils subconsciously shrunk. Kakarot, this guy, has changed dramatically in 2 days. 2 days ago, it was still a fat baby fat, but at this moment, where is the feeling of being half that fat toot? The clothes on the upper body are tattered and the amazing muscle lines give a shocking sense of strength. That look, there is a color of determination hidden in the banter. Moreover, when he appeared, he did not see clearly at all. And, that little ghost? Raditz looked down at Sun Wukong, and saw Sun Wuhan standing next to Sun Wukong. The furry tail swings flexibly behind him. At this time, Sun Gohan was much taller than 2 days ago, and the muscles and horns of his whole body were also extremely distinct. The gaze is firm, and the look is exactly the same as Sun Wukong. What's even more terrifying is that the combat power of that little devil has reached more than 1100, which is even higher than Kakarot. Shock, unparalleled shock. This. What the hell is going on here? Raditz was puzzled. Obviously it was only 2 days, how could the father and son seem to have passed a few years? Enlightenment. Gohan, is that my Gohan? Kiki was on the side, seeing the two who suddenly appeared, biting her lower lip lightly, tears filled her eyes. 3 seconds later, he started crying. I knew that my Gohan couldn't leave me, and after only 2 days, he became a little beggar. Indeed, Sun Gohan's dress at this time, like Sun Wukong, was tattered, and his black hair was somewhat messy behind him. It looks like a little beggar. Goku. Goku, he has changed so much. Bulma looked straight at Sun Wukong and muttered. In the autumn-like eyes, the strange light flickered. When his gaze locked on Sun Wukong's strong hun, his jade face turned red with shame. Although Goku deliberately suppressed his breath, I can feel that the current Goku is completely different from 2 days ago. Maybe we have been saved this time. Klin nodded, did not look at Bulma, and echoed. As everyone knows, the changes in Bulma's mouth and what he said are completely different things. Kakarot, I thought you would continue to be your shrunken turtle regardless of their life or death. After a brief shock, Raditz drew a bloodthirsty curve and said with a mocking smile. Even if both of them have changed, Kakarot now has more than 900 combat power, and that little ghost's combat power of 1001, although if the two join forces, it will be a little tricky, but that's all. Shrunken-headed turtle? Just say this to you, I decided to beat you to death. Sun Wukong raised his horn and showed an evil smile. P.S. During the new book period, ask for collections, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes, all kinds of brothers. Chapter 009. Ho! Kakarot, it seems that you really broke your brain and killed me? Just by you? Raditz sneered, this guy Kakarot, didn't he lose his mind, and actually said such nonsense that does not know the height of the sky? His own combat strength of 1015, and he, just over 900, killing him is no different from killing a chicken. If it weren't for his broken brain, how dare he say such arrogant words? I don't know if my brain is broken, but your brain will definitely break in a while. Use that thing in your ear to take a good look at my current combat strength, but I have to remind you, hold your chin first. Sun Wukong picked the horn, smiled evilly, and said contemptuously to Raditz. Then, his face straightened, his fists were clenched hard, and his arms were on his waist. Ha! As soon as his brows locked, a low roar came out of Sun Wukong's throat. In an instant, a terrifying white flame swept up from under Sun Wukong's feet, and with Sun Wukong as the center, streams of sand and dust spread out in all directions. And Sun Wukong's hair stood up high under that throbbing arrogance. Klin and the others subconsciously stepped back, blocking their hands forward, and the colors of shock and ecstasy alternated on their faces. Diddy-diddy-diddy. A crisp and hurried mechanical sound reached Raditz's ears. The smile on Raditz's face suddenly froze, disappeared, and finally turned into a thick panic. 1000. 1500. 2500. Kakarot's combat effectiveness. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Looking at the numbers displayed on the combat power detector, Raditz was completely stunned, and Moon shook his head. Looking at Sun Wukong, whose breath was still soaring wildly, the look of shock and fear on his face was crazy. It must be a broken machine, it must be like this. Raditz kept reassuring himself that Kakarot had only disappeared from his sight for 2 days. Even if he was a cultivation genius, it was impossible to directly increase his combat strength from more than 400 to more than 2,500 in just 2 days. Moreover, he is just a scum born with only 2 combat effectiveness. Right. There must be a machine failure. Self-deceptive garbage stuff, is that scary? Take a good look. My combat power is more than that. The corner hung with a gloomy arc, and Sun Wukong's tone fell. Ha! This was followed by another low roar. The circle of chi waves swept up under his feet once again spread wildly to the surroundings, more than twice as large as before. And in the next moment, bang! An explosion sounded, and the combat power detector worn on Raditz's ear suddenly exploded. After all, his combat power detector belongs to the relatively low-level one, and there is an upper limit to the combat power it can display. This feeling of being full of power is really endearing. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, looked at his fists, hooked his horns, excitedly made a sound, and looked intoxicated. A surge of strength surged out of the body. He felt that his light punch at this moment would be able to shatter a mountain. Is this really Gaku? Good. What a strong gas! Klin's face was full of incredulity, and he looked at Sun Wukong in horror. Said in a staccato trembling voice. In 2 days, how did he become so powerful, and what kind of training did he and Sun Gohan go through in these 2 days? Goku's current strength. Even I can't see through it, but the only thing that is certain is that the current Raditz will definitely not be Goku's opponent. Compared with Klin, the turtle immortal with a crutch was much calmer, feeling the unfathomable breath of Sun Wukong, and said with a slight frown. Yay! I knew Gaku would come back to save us, and I was right. With short refined blue hair, admiration surged madly in his sapphire-like eyes. Bulma said excitedly. At this moment, her appearance was even more excited than Kiki. Hey Bulma, do you like our family Gaku? Seeing the excitement on Bulma's face, and the strange light in her eyes, Kiki half squinted, turned her head to look at Bulma and asked questioningly. Oh! That, how? How is it possible? How can I like Sun Jun? Bulma blushed, and hurriedly stopped looking over, not daring to look at Kiki. Cut, guy who pretends to be a ghost, in just 2 days, I don't believe that your combat effectiveness will improve so much. Raditz gritted his teeth, even though the facts were in front of him, he still didn't believe that Kakarot guy could increase his combat effectiveness to more than 2,500 in 2 days. Even Prince Vegeta could not have such a terrifying talent, let alone Kakarot, a low-class warrior of the Scion. It's just that what he doesn't know is that Sun Wukong's combat power has long been not a mere 2,500 combat power. At the same time as the words fell, Raditz's right hand was raised high, his palm was spread, and a terrifying ball of energy was born from Raditz's palm. Ha ha ha! Kakarot, in the face of real strength, your crooked things can't be on the table at all, give Uncle Ben death. Maniacal laughter came out of Raditz's mouth. It was his powerful blow that could definitely blow Kakarot and the eye-catching guys behind him into dust. P.S. New books for collections, flowers, evaluation votes brothers. Pippi Shrimp kneeling thanks. Chapter 010. Looking at the terrifying ball of energy in Raditz's palm, Klin changed color drastically. The body subconsciously trembled, and Raditz's attack this time was obviously stronger than the last time. Gaku, can he take it? If they can't take it, then a few of them will die here. Sun Wukong's face did not change in the slightest, and the horn was still pouting in a high arc, holding his hands in front of Hun with a light breeze. Playful eyes stared at Raditz and the ball of energy in his palm. Then he shook his head in disappointment. Too weak, really too weak. An opponent of this level does not have the slightest desire to fight at all. And Sun Gohan, who was next to Sun Wukong, had a straight face, staring at Raditz with sharp eyes, but there was no trace of fear in that look. 2 days ago, it seemed to be a monster-level move in front of him, but now in his eyes, it is not worth mentioning, like an ant. Give me all to die. Raditz let out a sharp roar, and the energy ball in his palm instantly came out of his hand and smashed towards Sun Wukong and the others. Hey! Kiki and Bulma were both discolored and hugged. Klin also looked like a torch and made a defensive gesture. And just when the energy ball was about to contact everyone, Sun Wukong shot out lightning and slapped the terrifying energy ball. The energy ball was directly deformed by the huge force, and then it was directly slapped out. As soon as you breathe in, a huge wave rises on the sea. And at the moment when Sun Wukong slapped the energy ball, his body disappeared directly from everyone's sight. What? What, Kakarot? An indescribable fear instantly spread in his heart, and Raditz was suddenly shocked. Kakarot had just disappeared out of thin air. Even he didn't see what was happening at all. This? How can it be? How can Cockroach's speed be so much faster than himself? Big brother, your strength really disappoints me. The eerie voice with a thick banter sounded from behind Raditz, and the figure of the Monkey King appeared behind Raditz at an unknown time. No one can see clearly how Sun Wukong did it. No, maybe Sun Gohan can see it clearly. Raditz felt that he was instantly enveloped by death, and before he had time to turn back, Sun Wukong was a one-handed knife, and Raditz's neck and shoulders were heavy. The body suddenly flew out uncontrollably. With a thick sense of horror and incredulity on his face. Bang! With a muffled sound, Raditz's body smashed directly under Sun Gohan's feet, smashing the ground into a shallow pit, stirring up billowing sand. This. Klin and the others looked at the situation that changed in an instant in front of them, their mouths opened enough to stuff an egg, and they were speechless for a while. No. Impossible, Cockroach can't beat me. Raditz supported the ground with both hands, a sharp pain in his neck, and Moon shook his head, his eyes were dull. He didn't believe that Cockroach could surpass him in just 2 days, but the pain in his neck also made him have to believe that Cockroach's strength was far above him. Get out of here! Looking at Raditz, who had just gotten up in front of him, Sun Gohan's eyes narrowed, and a cold light flashed. That look, not at all like a 4 or 5-year-old child, and the timid Sun Gohan 2 days ago, completely like the two. Click! A crisp bone-cracking sound sounded. Without hesitation, Sun Gohan kicked Raditz's chin hard. And Raditz's body was directly kicked upside down by the huge force. Once again, he fell heavily back to the feet of the Monkey King. Is he really my Gohan? Kiki's face was full of doubt and horror, looking at Sun Gohan and murmuring. That cold gaze, like a bloodthirsty beast, was not his own good boy Gohan at all. I can't imagine that even Gohan's strength has improved so much. Klin clenched his fists and looked at Sun Gohan. Just now Sun Gohan's casual kick, it can be seen that his strength has also surpassed Raditz. What is going on between this father and son? In just 2 days, this has changed a lot. The fighting nation scions are so dense. Where did your previous majesty go? Sun Wukong stepped on Raditz's head in a commanding tone, and said sarcastically with disdain. 2 days ago, it should have been 2 years ago for him. If it weren't for his cleverness, I am afraid that he would have become the revenant under Raditz's palm. So this guy, you must not stay. Raditz wanted to resist, but Sun Wukong's feet seemed to carry 10,000 pounds of huge force, and it was difficult to move. Carrot, you'd better let me go back now, otherwise. Prince Vegeta is here, and you all have to die without a place to be buried. Raditz was half of his head trampled in the sand, and it was extremely difficult to speak. Even so, at this moment, do not forget to threaten Sun Wukong. Vegeta? Do you think he cares about the life or death of garbage like you? If he doesn't come, count him lucky. If he doesn't know whether he is dead or alive, the earth is his grave. The corners of Sun Wukong's mouth raised, and Vegeta may be tricky for the previous Monkey King. But now, a year later, Vegeta may not even be an ant. P.S. New books ask for collections, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes, all kinds of requests. Chapter 011. At this moment, although Raditz did not want to admit it in his heart, he also knew that Cockroach's strength was far above him. If this continues, I am afraid that I will definitely die. And it seems that threatening Cockroach with Vegeta is of no use at all. Then there is only one way now, and that is the emotional infiltration method. In any case, he is Cockroach's own brother, and blood is thicker than water. Although they scions did not pay attention to this kind of thing, Cockroach was different. Judging from his previous performance, he was now as emotional as this group of low-level creatures on Earth. There is no scion brutality and bloodiness at all. Starting from this piece, you may be able to save your life. Leave Aoyama without fear of no firewood, and when he escapes this calamity, he must work with Prince Vegeta to destroy these hateful low-level creatures next time, and personally wring Kakarot's neck. To solve this hatred. As soon as he thought of this, Raditz lowered his posture and said in a pleading tone, "Kakarot, I am your eldest brother, we are connected by blood, please let me go this time. I swear never to come to Earth again." Raditz's tone was so sincere that he almost burst into tears. And Sun Wukong did let go of stepping on Raditz's foot and lifted Raditz up. There were smiles on his face. "Goku! Don't trust that guy." Klin saw Sun Wukong's movements and quickly opened his mouth to remind. Fools also know that dogs can't change eating, the violence and ferocity of these guys are innate, plus so many years of aggression and killing, the nature has long been ingrained. How is it possible to say that change is changed? Sun Jun, don't let him go. He has a first time and a second. Bulma also hurried to dissuade. Sun Wukong has been soft-hearted and emotional since he was a child, and many times he has less tendons. They were naturally afraid that Sun Wukong's tendon would suddenly make a mistake and release this guy. If the tiger returns to the mountain, there will be endless troubles. Sun Wukong also ignored the reminders of Klin and the others. Putting his left hand on Raditz's shoulder, with an innocent smile on his face, he asked Raditz, "Big brother, do you think I look like a 3-year-old child?" Looking at Sun Wukong's harmless smiling face, Raditz subconsciously replied, "No. Not like." It was only after answering that Raditz felt as if his chest was being pressed against something, and it was a little hot. Looking down, the energy ball in the palm of Sun Wukong's right hand was against his own mouth. "Card. Kakarot. You listen to me." Raditz was completely afraid, and his face turned pale instantly. "In this way, if you are beaten down, you will have no chance of survival. Since you think I don't look like a 3-year-old child, then you still cheat me as a 3-year-old child, are you stupid?" The moment Sun Wukong's words fell, the palm of his right hand was violently pushed out. Raditz's body flew out directly upside down like a kite with a broken thread, a big hole in the Hun mouth. Blood kept flowing out, pupils constricted little by little, panic, despair, regret were intertwined. It would be great if I didn't come to Earth myself. What if? But it's too late, there is no regret medicine in this world. Bang! Raditz's body slammed heavily on the ground, and a mouthful of blood spat out, already completely lifeless. Phew! Looking at Raditz's body, Klin exhaled deeply and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. Just now, I was afraid that this guy Goku would let Raditz go with a hot head, but fortunately. However, Goku's cold eyes just now, as well as the decisive momentum of killing, seemed to be very different from before. It seems that Goku has changed more than just strength this time. Gohan! My Gohan! At this time, Kiki ran over, hugged Son Gohan, and cried. Finally killed this guy, Goku, you saved us again. Klin walked up to Sun Wukong, touched his big bald head, and said awkwardly. Every time I can't fight on the front line, it's really embarrassing enough. And in a dark corner not far away, Vic hid there, and he was also relieved. However, that guy from Sun Wukong, in just 2 days, how could his strength improve so terrifyingly? It was really an evil sect. Raditz finally solved it easily, but the next opponent was stronger than the other. Frieza, Shiryu, Majin Buu, Evil Dragon, Bruce. Even bigger unknowns. The road you have to take will be longer and harder. And on this difficult road, you can't stop for a moment, because once you stop, you may be greeted by death. 3 days passed quickly. After 2 years of cultivation in the Spirit Time House, Sun Wukong could be regarded as relaxing for a while. I have to say that my current body is indeed very strong, 7 times a night and an hour, which is not a problem at all. But the main problem is that their food is so bad that it is difficult to swallow. What a lizard! Frogs! Dinosaurs! Bugs! Anyway, Only you can't think of it, you can't do it without them, it's strange, everything. I have to say that Kiki followed Sun Wukong and also suffered. Therefore, the most important task at present is to borrow some money from Bulma to improve the current material life. P.S. New books for collections, flowers, and evaluation votes. Chapter 012. As the saying goes, people have to die more than people and throw away goods, and this is true. Compared with the place where she lives, Bulma's house is simply one in heaven and one on earth. This also made Sun Wukong have a bold idea in his mind. This person is a rich little woman with a lot of money, I am determined. In fact, since watching the anime Dragon Ball, he has always felt that Sun Wukong and Bulma should be a couple. After all, two people have experienced life and death together, bathed, bed, hunted for Dragon Balls and fought wolves. And Bulma has shown that kind of affection and care beyond friends to Sun Wukong many times, but the previous Sun Wukong, the spirit has not been opened, and he has not found it. It's just that later Kiki's sudden appearance inexplicably became Sun Wukong's wife, which is unexpected, but acceptable. After all, Kiki is also a big beauty. Some things can't be changed, but some things are still in time. When I watched Dragon Ball anime in the past, I always felt that it was a pity that Sun Wukong and Bulma were not a couple, but since he was reborn as Sun Wukong, it made this regret no longer a regret. Bulma is still the dark blue bandeau today, and the first two huge evil petals of the Hun are about to come out. Watching Sun Wukong was a little bloody, which made him have to sigh, the girl of the rich family, nutrition is good. Enlightenment. Goku, what are you looking for me for today? Bulma looked at the Monkey King who had been staring at him, his face was shy and full of redness. The first to speak up broke the awkward situation. Oh Bulma! There are two things you need help with. Hearing Bulma's words, Sun Wukong moved his gaze upwards and stared at Bulma and said. Bulma, can you lend me some money first? Sun Wukong was a little embarrassed to open his mouth, after all, as a man, it is still a little embarrassing to open his mouth to borrow money from a woman. I thought it was something. It turned out to be such a trifle. Say, how much do you want? Bulma opened his mouth nonchalantly, it turned out that he thought that it would be a big deal to make Sun Wukong's embarrassed expression. If you borrow money, it will be very easy to do, and the last thing she lacks now is money. That's only 10 million. Rest assured, I will be able to return it to you soon. Sun Wukong is also a lion who opens his mouth and borrows 10 million in one breath. What's more, I just added one to the face. However, if this world wants money, it is not a difficult thing, as long as you collect the 7 Dragon Balls and shout to the dragon to give me a billion, it will be okay. Cut. Who rear you back? Bulma glared at Sun Wukong angrily, seemingly dissatisfied with Sun Wukong seeing her like this. Then he turned around and directly took out a lockbox and placed it in front of Sun Wukong. It's like having prepared it beforehand. I rely on 10 million. Sun Wukong took the suitcase and felt a little excited in his heart, after all, he had never seen so much money in his previous life until he died. The heavy feeling is very enjoyable. Cut. Go ahead. What is the second thing? Bulma glanced at Sun Wukong with disdain, what a complete hillbilly. 10 million is happy to be like this. The second thing is to help me fix the next spaceship. Repairing the spaceship may only be something that Bulma and her father Breves can do. He can't stay on Earth all the time, so his strength won't be greatly improved, and it may be no problem to deal with Vegeta. But once he ran into a guy like Frieza, his current strength was simply not enough to fight him. Now if you want to improve your strength, you must either go to the Realm King planet, or find the old Realm King God and the Great Elder of Namek planet to develop their potential. However, in the current situation, the first two can be discarded for the time being. If the Northern Realm King planet, he is still a living person, I am afraid that he will not be able to pass directly from the Snake Road, and if he has not learned to teleport, he will not be able to reach it at once. As for the old realm king god, it is even more distant, and it is not within the reach of his current self. Then the only way now is to go to the planet Namek, find their great elder to help them develop their potential, and by the way, find the Dragon Ball of the planet Namek before Frisia arrives at Namek. Repair the spaceship. Bulma's sapphire-like eyes shot out a sparkle, and her tone was excited. She is most interested in these alien technological products. Asked excitedly again. Where is that thing now? Looking at Bulma, whose face was full of excitement, Sun Wuhan raised his horn without leaving a trace, grabbed Bulma's soft and boneless slender jade hand, looked at Bulma's panicked face, and said with a smile, "Go, I'll take you to find it together." Bulma's body trembled slightly, her face was stunned, and she followed behind Sun Wukong, and at this moment she seemed to be able to hear her heartbeat very clearly. Poof! Poof! After a short period of stunned, Bulma, who reacted, was already jade-faced and delicate. She seemed to have lost her memory of the last time she was so intimate with Sun Wukong. 3 years? 5 years? Or longer? And the feeling of electric shock now is completely different from that year. What's going on? He's Goku, we're just good friends. How could I have this wonderful feeling? Bulma looked at Sun Wukong's angular side face obsessively, and the crimson on his face added a little more. After a trance, the two of them had unknowingly walked to the courtyard. Enlightenment. Goku, let's go in my helicopter. Bulma's face was full of shyness, and she wanted to withdraw her hand from Sun Wukong's palm. Just tried 2 or 3 times, but it didn't work. Sun Wukong's hand was like an iron claw, tightly restraining his hand, unable to break free. How slow that thing is! The corner of Sun Wukong's mouth had a shallow evil arc, but the next action was a fierce spirit that made Bulma's whole person fierce, and his body instantly softened. P.S. New books for collection, flowers, recommendation tickets. In fact, when I wrote this chapter, I was quite entangled, and I knew very well that if you can't have both, some people like it and some people will hate it. But this chapter can actually make up for the regret of watching Dragon Ball as a child. I'm very sorry for those I don't like. Chapter 013. Bulma, on the other hand, is like a frightened deer that completely forgets to resist. Okay, hold me, let's go. Sun Wukong's words fell, and a layer of white chi instantly appeared around his body, and his toes touched the ground, and his body shot out instantly. Bulma subconsciously quickly wrapped her hands around Sun Wukong's neck. The bodies were tightly pressed together, raising their heads slightly. At this moment, the distance between the two was so close. You can hear each other's heartbeats and heavy gasps very clearly. Enlightenment. Goku, let's slow down. Bulma shuddered in horror. I don't know if Sun Wukong is flying too fast, or because there is something else at work in his heart. Good. Sun Wukong also agreed very crisply. The desired effect seemed to have been achieved, and then slowed down. After all, Bulma's body structure is different from those of them who cultivate, and this height and speed can easily make her suffer from hypoxia. The two flew closely together for about 10 minutes. At this time, the speed is no longer like rushing, more like traveling in the sky. How clever Bulma is! Sun Wukong's actions just now were indeed too frightening to himself, and he didn't have time to think about it for a while, and when he calmed down at this time, he naturally saw through Sun Wukong's intentions. Enlightenment. Goku, our current speed doesn't seem to be as fast as my helicopter. Bulma looked up, and she could see Sun Wukong's resolute cheeks, and said, It's not that you're not comfortable flying in the air. Sun Wukong lowered his head, his chin almost pressed against Bulma's forehead, and his tone was quite gentle. Bulma was dazed again. She had never heard Sun Wukong speak to herself so gently. And still think for yourself from your own position. Sun Wukong, who has always been nervous and an idiot in terms of feelings, seems to have changed a person today, which makes her feel like a dream. Handsome appearance, strong strength, gentle tone, isn't this exactly the candidate for Prince Charming in his mind? No, no. Bulma, Gaku, he is already married to Kiki, you and they are all good friends, how can you have such an idea? Bulma shook her head vigorously, trying to push that thought out of her mind. But it seems that the more he resists, the more intense that feeling becomes, which cannot be dispelled and is deeply rooted. After about 10 minutes, Sun Wukong finally landed on the ground with Bulma. I could only take the palm off Bulma's waist with some reluctance. Hey? This is not. Bulma looked at the scene in front of her, incomparably familiar. Well, where we first met. Sun Wukong nodded. Sun Wukong and Bulma were here for the first time, when Bulma was still a budding girl in the flower season. And Sun Wukong is just a stunned kid who doesn't even know why a woman, and he doesn't even know how to count. Bulma's thoughts suddenly drifted to the past, remembering the scene when the two first met. Time passes, things are different. Time flies so fast. At that time, Sun Wukong was still a little fart child, and in the blink of an eye, Sun Wukong had his own family. That little fart boy who was once as white as paper in his heart has grown into a handsome young man with strong strength in front of him. And himself, but still alone. What's wrong? Is it regretting something? Sun Wukong looked at Bulma, who was stunned. With a subtle smile on his face, and spoke. Judging from all of Bulma's performance today, she definitely has Sun Wukong in her heart, and that position is not small. It's just that due to various factors, I sealed that feeling in the deepest part of my heart. Didn't? No, I have nothing to regret. Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Bulma shook her head a little weakly and denied it. Let's go. The spaceship is just ahead. Looking at Bulma's weak expression, Sun Wukong was even more sure of his thoughts. However, feelings are such a thing, step by step, if you rush too quickly, sometimes it will backfire. Wanting to get away with it is king. I can only wait for Bulma to completely be her own heart and face her feelings. The two had a journey again, and they were speechless all the way, and the atmosphere was quite awkward. 10 minutes later, the two finally arrived in front of a deep mossy pit. At the bottom of the pit, a faintly visible bulb could be seen, which was also covered with grass-green moss, and the original color could not be distinguished. That's what you're talking about spaceships? Bulma asked, with a twitch in the corner of her eye. The thing in front of you can only accommodate one person in terms of volume. It's a world away from the spaceship I imagined. That's why you and Dr. Breves need to help with the makeover. Sun Wukong looked at Bulma with a somewhat disappointed expression in surprise, and scratched his head in embarrassment. This thing wants to be transformed, it seems that it is not a small project. P.S. I don't want to collect it today. More than 200 collections in 2 days, a little uncomfortable. Chapter 014. Sun Wukong held the tattered spaceship in one hand and Bulma in the other, and returned to Bulma's house in about 10 minutes. Bulma, if this thing wants to be repaired, how much time will it take? Sun Wukong looked at Bulma, who frowned slightly, and asked. However, looking at Bulma's expression, wanting to repair this spaceship, even her mechanical genius should be quite laborious. If I do it with my father, it will be half a month. Bulma Mo held her chin, walked around the spacecraft twice, and said in a serious tone. Hee, that's bothering you, Bulma. Sun Wukong smiled at Bulma and said. Che, be so polite with me, really. Bulma looked away from the spaceship and gave Monkey King a blank look, this guy has been really strange lately. My mouth wasn't so sweet before. You're right, after all, we also shared a bed when we were kids. Before Sun Wukong's words fell, he saw Bulma's gaze breathing fire. This guy, how long has it been the matter to mention, it was nothing at the time, but now that I mention it, it tastes completely different. Looking at Bulma's angry gaze, Sun Wukong quickly ran out, and said as he ran, "Bulma, the waist is quite thin, and it feels good." Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Bulma stomped his foot angrily. This guy really deliberately took advantage of himself from the beginning. But he seems to have really changed. Carrying the 10 million cash borrowed by Bulma, Sun Wukong rushed home. After all, he came out for a little time, and Kiki was going to nag again if he was late to go back. In fact, speaking of Kiki, when watching Dragon Ball anime, it is indeed a character that is difficult to make people feel good. Selfish, spicy, no big picture view. But now he also slowly understood Kiki. As a woman, her man does not return home for a long time at every turn, knows cultivation all day long, and has a very indifferent sense of family. In this case, she can still be consistent, single-mindedly devoted to Sun Wukong, and keep their home in order. In fact, she is also a completely good woman. With Sun Wukong's current speed, he returned home in less than 10 minutes. "Dad! Are you back?" Watching Sun Wukong push the door in, Sun Wuhan, who was lying on the table doing his homework, happily ran towards Sun Wukong. In that way, it is completely the same as Sun Gohan when he kicked Raditz, and his face has the innocence of a child. Sun Wukong touched Sun Gohan's head and walked in. "Goku, how did you go out for so long? The food is cold." Kiki muttered softly as she worked in the kitchen. Sure enough, after Sun Wukong walked in, he really saw a table of big meals. Lizards, colorful frogs, dinosaur meat, all kinds of weird fish that don't quite call names. A veritable delicacies of the mountains and sea, with everything. However, these mountain and sea delicacies really have something wrong with his appetite, and just looking at it is a little panicked. "What's the matter, Goku? Why don't you eat it? Are you not feeling well?" Kiki came out of the kitchen, looked at the ugly-looking Monkey King, and asked with concern. Usually, Goku's appetite is very good, and at this time, I am afraid that it has already been stormy. I don't know what's wrong in the past 2 days, I always have no heart to move chopsticks when I see a table of dishes. No, no. Sun Wukong shook his head very far-fetchedly, sat down, and casually found a random meat that looked okay and didn't know what kind of meat was put into his mouth. While chewing, he said to Kiki, "Kiki, I want to let Gohan start cultivating in the future." Sure enough, before he finished speaking, he felt a chill coming from his back. When he looked up, he saw Kiki glaring at him angrily, and the chopsticks in his hand were broken. It can be seen how clear her attitude towards Sun Wuhan's cultivation is. "You listen to me first, if I let Gohan cultivate, it will definitely not affect his academic performance," Sun Wukong quickly explained. "Goku, you don't want to think about this matter, I won't agree to Gohan's cultivation. If Gohan becomes a cultivation madness who only knows cultivation like you in the future, he won't be able to marry his daughter-in-law." Kiki's attitude is very firm, she just wants Son Gohan to be an ordinary earthling, study well, and become a scholar in the future to support her family and shine on the lintel. And she felt that now the earth had returned to peace, and there was no need to cultivate anymore. Looking at Kiki's firm attitude, Sun Wukong also understood that it would not work to tell Kiki about protecting the earth. "We have to find a new path." "Kiki, then tell me about it, what's wrong with being a cultivation maniac?" Sun Wukong had a plan, so he put down the chopsticks in his hand and looked at Kiki squarely and asked, "What's so bad?" Looking at Sun Wukong's serious face, Kiki couldn't remember the reasons for complaining before for a while. "Can't remember a single one. That, by the way, you look at other people's husbands, they are trying to make money, we've been married for so long, and you haven't earned a penny." After thinking for a moment, Kiki came up with this perfect reason. Now, Goku should give up. However, to her disappointment, she did not see the deflated expression on Sun Wukong's face. Not even a little. Instead, the horn lifted slightly, and said with a smile, "Who said I didn't make money? P.S. Ask for collections, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. After reading the book, the brothers will collect it. This is a virtue, support for Pippi Shrimp." Chapter 015. Hey! Kiki was suddenly startled, looking at Sun Wukong with a light smile, that strategizing look. Could it be that he has made money all these years? It can't be. Since they got married, Sun Wukong hasn't taken a penny from home. Under Kiki's surprised gaze, Sun Wukong put the lockbox in his hand on the table with a shallow smile. This is? Kiki's incredulous opening. Is this box full of money? But in his heart, he didn't believe it, until Sun Wukong opened the lockbox, and the pile of genuine bills made Kiki believe. It's really money in front of you, and it's not a small number. She is not greedy for money, but the family's savings have basically been spent over the years, and the family has no financial resources. After all, firewood, rice, oil and salt all need money, and to support 2 scions is not the same as the expenses of ordinary families. And Gohan will soon reach school age, and it is a big expense to go to some good schools. Enlightenment. Goku, where did all this money come from? You're not going to rob the bank, are you? Kiki looked at Sun Wukong with a wooden expression, and asked with a slightly worried tone. This money is also at least a few million, how could he get so much money at once? Apart from robbing the bank, she really can't think of any other source. Eileen. Bank robbery? Being reminded by Kikai like this, Sun Wukong patted his head with a move. Yes. Muggle, you can go to the bank to withdraw money yourself. Why go to Bulma to borrow money? Blunder. What a serious mistake. This is my hard-earned hand, okay. Sun Wukong actually wanted to change his hands to this mouth. After all, borrowing money from Bulma this time, his hands really didn't help much. Enlightenment. Goku, you've really made money. Kiki looked at the white ticket. Yes, it was real money. His eyes were filled with tears of excitement. After a few years, Goku finally knows to make money at home. Gratifying, incredibly gratifying. With this money, you can buy Gohan the best study materials, and you can also ask for the best tutor in the world. Thinking of this, Kiki actually gave Sun Wukong a big hug. Being topped by the 2 huge evil petals in front of Kikai-hun made Sun Wukong's heart feel crispy and numb for a while. Kiki, I just told you about taking Gohan to cultivate. But what else to discuss? Looking at the excited Kiki, Sun Wukong took the opportunity to ask. As long as this doesn't affect Gohan's learning, I can agree, but you also need Gohan's consent. Kiki was a little more cheerful this time, and her tone was relieved. Although I didn't agree, I didn't resist as much as before. Sun Wukong also knows that Sun Wuhan is actually more inclined to follow the path of scholars paved by Kiki. From the beginning, he was not a man who liked to fight. It can be seen both before Vegeta reaches Earth and when dealing with Shuru. It's just that his belief in protecting everyone and protecting the Earth is pushing him forward and getting stronger. Many people can't live according to their own ideas as soon as they are born, and Son Gohan has the most terrifying talent, and the blood of the scion of the fighting nation flows in his body, so he is destined to be like the children of ordinary people. In the Spirit Time House, Sun Wukong has already educated Sun Wuhan ideologically, thinking that even if he doesn't like to fight very much, in order to protect his relatives and protect the earth, he will not reject cultivation. Mom, I want to cultivate with my father, I want to become stronger like my father, and then protect everyone. Son Gohan looked at Kiki and said in a milky tone firmly. Hey! Kiki looked at Son Gohan and sighed, but the 2 fathers and sons were so persistent, she couldn't stop it anymore. Goku, if Gohan's school is left behind because of cultivation, I won't spare you. Time passed quickly, and half a month passed almost in a flash. Gohan, good. At the top of Bunza Mountain, the sun is setting and the sky is full of light, and Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan will practice for 2 hours every day. The two sat on the top of the mountain, panting, obviously just after a fierce battle. Sun Wukong rubbed Sun Gohan's head and praised. Sun Wuhan's potential is indeed great, and after only half a month of cultivation, his strength has improved significantly. Presumably, Gohan's current combat strength, defeating Naba should be easy. His combat power should be close to about 10,000. Vegeta and Naba should have known about Raditz killing on Earth through the combat power detector. If the plot of Dragon Ball develops, they will arrive on Earth a year later. Vegeta's combat power should be around 18,000, and Naba's combat power is only 7,000 points. As long as Gohan cultivates well during this year's time, it must not be impossible to catch up with Vegeta or even surpass him. And myself, now I must start planning how to quickly improve my combat effectiveness. After all, defeating Vegeta is just the beginning. The most important goal at the moment is how to transform into a Super Saiyan so that you can have a chance to win against those cosmic level guys in Frisia. Okay Gohan, let's go back. Sun Wukong patted Sun Gohan's shoulder, and when he went back late, Kiki was afraid that he would nag again. Just as the two were about to get up and go back, suddenly a giant UFO appeared above them. Looking at that, the landing place turned out to be near their home. Chapter 016. After the two glanced at each other, they flew on their tiptoes towards the place where the UFO landed. After seeing that big guy, Sun Wukong relaxed his vigilance. This thing he knew, it can be said that it is quite familiar. The shape looks like a giant ball painted in black and white. After Sun Wukong and the others landed, a door suddenly opened in the ball, and Bulma came out from inside. That's right. This big guy is exactly the effect of Bulma changing Sun Wukong's spaceship in half a month. Yo Bulma, it's really yours, I didn't expect you to complete it so quickly. Sun Wukong looked at the big guy in front of him with some excitement. The little one before is completely incomparable to now. Bulma actually completely changed its appearance in half a month, and it seems that it took a lot of thought. How? Still satisfied? Bulma is wearing a dark blue tight short skirt today, with a white belt hanging diagonally around her waist, which outlines her bumpy body more attractively, and a pair of slender white temporary beautiful legs are particularly symmetric. The proud flame little mouth cocked and patted the fuselage of the spacecraft, obviously waiting for Sun Wukong's affirmation and praise. Satisfied? I was so satisfied. Sun Wukong nodded very sincerely. But his gaze always stopped at Bulma's plump two-petal evil and slender beautiful legs. With Bulma's meticulous thoughts, it should not only change its appearance, but the inside of the spacecraft must have been carefully transformed. It would take a month to go to the planet Namek, and if you nestled in the small space before, you would have to die urgently. Go, take you inside for a tour. Bulma was obviously extra confident in her masterpiece, took Sun Wukong's arm, and walked into the spaceship. Sure enough, after Bulma's transformation, there is a lot of space in the spaceship, what bathrooms, sleeping chairs, and so on. I'll go, Bulma, you're doing this perfectly. Looking at the warehouse that was completely equipped like home, Sun Wukong smacked and said. That is. Bulma raised his head, obviously very useful to Sun Wukong's praise. Then he continued, show you another place, package you like. Saying that, he pulled Sun Wukong to push open a door again. There was a lot of space, and in the center was a larger machine, with some buttons that Sun Wukong was not familiar with. However, the two Arabic numerals of 1 to 100 on the stage of the machine, the Monkey King, are recognized. This made him guess this thing at once. This is. Before Sun Wukong finished speaking, Bulma said proudly, Gravity Room, do you like it? If you want to say who knows Sun Wukong best at this time, it must be Bulma. Sure enough, it's a gravity chamber. Bulma, this little Nazai, really knows Sun Wukong very well. Knowing that Sun Wukong was a cultivation maniac, he helped him design a gravity room in the spaceship to strengthen his cultivation. That. Bulma, thank you so much, you see I can't repay it, or else. I promise by example, do you want to think about it? Sun Wukong joked 7 points and 3 points really said to Bulma. Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Bulma blushed. When did this guy become so oily and slippery? He would please girls. However, Sun Wukong, a husband with a wife, said such words, she did not even have a nasty feeling. Is it the throbbing feeling in your heart that is at work? Cut. Slippery tongue. Bulma snorted and turned her head to not dare to look at Sun Wukong's face. I was afraid that this guy would accidentally say something that would make her speechless and difficult to answer. Hee, I'm serious. You can think about it. Sun Wukong smiled and said. Bulma is definitely going to chase her hand, judging from her shy reaction, this matter is a sure thing, depending on when she passed the threshold in her heart. Sooner or later, Bulma will be her own woman, but it will take a while for her to face her true feelings. Then let's go out first. It's a little hot in there. Bulma blushed and hurriedly walked out of the spaceship. Sun Wukong looked at Bulma's behavior with a bit of shyness and cuteness, and subconsciously hooked the hook and muttered, is it hot? In order to entertain Bulma who came from afar, Kiki specially made an exquisite meal, but obviously Bulma was also a little unbearable to Kiki's hospitality. After all, it takes a lot of courage to enjoy this kind of mountain and sea delicacies. After returning home, Bulma's mood was still uncalmed for a long time. Monkey King's voice and smile and what he said to her recently lingered in his mind. Bulma, you need to sober up, Sun Jun is already married to Kiki, you can't hold this illusion anymore. Bulma shook her head vigorously, admonishing herself in her heart. And Sun Wukong, who was the culprit, came to the gravity room alone after eating the night shift. Without distraction, he began his cultivation. In the days to come, the enemies will become more and stronger, so their cultivation intensity must also be strengthened, so that they can better survive in this dangerous world. P.S. Favorites. Ask for flowers. Chapter 017. Time is like flowing water, passing quickly, and half a year has quietly passed in the blink of an eye. In the past half a year, Sun Wukong stayed in the gravity room almost except for eating. And his cultivation intensity has also changed from 30 times gravity to 100 times gravity now. With his current strength, he can completely withstand 100 times the gravity, but the gravity here has reached the upper limit of 100 times, so there is no way to challenge higher. It's just that what makes Sun Wukong feel depressed is that although he feels that his current strength is already very strong, there is no sign of becoming a Super Saiyan. It seems that becoming a Super Saiyan is not as simple as in Dragon Ball, and it requires an indispensable opportunity. Dad, Uncle Klin, and Aunt Bulma, they said they were going camping. Ask if you want to come with us. The door of the spaceship was opened, and Sun Gohan's milky voice said happily to Sun Wukong. I'm not going, you take Kiki and you can have fun. He doesn't have much interest in this kind of collective activity, especially since he has some very deep obsession with breaking through Super Saiyans these days. So don't want to waste precious time on that boring activity. There is still half a year left before Frieza and them appear, and he must race against time to cultivate and strive to break through the boundaries of Super Saiyans in the second half of the year. After all, if you want to defeat Frieza, you must break through the limit and become a Super Saiyan. Oh, okay. Sun Gohan replied with a slightly disappointed sigh, then turned and walked out. In space, a spaceship is moving fast, and the destination of the course seems to be the Earth. Either unintentional, or intentional. In the spaceship, a burly man wearing a spacesuit said to the man standing in front of the spaceship's warehouse window, Lord Dales, the Earth has a life response. After speaking, he pursed his lips and revealed a bloodthirsty smile. How so? The man in front of the window deliberately opened his mouth in surprise, and continued, "The Earth should be the place where Cockroach was assigned, and it should have been gone a long time ago. But then again, it's a beautiful planet." The man stared at the blue planet in front of him, his voice was low, and he couldn't see his face clearly. "But the sound is very familiar. Lord Darren's, good news, the soil of the Earth is very suitable for planting spirit trees," the burly man in the spacesuit said with a bit of excitement in his tone. "Oh, yes, that's really good news." Hearing the burly man's words, the corners of Dale's mouth raised, and it was not difficult to hear the excitement in his tone. "Subsequently, the course of the spacecraft is completely locked, and the target, Earth. In the early morning, the lazy morning sun rises slowly. On Earth, Sun Gohan and Klingbulma and others are enjoying a comfortable camping time. Yamcha also received the invitation of Klin and others, and at this time was riding in his air car, carrying the young and beautiful little girlfriend he had dated some time ago, towards the direction of Klin and others. While everyone was enjoying a comfortable and happy time, unknown dangers quietly descended on the Earth. 5 cosmic people wearing cosmic suits appeared on a high rock at some point. The burly man who was in the spacecraft yesterday was also among them. "That's it." After the burly man muttered, he stretched out one hand forward. "Ha!" With a low loud drink, the ground below Gao Yan was directly shaken open by qi and opened a huge crack. Then he took out something similar to a seed in his hand and threw it into the crack. Behind the 5, a man in a cosmic suit stood with his back to the 5, and said in a gloomy tone, "It's really fitting that this Earth planted a spirit tree, and I should really be glad that Cockroach didn't destroy him." The man only showed one side face, and the horns hooked a long curve, revealing a row of white teeth, and the smile looked particularly mad. "As long as we succeed in planting the spirit tree on Earth, Lord Dales will definitely become the strongest emperor in the universe, and then Frisia will not be able to be the opponent of our Darl's Legion," another big man said with a flattering tone and a bit of yearning. Just after the big man threw the spirit tree seed into the crack in the ground, the seed instantly took root in the ground, and the thick roots like a small mountain covered the entire mountain range almost instantly. Then it spread in the direction of the town, and the speed of the spread was staggering. And at this moment, the king of the Northern Realm, who was far away on the Northern King planet, felt the changes in the Earth and frowned tightly. The situation on Earth at this time is quite dangerous. After a night's rest, Sun Gohan and the others got up early and began to pack up and make breakfast. Suddenly, a large number of animals poured out of the dense forest like a flea, as if they had received great shock. "Hey? What's going on with these animals?" Bulma and Kiki looked at the abnormal phenomenon in front of them and opened their mouths in puzzlement. Klin frowned, looked at Sun Gohan and said, "Gohan, you feel it too, right?" Sun Gohan nodded with a heavy face and said, "Several evil auras suddenly appeared, and they are not far away. P.S. Ask for favorites, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes." Chapter 018. Enlightenment. "Gohan, these evil chi should be bad at coming, or we will inform Goku." Klin was obviously a little terrified in his heart, and he could feel that these chi that suddenly appeared was too much stronger than himself. And unusually evil. "No, we can feel the appearance of these chi, Dad he must also feel it, Uncle Klin, let's go see what is going on first." Sun Gohan showed a serious face, his eyes were sharp, and he looked at the direction where the animal kept running out, and said. Since they could feel these evil chi, Sun Wukong's strength far surpassed them, and they could naturally feel it. And although these chi are very evil, as far as the current Sun Gohan is concerned, they are not too strong. In the past half a year, he and Sun Wukong have been cultivating every day in the gravity room, and in the subtlety, his strength has reached a terrifying point. This, okay. The corner of Klin's eyes twitched violently, but looking back, Gohan's current strength was no longer what it used to be. Looking at his determined look, he should be able to deal with those evil guys. Gohan, what are you going to do? I don't agree with you going. Kiki heard the conversation between Son Gohan and Klin, and naturally understood that some villains with good strength appeared. Naturally, he didn't want Son Gohan to take this risk. Mom, I'm sorry, I can't listen to you this time, I can't stand by and watch the earth is in trouble. Sun Wuhan's face was firm, he glanced at Kiki, and then said to Oolong and Long, who had already been drinking Yamcha, Uncle Yamcha, please send my mother and Aunt Bulma back. After speaking, his toes touched the ground, and his body was wrapped in white chi swirls, flying in the direction where those evil auras came. Klin's face was heavy, and he gritted his teeth and followed. At this time, the roots of the spirit tree were already like giant vines, spreading throughout the earth. The yuan power of birds and beasts, mountains and rivers, flowers, wood, insects and fish on the earth is being madly absorbed by those vines. And the seeds of the spirit tree also broke through the ground at an extremely fast speed after being watered by a huge amount of yuan force. Growth, flowering, fruiting. In the gravity room, Sun Wukong had long felt those evil breaths. Who will it be? Sun Wukong frowned, those breaths are not very strong, of course, this is only for him now. Moreover, there is a somewhat familiar breath. Sion. That's right, this chi and Raditz chi are very imaginary, it should be a Sion, right? But at this time, it will definitely not be Vegeta and Naba, and those two are the only two of them who came to Earth. But now there are 6 breaths. Gohan and Klin's chi are moving closer to them, and there is also Vic. Forget it, who is it, just look at nature and know. Thinking of this, Sun Wukong walked out of the gravity room. The white aura wrapped around the body, and instantly disappeared into the sky. At this time, the spiritual tree that towered on the earth was already towering, and its trunk was straight into the sky. Darrens and 6 others stood on the trunk of the spirit tree. Soon the spirit tree will grow fruit, absorbing the spirit tree fruit of the earth's thick yuan power, and can make our strength soar. Days, the cosmic man with earrings and necklaces, grinned, couldn't hide the excited look on his face, and spoke. The Dale's Legion, the number 1 in the universe, will be invincible, and even that Frisia will be a piece of cake at that time. Lord Darrens is the true emperor of this great universe. Res, who are short in stature and look like toads, and Lei Kase also have a flattering expression and echo. Exactly, but all this is the credit of the spirit tree. The big pig-tailed giant Manamond, who had never spoken, lifted the corner of his mouth and said, "No, it's the credit of that idiot of Kakarot." The corner of Dales, who was standing in front of everyone, curved the corner of his mouth, and said in a very flat tone, "No mood swings can be heard." Then he continued, "It seems that a few ants have found it, you guys go and solve it." Hearing Darrens's words, several people adjusted their combat power detectors, and several weak combat power did appear nearby. So weak that it's barely worth mentioning. Killing this ant-like creature, looking at their desperate faces, that painful look, thinking about it is really exciting. Then the 5 jumped off the tree trunk. Enlightenment. Gohan, what is that? Klin looked at the giant mountain-like thing in front of him, his body trembled, and he asked in a terrified tone. This? I don't know about this, it seems to be a tree. Son Gohan was also at a loss, and he had never seen this kind of thing at all. Naturally, it is impossible to answer Klin's question. But those weird vines I saw along the way are definitely inseparable from this thing. Son Gohan gritted his teeth and said squarely. At this time, Yamcha and Tianjin rice dumplings and others also rushed over one after another. Looking at the people coming, Son Gohan opened his mouth and asked, "Uncle Yamcha, aren't you protecting your mother and Aunt Bulma?" "Ah, that I asked too long to send Kiki and Bulma back, I think I should do something at this time of Earth crisis." Yamcha clenched his fists, nodded at Son Gohan, and said firmly, "I happen to be practicing not far away with Dumpling, and we also felt that evil aura, so we rushed over. Tianjin Fan explained. But what the hell is this strange thing? Yamacha and Tianjin Fan and others looked up, and they could only see the giant mountain-like tree trunk, and further up, there were patches of mist. Several people looked at each other. This kind of tree-like thing, they have not seen it. That thing is called a spirit tree. Just when everyone was puzzled, suddenly a very familiar voice sounded from behind them. P.S. Ask for collections, ask for flowers, ask for tips. Chapter 019. Dad. Gaku. Gaku. The moment they heard the familiar voice behind them, several people showed joy, subconsciously shouted out, and quickly turned back. It was when they saw Sun Wukong, dressed in an orange training suit, appeared behind them at some point. In fact, along the way, Sun Wukong also observed those huge changes. The grass and trees withered, the river dried up, and the earth's yuan power was rapidly disappearing. And the huge vine spread almost to the entire earth, enveloping the earth in it. Looking at the strange giant tree in front of him, he guessed that what was in front of him should be the spirit tree. Then in other words, the scion who appeared on earth this time is the inferior scion warrior named Dales, who looks 9 points similar to himself. A guy who has been relying on plundering other people's planets, planting spirit trees, and using the fruits of spirit trees to improve his strength. Monkey King, who is familiar with the plot of Dragon Ball, also knows quite well the role of Dales. This person's combat power is still above Vegeta, and after eating the fruits of the spirit tree planted by the earth, his combat power is almost comparable to that of the first form of Frieza. It can be said that he is quite a scion subordinate warrior. Gaku, how did you come to know this thing? After a brief excitement between Klin and Tianjin Fan and the others, they looked at Sun Wukong suspiciously and asked. It stands to reason that it shouldn't. They didn't know each other at all, and they could roughly guess that this thing should not be from Earth, and Gaku could see it at a glance. It really surprised them. I've seen this before when I've traveled, but it's not that big. Sun Wukong looked at a few people and prevaricated casually. Klin and the others have considerable trust in Sun Wukong, and when they hear his words, they naturally won't ask more. Vic, since they're all here, why are you hiding? Monkey King turned and set his gaze behind a dead tree behind them. From the moment he arrived here, he felt Bike's anger. This guy, it seems, really abandoned evil for good. Or maybe he still cares more about the earth. After Sun Wukong's words fell, Vic, who was green all over, really walked out from behind the dead tree not far away. Some surprised eyes looked at Sun Wukong. He had obviously pressed his air very low, but he didn't expect to be discovered by him. Secretly shocked in his heart, Sun Wukong, this guy, has such a terrifying improvement in strength in just half a year. In fact, half a year ago, when Sun Wukong killed Raditz, he was also there, but he was also hiding in the secret. At that time, although Sun Wukong's strength was also strong, it was not strong enough to shock him. And right now, he didn't even feel where the limit of Sun Wukong was. This guy is really terrifying. Then, Vic Bike? Klin, Tianjin Fan, and the others frowned. They still had a heartfelt fear for this Vic great demon who was bent on ruling the world. It's okay, now Vic is not the big demon king who wants to rule the world for a long time. Sun Wukong looked at the vigilant Klin and Tianjin Rice, smiled and said. Cut. I won't give up the idea of ruling the world, I just can't get used to those cosmic people. Vic looked sideways, snorted coldly, and said with a hard mouth. Facing the hard-mouthed Bike, Sun Wukong didn't bother to argue with him. Say to everyone. Since everyone has arrived, let's go meet these cosmic people. Looking at the towering giant tree above his head, Sun Wukong could feel that the chi of several people in Dales was on it. But then again, what Sun Wukong is most interested in at this time is not a small character like Darren's. It is the fruit of the spirit tree that can make people's combat power skyrocket in an instant. After hearing Sun Wukong's words, several people nodded, tiptoe, and their bodies rushed up. Half a minute later, several people had already appeared among the clouds. Humph, you guys are coming. Suddenly, on the trunk of the tree in front of him, 5 figures appeared, sitting there leisurely, bored playing with stones, seemingly waiting for the arrival of Sun Wukong and others. Well! What a strong gas! Feeling a few people up close, those evil chi became even stronger. Tianjin Fan and Clin frowned, a few drops of sweat appeared on the bright and large bald head, and said in a low tone. Even Vic was heavy-faced. It is no wonder that the combat effectiveness of the people here in the Dale's Legion has reached 4 or 5,000, and Vic over here, who has been cultivating to the death for half a year, is now only more than 3,000 combat strength. As for Clin and Tianjin Fan and the others, although they were not lazy in cultivation, the many restrictions on their bloodlines made their ascension very slow. Now it's only 800 or 900 combat strength. Dad, how many of them? So weak. Sun Wuhan looked at Sun Wukong with cute eyes, and said in a milky voice. As soon as these words came out, they almost made Tianjin Fan and others faint. These guys, who are monster-like in the eyes of several of them, were actually said to be so weak by Sun Gohan. Moreover, Sun Gohan is now just a 4.5-year-old child. Where is this special lady reasoning? Roar! Little ghost, the people who talked to us like this before are already dead. Days was stunned at first, and then the corners of his mouth set off a bloodthirsty arc, still playing with the stone in his hand, and said in a contemptuous tone. Really? I feel like you're all going to die on Earth today. Looking at the few people of the Dale's Legion with a relaxed and arrogant face, Sun Wukong sneered and playfully spoke. I want to solve such a few guys, it's just a matter of moments. It's just that the opportunity is rare, and these few are left for Gohan and Vic to practice their hands. And now it's time for me to meet the Dales who is somewhat similar to myself. By the way, go and receive the fruits of impending victory. P.S. Please collect, please flowers brothers. Chapter 020. These people will be handed over to you, I'll go find that scion. Sun Wukong looked sideways at Vic and Sun Wuhan and said. Enlightenment. Goku, that. Clin was sweating profusely and trembling with a trembling opening. Obviously, the enemy in front of him was too strong. If Sun Wukong left, they might be killed. Seeing the concern of Clin and Tianjin Rice Yamuti and the others, Sun Wukong said with a relaxed face, don't worry. With Gohan's current strength, dealing with such a few guys is just an easy thing. Indeed, Sun Gohan's combat power had already exceeded 10,000 points half a year ago, and he had been cultivating in the gravity room every day for half a year, and now he should have at least 30,000 or 40,000 combat power. Even if Darren's is here, I'm afraid he is not Gohan's opponent. Of course, it was the premise that Dales did not eat the fruit of the spirit tree. However, although Gohan's combat effectiveness is very high, he lacks actual combat experience, and this time he also took this opportunity to exercise. Looking at the relaxed Sun Gohan and Sun Wukong, Clin finally put down his hanging heart. Since Goku said so, then Gohan should be fine. After saying to a few people, Sun Wukong jumped directly and continued to go up. At this time, Amon saw Sun Wukong's actions and smiled coldly. This ignorant guy actually wanted to go to Lord Dallas. It was simply an old birthday star who hanged himself, thinking that his life was long. However, they can't let this guy disturb Lord Dallas, otherwise Lord Dallas blames him, and they can't bear it. Then the body flashed, and he rushed directly up, wanting to intercept Sun Wukong. Cut, I don't know if I'm alive or dead. Sun Wukong glanced back at Amond, snorted coldly, and then his body suddenly stopped, turned around, and came out of his legs almost in one go. A sweep of Amond's legs swept towards the storm. Sun Wukong's speed is simply not something that a character like Amond can dodge, and Amon did not expect Sun Wukong to have such speed and power. In the unparalleled shock, Amon could only let Sun Wukong's foot kick on his cheek. Bang! With a muffled snort, Amon's huge body fell backwards at a speed faster than rushing up. Fell heavily back into place. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and half of his cheek almost collapsed. No! No way! Both Amon and Days looked incredulous, as if they were alive, and their mouths opened wide. That guy's combat effectiveness actually increased to more than 20,000 in an instant. How is this possible? Days' face was full of horror and he spoke intermittently. Before, he obviously saw through the combat power detector that the guy's combat power was only about 3,000, how could he suddenly increase so much? Weird, really weird. That's it, since that guy can seriously injure Amon with one kick, it will definitely not be a role they can deal with. In that case, leave it to Lord Dallas. The rest of these little minions, they will definitely greet them well. Just now. Is that really Gaku? Klin rubbed his eyes, completely unable to believe it. The terrifying anger of the giant man on the opposite side made them desperate, and they were actually kicked and flown by Sun Wukong, and it seemed that they were not a small injury. That guy Gaku, it's too much ahead of us now. Tianjin Rice and Yamcha also frowned and said slowly. There was admiration in the eyes, there was jealousy, and once upon a time, they were also standing at the same height. But now, it's like a world of difference. Sun Wukong, what kind of cultivation have you experienced in the past half a year? Vic clenched his fists tightly, gritted his teeth, and asked secretly in his heart. Obviously, half a year ago, when Raditz first arrived on Earth, their combat effectiveness was comparable to that of Bozhong. But in just half a year, I couldn't see through his strength at all. Damn it! I was thrown so far. After Sun Wukong completely disappeared, Days and the others' bodies flashed and bombarded directly towards Sun Gohan and Vic and the others. Come on! It seems that he has just been impacted by Sun Wukong's strong strength, and Klin and the others also gritted their teeth and directly greeted them. Sun Gohan was the first to attack and met Days, because he could sense that of the five, Amon was injured, and Days became the strongest of them. Battle of 6 against 5, 11, on the verge. And Dales, who was standing at a high place, through the illusory projection in front of him, took in the situation that Sun Wukong had just defeated Amon. This guy Kakarot actually has such strong strength. Dals frowned and clenched his fists. Both he and Kakarot are low-level warriors among the scions who have been assigned to the planet under this combat power since childhood. After so many years of non-stop conquest, plundering other people's planets, cultivating spiritual trees, and eating spiritual fruits, he has the combat power of 28,000 today. I didn't find the guy Kakarot, but he also reached more than 20,000 combat strength. This comparison is really unpleasant. It's nice to stand high and look down at someone, isn't it? Suddenly, a faint voice with a slight coldness sounded from behind Dales. Dales quickly turned around, looked at the guy who looked almost the same as himself, gritted his teeth and said, Kakarot. He didn't even notice when Kakarot appeared behind him just now. And the combat power detector did not react at all. Diddy. Dals pressed the combat power detector. 3,000 combat strength? What's going on? Darren's looked at the number displayed on the combat power detector with some surprise. Before, Kakarot's combat effectiveness obviously reached more than 20,000 in an instant, but now how did it come down again? P.S. Dear brothers, leave your collection and various tickets. Chapter 021. Surprised? Even more surprising is yet to come. The corner of Sun Wukong's mouth raised a shallow smile and said slowly. Then he walked towards Dales step by step. Roar! Kakarot, a subordinate scion warrior of the same rank, your growth has shocked me a little. Dals raised his horn and said with a smile and a cold smile. He knew that there would be no problems with his combat power detector, and what means this guy Cockroach should have used to hide most of his combat power. It is indeed incredible that Cockroach can have more than 20,000 combat power at such an age. After all, he has plundered countless planets to plant spirit trees over the years, and only by eating spirit tree fruits can he have a combat power of 28,000. And Cockroach can cultivate to more than 20,000 combat power alone on this low-level planet. Even if he is a low-level warrior, his combat talent can be seen. Thinking of this, Dale suddenly moved, a sly look flashed in his eyes, and gave up his thoughts before coming to Earth. Originally, he planned to use the Earth to destroy the spirit tree after planting it, and then kill Cockroach. But at this moment, after seeing Cockroach's talent, he suddenly changed his mind. A heart for solicitation arises in my heart. Cockroach has more than 20,000 combat power, although it is inferior to himself, but it is much stronger than the rest of the Dale's Legion. If he can be recruited under his command, it will be an elite combat force, and the strength of the Dale's Legion will inevitably be greatly improved. Cockroach, I'll give you a chance to live now, join the Dale's Legion. As for the treatment, how about being the supreme leader of the Legion other than me? Dale said haughtily. In his opinion, it was a great honor to be able to join their Dale's Legion, and this temptation was simply irresistible for a low-level warrior like Cockroach. Supreme leader. It's quite tempting. Sun Wukong rubbed his chin, seemingly thinking seriously, but his eyes flashed with playfulness. Then he looked at Darren's playfully, and said, "It's just that it's not interesting to be the supreme leader of the Legion that is about to disappear." When he heard the first half of Sun Wukong's words, Darren seemed to see hope, and a flash of joy flashed in his eyes. After all, if the combat power of Cockroach 20,000 joins them, they will be able to be more unscrupulous in the universe in the future. Of course, what he likes the most is Sun Wukong's fighting talent. However, after the second half of Sun Wukong's words came out, Darren's face suddenly turned cold as ice. How could he not hear the banter and playfulness in Sun Wukong's words? This guy is simply playing tricks on himself. Damn dog thing, it seems that you are toasting and not eating and punishing wine. Darren's clenched his fists tightly, and murderous intent appeared in his eyes. If you can't take Cockroach under your wing, you must destroy it. Don't let him be a stumbling block for himself in the future. Hearing Darren's words, the smile on Sun Wukong's face also solidified a little, and he said to Darren's in an icy tone, "Sorry, I don't like toasts and penalties. In any case, this guy Dales must die today." This result was already doomed from the moment he set foot on Earth. "Ho, I don't know how to be a fool. Do you think that with your 20,000 combat power, you have the capital to be so arrogant in front of me?" Dales smiled angrily. He didn't expect that Cockroach, this damn guy, was so stubborn that he didn't know how to be evil. His combat effectiveness has reached 28,000, and he is only in the early 20,000s. Wanting to destroy him was almost easy. "Is there any capital? Can you try it?" Sun Wukong smiled coldly, and his tone was full of defiance. 20,000 combat effectiveness? What a joke! I practiced under 10 times the gravity in the Spirit Time House for 2 years, and then tried the gravity in the gravity room again. How can it be just 20,000 combat effectiveness? Dales was indeed irritated by Sun Wukong's playful eyes and provocative tone. His eyes were cold, and his forehead was full of riot. Think of him fighting in the south and north for so many years, but no one dares to be so arrogant in front of him for a long time. Damn idiot, want me to die to fulfill you? At this time, Darren's also knew that it was impossible to recruit Sun Wukong. And even if Sun Wukong now repents and kneels and begs him for forgiveness, it is absolutely unforgivable. With his toes on the ground, his body burst out, and his bowl-sized fist greeted directly towards Sun Wukong's cheek. Looking at the fist that rapidly enlarged in the pupils, Sun Wukong did not dodge, and his horns rose slightly. Just when that fist was less than a meter away from him, his right palm protruded like lightning. Bang! A deep voice came, and the picture instantly froze. No! No way! Darren spoke out in horror. Because the scene that happened at this time was completely different from what I imagined. Originally, he thought that his all-out punch would be enough to knock Kakarot away and seriously injure him. But right now, his fist was caught in the palm of Kakarot's palm, and it was difficult to advance by half a point. And Kakarot's body never moved half a step from beginning to end. How? How so? Dals really couldn't figure it out. Kakarot obviously had a combat power of more than 20,000 at most, and it was impossible to take his full blow. Cut, garbage thing, use that thing to see my combat power. Sun Wukong said to Darren's in an icy tone, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Then the right palm jerked back, and Dale's body was directly pulled over, and at that moment, Sun Wukong's right knee went up and landed heavily on Dale's lower abdomen. Poof! A mouthful of acid water erupted from Dale's mouth. P.S. Brothers, again very sincerely ask for a wave of collections, flowers, evaluation votes. Chapter 022. Covering his lower abdomen, the whole person instantly arched into a ripe prawn. The pain of turning over the river and the sea came from the abdomen, making Dallas's facial features almost twisted together. The complexion is quite ugly. The body took a few steps backwards uncontrollably. Next, keep your dog's eyes open to see what my combat power is, but remind you to hold your chin. The corner of Sun Gohan's mouth set off an evil arc, and his tone was extremely arrogant at the moment. Then, his hands were clasped sharply, his arms were attached to his waist, and his body jerked. Ha! A low roar came out of Sun Wukong's throat. In an instant, the hurricane was raging, and the terrifying white chi swirl swept away like a sharp blade. Pitch-black hair stands tall and moves with the wind. How? How can it be? Kakarot. Unexpectedly. Looking at the Monkey King at this time, Dals was almost shocked and couldn't say a complete sentence. Originally, he thought that Kakarot only had a combat power of 20,000 at most, but now Kakarot's strength is completely beyond his imagination. Diddy. Suddenly, the combat power detector in front of Darren's rang tightly. Burst. The last explosion exploded. After all, the detection value of the detector has an upper limit. Sun Wukong's combat effectiveness at this time has long exceeded the range it can detect. Dals looked at Sun Wukong with a wooden face, and he was suddenly surrounded by a rich feeling, that is, he might die on this planet where birds don't. No. Absolutely not. Darren shouted madly in his heart, he still wants to rule this universe, to be the emperor of this universe, he must not die in such a ghost place. My brain is spinning fast, thinking about how to quickly escape this ghost place. His gaze looked around, and suddenly, a ray of hope appeared in Darren's sight. That's right, a ripe spirit tree fruit is 50 meters away on his right. The fruit of the spirit tree grown by the earth's soil will definitely increase tenfold in strength after eating it. At that time, there will definitely be 1,000 ways to torture the person Kakarot. Dals was clever, he definitely couldn't let Kakarot know what he was thinking at this time. If he knew that with Kakarot's current strength, it would be difficult for his next plan to succeed. Thinking of this, Darren suddenly seemed to go crazy, regardless of the physical pain, and directly pounced on Sun Wukong. In the middle of the way, the path of the attack was changed and shifted to the right. Find death. Seeing that Dals chose to take the initiative to attack, Sun Wukong snorted coldly and punched directly like lightning. Bang! With a dull sound, Sun Wukong's fist smashed on Dallas's cheek without accident. The huge force caused half of Dale's cheek to collapse directly. Poof! The moment a mouthful of red blood spurted out, Dale's entire body flew out upside down like a cannonball out of the chest. However, at the moment when he flew out backwards, a triumphant smile rose at the corner of Dale's mouth. It seems to have seen victory beckoning to him, and seen the scene of Kakarot being tortured by himself fiercely trampled underfoot. Cut, unclean garbage! Sun Wukong looked at the smile that rose at the corner of Darren's mouth and scolded in disgust. Just the little 99 in Darren's heart, how could he not be clear? If you want to kill Dales, you can do it in minutes. But now, he was even more interested in how much combat effectiveness the spirit tree fruit could improve. I want to see what kind of level I am at now with my strength. After Dale's body flew out upside down, he suddenly reached out and picked a red fruit that looked like a larger version of lychee on the way upside down. Bang! His body fell heavily on the ground, but Dale's ignored it at all. Directly towards the spirit tree fruit in his hand, he took a bite. As soon as I swallowed my stomach, my body changed instantly. The injuries on Darren's body healed instantly, and the muscles of his whole body instantly doubled. Sun Wukong could clearly feel that the moment Dales ate the fruit of the spirit tree, his chi increased almost 10 times. Then at this time, his combat effectiveness should have reached 300,000, or higher. The spirit tree fruit is really an irresistible good thing. Sun Wukong pursed his lips and looked up at the previously red fruit above his head. Eating one can make people's chi increase by more than 10 times. I don't know what effect it will be if I eat more. Greatly increased strength? Or exploded and died? Darls, whose strength had greatly increased, walked towards Sun Wukong step by step, with a grim look on his face. Looking at that, I can't wait to immediately peel Sun Wukong's skin and cramps, eat his flesh and drink his blood. Kakarot, your strength is indeed beyond my understanding of lower-level warriors, and even makes me feel fear. Just now I thought I was dead, but you are too arrogant and self-righteous. And your self-righteousness will send you to the Ghost Gate later. Dal said at the end, his face was ugly and oozing ink. He was almost killed by Kakarot just now. Absolute. Unforgivable. Really? A little strength began to scream, self-righteous, afraid of you. Sun Wukong looked at Dales coldly, and his tone was full of defiance. How about eating the spirit tree fruit? And what about a 10-fold increase in strength? P.S. Ask for collections, ask for flowers, ask for recommendation tickets, brothers. I heard that the big handsome Bijou left the ticket flower collection. Oh. Chapter 023. Obsessive fool, let me show you my ultimate power now. Dals grinned, revealing a row of white teeth, looking quite hideous, his fists clenched, his body flashed, and he burst out, smashing towards Sun Wukong at an extremely fast speed. Sun Wukong could clearly feel that Dales at this time, whether it was speed or strength, had improved qualitatively. Compared to before, it is completely impossible to speak at the same time. But that's about it. Looking at the figure rapidly enlarging in the pupils, Sun Wukong also kicked the ground with the tip of his right foot, and the ground instantly cracked. The body also burst out, like an off-string arrow, and the fist clenched to meet Darren's. Bang! Fists collided, a violent muffled sound, and the terrifying boom circle seemed to want to tear the space apart. A strong shock wave set off a hurricane. The fists of the two separated almost the moment they touched. The figure retreated violently at the same time. Sun Wukong's body took 7 or 8 steps backwards, his right foot stepped back, and the soles of his feet were directly inserted into the hard trunk, stopping to retreat. Flicking his somewhat numb arm, the horn raised an evil arc, and muttered with incomparable excitement in his tone. The strength is really great. However, obviously, in this confrontation, Sun Wukong has a slight advantage. Dals directly hastily retreated more than 10 steps, and his face was once again covered with incredible shock. How? How can it be? After consuming the spirit tree fruit, his strength was obviously more than 10 times stronger. How could he lose to Kakarot? Could it be that the combat power of that guy exceeds 300,000? It is absolutely impossible, a lower-level Scion warrior, it is impossible to reach such a point with his own efforts. But the facts in front of him told him that Kakarot's combat power had really reached a height he could not imagine. After the fists collided, Sun Wukong felt a kind of heartiness that he had never felt before, and the surging combat power gushed out like a tide. Since coming here, I haven't been as excited as the punch just now. Of course, this excitement may simply come from the subconscious of the body. After all, when fighting with Radit's strength is too different from himself, and he is simply not enough to be his opponent. And every time he practiced with Gohan, he also controlled his strength as much as possible, and he didn't go all out. Just now, this punch aroused his strong desire to fight. Hurry, come again! Sun Wukong roared, and his body exploded out again, and his fist was pointed straight at Darren's. The fist wind roared, and Sun Wukong's body was completely like a sharp sword at this time, shooting towards Darren's. Damn idiot, just happened to take my punch. Do you really think it's my opponent? Dals looked at the Monkey King who exploded, gritted his teeth tightly, and chose to soothe himself in a self-deceptive way. Whether it was a coincidence that Sun Wukong repelled himself just now, he knew best in his heart. But at this time, the arrow was on the string, and it had to be sent. The same body burst out and responded with a fist towards Sun Wukong. The distance between the two was not far away, and in an instant, there was a confrontation of understanding again. Bang! 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 A low muffled sound, the sound of fists to flesh sounded particularly exciting. At this moment, the fists, elbows and knees of Sun Wukong and Dals have all become sharp weapons of attack, beckoning to the key places of the other party. Bang! With another muffled sound, Dals grabbed a gap and punched Sun Wukong's right chest. At the moment when Sun Wukong's body was knocked away, his body jumped up with the help of force, and his knees were heavily pressed on Darren's chin. Click! A crisp bone-cracking sound came out from Darren's chin, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and his body also flew out upside down. Click click! Sun Wukong's feet left several clear footprints on the tree trunk, and finally stopped steadily. And Dallas's body fell heavily to the ground, and his face was extremely ugly. Livid's face was intertwined with heaviness. After the two confrontations, he already clearly felt that even if he ate the spirit tree fruit, he was still not Sun Wukong's opponent. If it goes on like this, I'm afraid I really have to explain it here. Bah! Darren spat out a mouthful of saliva mixed with blood, as well as 2 broken teeth. At this time, he actually didn't want to fight with Sun Wukong anymore. Because he knows very well that he is absolutely killed like this. His brain spun quickly, and he began to calculate how he could leave the planet smoothly and get rid of the terrifying guy Kakarot. It is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge for 10 years. As long as you leave the Earth and plant some spirit trees on other planets, your strength will definitely skyrocket again in a short period of time, and then come and kill this guy Kakarot. Destroy this garbage planet. Looks like this is really a good thing. Suddenly, a red fluttering spirit tree fruit appeared in Sun Wukong's hand. With a playful smile at the corner of his mouth, he walked towards Dal step by step. Kakarot, you. When are you? Darius's face changed drastically. When did that guy from Kakarot get the spirit tree fruit? He didn't even notice it at all. When he was only 2 meters away from Dale's, a bright smile appeared on his face and said lightly, I don't know what will happen if I eat this thing. Chapter 024. No. No, Kakarot, this kind of thing can only be eaten by God, and it will be dangerous for you to eat it. After hearing Sun Wukong's words, Dales instantly sweated on his forehead, and his trembling and frightened tone was full of fear, and he said extremely urgently. At this time, Kakarot's combat power has surpassed himself. If this guy is eating the spiritual fruit, his strength will increase tenfold, or even more. What a horror it would be, Dales couldn't even think about it, but the only thing that was certain was that if Kakarot really ate the spiritual fruit in his hand, then he would not survive at all. He didn't question this in the slightest. Only God can eat? God! What a thing! Sun Wukong's evil gaze looked at Darren's coldly, and he said in a playful tone. God? In this world it is already as worthless as cabbage. His own strength has far surpassed those gods in the mouth of Darren's. Ignoring Darren's terrified eyes mixed with despair, Sun Wukong directly picked up the spirit tree fruit in his hand and took a bite, sweet and a little sour, mixed with a little astringency. However, after entering the abdomen, it is refreshed for a while. Without the slightest hesitation, in the time of 2 breaths, a spirit tree fruit has already been dropped. In an instant, Sun Wukong suddenly felt a burst of heat in his body, and a terrifying force was born in his body like a flood that broke the dike. It flowed through the 8 veins of his strange meridian, every inch of his body. Boom! The next moment, the muscles in Sun Wukong's whole body instantly soared, much bullier than before, and the whole person looked full of strength. This force is really powerful and I can't believe it. Clenching his fists, Sun Wukong's face was instantly filled with excitement and joy. He could clearly feel that his strength had skyrocketed tenfold. And even more. The constant flow of power is frantically rushing in the body, and this feeling makes people feel a little more joyful than words. It's like decades of penance. Card. Cockroach. Dallas' pupils constricted, and then constricted. The panic in the pupils is now infinitely dilated. He could clearly feel that at this moment, Cockroach was standing in front of him, like an unfathomable abyss. He couldn't see through it at all, an unparalleled invisible pressure made Dallas almost desperate. I must live. Darren bit his lip tightly, pushing out the fear and despair in his heart. In the right hand behind him, a ball of energy quietly condensed. Give me death! Suddenly, Darren roared like thunder, and the ball of energy condensed in his palm directly blasted towards Sun Wukong. Cut! Sun Wukong had long observed Dale's small movements. After all, when Dale's condensed the energy ball, his chi would skyrocket. It's just that he doesn't know much about this himself. Looking at the crazy-looking Dales, he snorted coldly, did not make any resistance, and let the energy ball hit his body. He wanted Dales to clearly recognize the gap between the two of them at this moment, and make him feel true despair. Boom! The energy ball was unbiased, right in Sun Wukong's chest, and exploded instantly. Sun Wukong's body was instantly wrapped in raging flames and thickened smoke. Ha ha ha! Cockroach, although your strength scares me, you are still too young. Seeing that the sneak attack was successful, Darren stood up. And the joy of the rest of his life after the disaster made him laugh maniacally. Even he didn't expect that his inferior sneak attack methods would succeed, and that this guy Cockroach would be such an idiot. It's really weird. Has anyone told you that you laugh a lot like a retard? Just as Darren was laughing maniacally, suddenly, a cold teasing voice came out from the smoke. Darren's laughter stopped abruptly, like a duck pinched by the neck. No. No way. Shock, unparalleled shock. Despair, despair from the heart. Darren shook his head and stepped back uncontrollably. This. How can it be? Cockroach's guy obviously hit his strongest attack head-on. Even if he survived by luck, he would definitely end up seriously injured. But listening to his playful tone, it was obvious that he was not affected at all. Is this guy Cockroach a monster? Ha! Suddenly, the flames and gunsmoke surrounding Sun Wukong's body were directly dispersed, and his body appeared in front of Dallas. Unscathed. There is still a playful smile on the corners of his mouth. It seems that his successful sneak attack just now is completely playing himself. With his all-out blow, he didn't even tear Cockroach's clothes. Now, there really is no hope. Card. Cockroach, don't kill me, we are all scions with the same blood in our bodies. Darren instantly confessed and began to use the emotional infiltration method to win the sympathy of Sun Wukong. Only. As long as you don't kill me, I will listen to you in everything in the future, up the knife mountain and down the sea of fire. Chapter 025. Is anything really okay? Sun Wukong smiled, looked at Darren's with a stunned look, and asked. What fighting nation scions, when they meet the strong, at the moment of life and death, they are not the same and they will only kneel in front of their opponents and beg for mercy. So is Raditz, and so is Darren's. Really? Really, as long as Lord Cockroach speaks. Darren's nodded like a chicken pecking rice, and even the title changed dramatically at this moment. That look, when there is really no most intimidation, only more instigation. In that case, then you kill yourself. Sun Wukong picked his chin and said in a light tone. Dales is certain to die today, and he never intended to let him go from the beginning. The so-called rivers and mountains are easy to change, and the nature is difficult to shift. If you want Dales to change his mind, Sun Wukong does not have any hope, nor does he have the patience. And he also knows that it is impossible to let this guy commit suicide. Sure enough, Darren's face suddenly sank, and then he climbed into a violent color. Cockroach, do you really want to lose both? Being teased by Sun Wukong like this, Dales also knew that this guy had been playing with himself, and he didn't plan to let himself go at all. Since the horizontal and vertical are all dead, it is better to break the cauldron and sink the boat, and break the net with a dead fish. Even if he dies, he will definitely not make this guy Cockroach feel better. With his current combat strength, as long as he self-detonates, the entire Earth will be destroyed in an instant. Even if Cockroach is strong, it is impossible to survive such a terrifying explosion. Although this is the worst-case scenario, there is clearly no other way to do it at this time. Lose both? You take yourself too seriously. Sun Wukong shook his head in disdain and laughed coldly. He knew that the defeat in Dale's mouth was nothing more than a self-explosion. However, he was a little naive to think about blowing himself up in front of himself. Then the body suddenly flashed, instantly disappeared in place, and appeared in front of Darren's. His right hand reached out lightning fast and grabbed Darren's neck, and with a little force, Darren's face was red and it was difficult to breathe. In front of me, you don't even have the qualifications to self-detonate, take your life. Sun Wukong's right hand slowly increased its strength, and Dales' face was instantly livid. Indignant eyes stared at Sun Wukong, as if he wanted to cut him by 1,000 cuts with his eyes. Sun Wukong ignored his resentful eyes and continued. But thank you very much for sending spiritual fruits from far and wide. The neck was pinched, and there was no way to speak, and Dales was angry in his heart. The so-called stealing chicken does not erode the rice, and loses the fruit and dies, which may be the most true portrayal of him at the moment. Bye-bye. Looking at the angry Darren's, Sun Wukong first smiled, and then his face turned cold in vain, and his right hand jerked hard. Click! The crisp sound of bone cracking was unusually harsh in the silent air. Darren's waving fist slowly drooped, and his pupils turned a dark grey, and he could still see that resentment, despair, unwillingness, and regret were intertwined. Threw the body of Dales in his hand directly in midair, and then blasted out a palm, and the Qigong wave directly swallowed the corpse. After a moment, it was as if the person had never been to Earth, completely disappeared without a trace, and there was not even a hair left. Sun Wukong clapped his hands. This is not the first time he has killed someone, and he does not have the slightest sense of guilt for killing this kind of person. There was even a hint of excitement. Even Darren's had almost the same face as himself. When shooting, there is no hesitation. After solving Darren's, Son Goku jumped down, ready to see Son Gohan and them. And the following situation, some are not good, Klin, Yamcha and Tianjin rice dumplings and others have already laid on the ground. Apparently seriously injured and dying. Vic was still insisting, but there were countless large and small wounds on his body, and purple blood was dripping on the ground. Obviously, although his consciousness is still clear at this moment, he has lost his combat capability. Sun Gohan is alone in the middle by Almond and Days. The breath of the 5 people of Almond is also a little disordered. As for Sun Wuhan, although the combat effectiveness is much higher than these people, after all, there is too little actual combat experience. Coupled with being besieged by 5 people at the moment, and the cooperation of these 5 people is extremely tacit, naturally he is a little overwhelmed. Dad 1. Sun Wuhan, who was surrounded in the center, suddenly showed joy on his face, and muttered excitedly. He clearly felt that Sun Wukong's chi had increased a lot just now. After that, another powerful chi completely disappeared. And just after Sun Gohan's voice fell, Sun Wukong's figure appeared ghostly next to Sun Wuhan. "What's wrong, Gohan? Can't you deal with so many people?" Sun Wukong patted Sun Gohan's shoulder and said with a smile. However, Sun Gohan's combat experience is indeed somewhat insufficient, and although the 5 people in front of him are not high in combat effectiveness, they are also people who lick blood on the tip of the knife all year round. Veteran of combat experience, 5 people join forces, it is reasonable that Sun Gohan cannot win for a while. Dad. Sun Gohan lowered his head a little guiltily. If he could solve these guys, Uncle Klin would not be hurt. "It's okay, Gohan." Pinched Sun Gohan's shoulder, comforted, and continued, "Look, these garbage should be solved like this." At the same time as the words fell, Sun Wukong's body shot out. P.S. Ask for favorites, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Because I posted the skirt number in the comment area last time, I was banned and couldn't comment, and I will resume in a few days to reply to everyone's every question. I hope you will support Fi Shrimp. Chapter 026. Almost instantly, several members of the Darl's Legion didn't have time to react at all. Only to see a black shadow flash. Sun Wukong's figure has appeared in front of Amond, and under Amond's terrified gaze, a punch blasted out, and Sun Wukong's fist directly sank into his chest. No. No way. Amon's pupils suddenly constricted. He didn't see clearly how that guy appeared next to him just now, and how he punched. A heart-wrenching pain spread in the chest to every cell in the body. The vitality is passing little by little, and Amond did not expect that on this kind of garbage planet, someone could kill himself in an instant without reacting at all. A punch fell into Amon's chest, Sun Wukong's fist clenched sharply, an array of light came out from his fingers, and with a shock of his arm, the energy beam was taken directly from Amon's body. Bang! With an explosion, Amon's body exploded directly. A layer of white light surrounded Sun Wukong's body, blocking all the filth after the explosion. Shock, unparalleled shock. Whether it was the 4 of Des and Kakao of the Dale's Legion, or the surviving Klin and Tianjin Fan, they were all shocked beyond words. Amond, who was able to easily hang them and even torture them just now, was actually blasted by Sun Wukong in an instant and turned into pieces. The other 4 members of the Dale's Legion, seeing this situation, instantly felt enveloped by death, and the feeling of fear and despair made their bodies tremble uncontrollably and lose their minds. They lost their concentration, but Sun Wukong's movements did not pause at all. After killing Amond with one punch, Sun Wukong's body disappeared from everyone's sight again. Appeared behind Days, who was wearing a necklace and earrings, and swept his legs directly around Days' waist. Days, who was still in a semi-lost state, was directly cut off by Sun Wukong's kick. The fear in his eyes instantly turned into regret and despair, and in a single breath, there was no life. The remaining 3 saw Amond and Days killed one after another in an instant, and finally recovered from their panic, turned around, and fled towards the direction of their spaceship. At this time, they knew very well that as long as they stayed a little longer, their fate would definitely be exactly the same as Amond and DYZ. "Do you want to go now?" Sun Wukong's horn raised coldly, and his body burst out again, appearing above Kakao's head at a very fast speed, clasping his hands and smashing directly on the top of the robot Kakao's head. Kakao's head was directly smashed into his body by the terrifying force. Bang! Finally, like a cannonball out of the chamber, it shot into the ground, smashing the ground into a huge deep pit, stirring up bursts of smoke. After easily killing Kakao again, Son Goku's eyes fell on Rez and Rikaze, who were short and desperately fleeing. The palms were raised, aimed at the two, and the terrifying Qigong waves condensed, and directly bombarded the two. Burst! Burst! Two muffled sounds came, and the bodies of the two were directly blasted by Qigong waves, and a little Yinhong fell down with the trend. And the whole process only lasted 10 seconds. For a while, the Dale's Legion of Megatron Galaxy was completely destroyed. Sun Gohan and Bik both looked at Sun Wukong, who stood in the air like a god of war, and opened their mouths wide. Subsequently, the shock on Sun Gohan's face turned into ecstasy. And finally kill all these invaders, the Earth is finally safe. After killing the 4 people instantly, Sun Wukong's body jumped up and appeared directly at the top of the spirit tree, and after picking a few spirit tree fruits, his body slowly landed on Sun Wuhan and Bike's side. Dad! Father! Sun Wuhan looked at Sun Wukong with respectful eyes, and his face was very excited. Come Gohan, eat this! Sun Wukong placed a spirit tree fruit in front of Sun Wuhan. With Gohan's strength and physique, he can completely withstand the energy of the spirit tree fruit. Aha! Sun Wuhan took the spirit tree fruit from Sun Wukong's hand and gnawed it without hesitation. It's sweet with a hint of sourness, but it's quite delicious. After the entire spirit tree fruit entered his stomach, Sun Wuhan felt his strength skyrocket instantly, and did not feel any discomfort. The whole body is full of strength. Then he once again cast his excited eyes on Sun Wukong. Vic witnessed the change after Sun Wuhan ate that red fruit, and his chi increased tenfold almost instantly. Looking at the red fruit in Sun Wukong's hand incredulously, what is it? It contains such terrifying energy. No wonder he felt that Sun Wukong and another scion suddenly skyrocketed in chi before, it turned out to be because of this fruit. Bike, you can eat one too. Sun Wukong threw the spirit tree fruit to Bike, and then walked to the side of Klin and Tianjin Rice who were lying motionless on the ground. He lifted them up and fed each of them a fairy bean. After eating the immortal beans, all the injuries of the 4 healed instantly. Sun Wukong divided the remaining 3 spirit tree fruits to Klin, Tianjin Rice, and Yamcha. Their strength should be able to control the energy of the spirit tree fruit, but the dumplings should not be able to completely digest the energy of the spirit tree fruit. So it wasn't given to him. In this way, after the strength of several of them has soared, even if Vegeta and them come to Earth, Gohan and Vic will definitely be able to cope with it. You can take advantage of this half a year to go to other planets to experience. P.S. Ask for favorites, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Chapter 027. Enlightenment. Goku, what is this thing? Several people in Tianjin Rice looked at the red spirit tree fruit in their hands in amazement, felt the terrifying energy contained in the fruit, and asked in shock. Spirit tree fruit, after eating it, the strength will skyrocket. Sun Wukong was concise and clear, and replied lightly. No wonder Goku, your chi has increased so much in an instant, and it's also because of eating this. Klin's horrified gaze moved away from the spirit tree fruit and looked at Sun Wukong and asked. Not long ago, when fighting with the Dar's Legion, they felt that Sun Wukong's chi skyrocketed countless times in an instant. Now it seems that he must have eaten this seemingly ordinary fruit. Well, sort of. Sun Wukong nodded. Although the benefits brought by the spirit tree fruit were very good, but his strength increased so quickly, and his desperate cultivation on weekdays was inseparable. Hearing Sun Wukong's affirmative answer, Klin and Tianjin Fan no longer hesitated, and directly took the spirit tree fruit and gnawed it. The 3 red fluttering fruits were wiped out by the 3 in a few strokes. Suddenly, the 3 of them felt that a huge change suddenly occurred in their bodies, and a burning and vast energy instantly arose in their bodies. The energy in the body is full, so that their body has a feeling of expansion. The muscles everywhere in the body grew larger in an instant, and there was a tearing pain. However, when that pain disappeared, the swollen body also returned to normal, and what remained was the terrifying energy left in the body. Ha! This force is so strong. Clin looked at his fists with great excitement, feeling the terrifying energy in his body. I feel that my strength has skyrocketed several times in an instant. It's a great thing. Tianjin Rice was also full of joy, and he clenched his fists. He firmly believed that if he had eaten this thing before, he would definitely have the strength to single-handedly resist the 5 cosmic people of the Dale's Legion. Sun Wukong felt the change of the 3, and his combat effectiveness was probably increased by about 6 or 7 times, and Tianjin Rice improved more. However, their physical capacity is limited, and it is not bad to be able to improve to this point. Gaku, after eating such a fruit, our strength has been so terrifyingly improved, if we eat a few more. Yamcha also couldn't suppress the excitement on his face. After eating that unassuming fruit, their strength will exceed several years of hard practice. If they eat a few more, they must not go against the sky? Scion gods and horses, not yet knocked down in minutes. It's just that Yamcha's words were not finished, but he was interrupted by Sun Wukong. If you want to die, you can eat more. With your current physique, the abundant energy of the spirit tree fruit, eating one more will not be able to withstand that domineering energy and explode to death. Sun Wukong stared at Yamcha with serious eyes. His tone was a little cold, and his voice was also full of reprimand. To be honest, he didn't really like the guy Yamcha. In fact, at the beginning of Dragon Ball, when Yamcha appeared, his strength was also good, much stronger than Clin. The wolf-tooth wind fist is also a momentary shot, and its power is good. However, he later neglected to cultivate because he teased his sister all day long. So that he was now overtaken by Clin and others. Especially in the later stages of Dragon Ball Z, it is simply scrapped and can no longer be wasted. Being reprimanded by Sun Wukong like this, Yamcha also blushed a little shyly, and scratched his head in embarrassment. Indeed, there is no lunch in vain in the world, and it is already a surprise that today's strength has improved so much, and he should not be so unsatisfied. Clin and Tianjin Fan also nodded, and they still understood the counterproductive truth. Just now, just a spirit tree fruit has caused their bodies to have a tearing pain. If they are greedy, maybe they really exploded and died, as Sun Wukong said. But Gaku, the earth has been destroyed like this now. Clin looked down, his eyes looked around the ground. In just half an hour, the earth was already a bare scene. The original green mountains and green water is already a dry branch. There is no life at all. It's okay, Clin, Gohan, you two go back now and ask Bulma to borrow the Dragon Ball radar. Sun Wukong looked at Sun Wuhan and Clin and said. As long as you get the Dragon Ball radar, with the speed of the two of them, you should be able to find Dragon Ball very quickly. At that time, let the dragon restore the earth to its original state. Although the current earth has been hit hard, with the power of the divine dragon, it should have the ability to recover. Sun Gohan and Clin both nodded. The situation was urgent and could not be delayed, and the two directly turned into a white light and disappeared in place. Since the danger is almost lifted, then I and Dumpling will go back first. Tianjin Fan also said goodbye to Sun Wukong. After Yamcha said hello to Sun Wukong, he had to leave with his little pet pool. For some reason, he always felt that Gaku had changed and didn't treat him so much, and that Vic Guy was also here, so it was better to flash first. P.S. Ask for collections, ask for flowers, ask for recommendation tickets, all kinds of requests. Chapter 028. In place, only Sun Wukong and Bic were left. You're still fighting the idea of that thing? Bic stared at Sun Wukong with serious eyes. He knew that with the character of this guy, he would not give up such a good opportunity to improve his strength. Sun Wukong slowly raised his head, looked at the spirit tree fruit above his head, and spoke, "Don't you want to taste 2 more? Cut! Monster, taste it yourself." Vic glared at Sun Wukong coldly and said. The energy of the spirit tree fruit was terrifying, and he felt that his body was almost at the limit of its ability to withstand after eating one just now. "If you eat it again, even if you have the ability to regenerate, I am afraid that you will not be able to bear it." After speaking, he then turned around and jumped directly off the spirit tree and disappeared. After watching Vic leave, Sun Wukong tiptoed a little, and his body appeared again at the height of the spirit tree. 2 spirit tree fruits were plucked. To be honest, he also knew very well in his heart that what he was doing now was very dangerous. Eating 3 spiritual tree fruits with terrifying energy in one day is a very dangerous thing. Even with his physique, one careless will end up being eaten by terrifying energy and exploding to death. But as the saying goes, opportunities always coexist with dangers. I can't bear the child can't stop the wolf. As long as you eat the 2 spirit tree fruits in front of you, it is very likely that you will break through the bottleneck of the Super Saiyan in one fell swoop. Although it comes with certain risks, he does not want to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Thinking about it, Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and directly took the 2 energy balls in his hand and gnawed them. In just a dozen seconds, the 2 spirit tree fruits had been eaten clean by Sun Wuhan. Hey! With a full burp, Sun Wukong felt that his body instantly became hot, and the furious energy was like a wild horse out of control. Sweeping and rampage in your own body. At the same time, Sun Wukong's body also expanded rapidly. After a while, the whole body expands like an inflated leather ball. It's like a careless person who will explode at any time. Every inch of the skin on the body is a tearing pain. I'm leaning, it's a little big. Sun Wukong's brows furrowed, his forehead was sweating, and he felt that his body was about to be torn apart by that terrifying energy at any time. The intense swelling pain made him very uncomfortable. Then, the palms of both palms directly condensed terrifying energy balls, shooting wildly at the surroundings. Countless large and small traces of bombing instantly appeared on the trunk of the spirit tree and the ground. After a random energy bombardment, Sun Wukong felt that the tearing feeling was slightly relieved. Then he accelerated the speed of energy ball condensation again, and as the speed increased, Sun Wukong's expanded body also shrank little by little. It took half an hour for the body to gradually return to its original appearance. Woohoo! Sun Wukong put his hands on his knees and gasped heavily. The indiscriminate bombing just now made his energy consumption and physical energy consumption also very huge. At this time, I only felt that my whole body was sore, and it was a little difficult to even raise my arms. Thankfully, although he had suffered severe pain for half an hour just now, he could clearly feel that his strength had improved very obviously. Unfortunately, even if his combat effectiveness is already quite high, there is still no sign of breaking through the bottleneck of Super Saiyan. Not at all. That's it, it seems that the time has not yet come. Sun Wukong smiled helplessly, it seems that becoming a Super Saiyan is not an overnight thing. Fortunately, there are no enemies that are strong enough to become Super Saiyans yet. Although he did not use the spirit tree fruit to break through the Super Saiyan in one fell swoop, Sun Wukong was not too depressed. After all, the Super Saiyan is only 1 out of 1,000 Saiyans who can appear, and before Frieza appears, he still has half a year, which is enough. Go home. Sun Wukong glanced back at the fruitful spirit tree, a little reluctant. After all, these things are very precious, but unfortunately, in their current state, there is no way to eat this thing. Then he turned around and flew back directly towards Bun Mountain. Sun Gohan and Klin's speed was very fast, and in half a day, they gathered the Dragon Balls, summoned the Divine Dragon, and used the power of the Divine Dragon to restore the earth to its previous appearance. The spirit tree also completely disappeared from the earth, and the only thing left was the spaceship of the Dale's Legion. Half a month passed, and the affairs of Darren's were gradually forgotten by everyone. Sun Wukong still stays in the gravity room every day to cultivate, often practicing against Sun Wuhan. After all, although Sun Gohan's strength is very strong, his actual combat ability is too weak, and it is inevitable to suffer losses when encountering opponents of the same level. Klin, Tianjin Fan, and others also learned from the Dale's incident, and their cultivation was also extremely hard. Kiki, I recently wanted to go out to the far gate today. The sun set, and during dinner, Sun Wukong pretended to say to Kiki casually while destroying the food on the table. Where to? Kiki asked very calmly, and did not scold and question as loudly as Sun Wukong expected. For Kiki's attitude today, Sun Wukong was briefly stunned, and then adjusted his mentality and continued, I plan to go to the Northern Realm King God to cultivate. King of the Northern Realm. Kiki was stunned, obviously not knowing this number one, but then waved her hand and said, forget it, since you like it, go there. After the words fell, as if he suddenly realized something, he put down the chopsticks in his hand and suddenly said very seriously, you can go, but you can't beat Gohan's idea. Sun Wukong was confused again. Kiki really didn't care about Sun Gohan. P.S. Ask for collections, ask for flowers, ask for recommendation tickets brothers. Chapter 029. Haha, don't worry, I'll go alone this time. Sun Wukong smiled, nodded, and said to Kiki. This time when he goes to the Northern King planet, he has to pass through the Yan Demon Hall, although with his current strength, there will be no danger, but Gohan will also be a little inappropriate if he follows. Then pay attention when you go out yourself. Kiki looked at Sun Wukong with some concern and said. She knew that she couldn't stop Sun Wukong, after all, after so many years, Sun Wukong's dedication to cultivation was very clear to her. Since this was the case, it was better to let him do what he liked to do. Not to mention the 10 million that Goku took half a year ago, there is still a lot left, which is enough for her and Gohan's expenses for a year or two. He nodded seriously at Kiki, still grateful for Kiki's support, and then began to sweep the food on the table. Early in the morning, Sun Wukong set out to come to the Heavenly God Temple first. After all, if he wants to go to the Yan Demon Hall now, he must also be guided by the Heavenly God. Are you saying you're going to the Northern King planet? Heavenly God Temple. Heavenly God looked at Sun Wukong with a surprised look and opened his mouth to confirm. This kid, it stands to reason that he shouldn't know about the existence of Lord Realm King. How does it feel like he knows very well? In fact, after the Scion Raditz appeared on Earth, he had thought about letting Sun Wukong go to Lord Realm to study and cultivate. It's just that in the past half a year, Sun Wukong's strength has improved too much more than he imagined, so he didn't mention this matter again. After all, judging from Sun Wukong's cultivation progress in the past half a year, there is no need to go to the Realm King planet, even if the remaining two Scions come to Earth. With their current strength, they should be able to solve it easily. Unexpectedly, Sun Wukong took the initiative to mention this matter at this time, which made him a little surprised. Yes, please help the immortals. Sun Wukong nodded and replied seriously. Cultivation on the Realm King planet is secondary, after all, his cultivation in the gravity room is similar to that of the Northern Realm King planet. The main purpose of this trip is to learn the two masters of the King of the Northern Realm Fist and the Yuan Chi Bomb. Although the strength of the Northern Realm King is weak, the power of these two stunts is strong and terrifying. You must know that in Dragon Ball, Sun Wukong defeated strong enemies many times, and he used the Realm King Fist and the Genki Bullet. And in the subsequent Dragon Ball Super, Sun Wukong perfectly fused the Realm King Fist and the Super Saiyan Blue in the demigod state, and his strength once again stepped to a new height. You can see the power of this. Therefore, taking advantage of this time, I must go to the Northern King planet to learn the Realm King Fist and the Yuan Chi Bomb. This Tenjin frowned slightly, then nodded and said, "Okay. I'll take you to the Yan Demon Hall first to see if Lord Yan agrees or not." The heavenly god pulled Sun Wukong, and almost instantaneously, he appeared in front of the hall of the Yan King's Hall. A huge courtyard, located above the clouds of the Yellow Spring. The buildings are all green bricks and tiles, and the central building is a double-story small building. But what is very annoying is that above the gate of the courtyard, it actually says "Welcome." Let Sun Wukong be speechless for a while, and I don't know which master designed it, who would be fine to visit this kind of ghost place. Gaku, after meeting Lord Hades, don't talk, I'll deal with it. After landing in the courtyard, Tenjin reminded a little nervously. Sun Wukong looked at the heavenly god with contempt. This guy is also an immortal of the earth, and he saw that King Yan Luo was the same as his grandson. However, he nodded perfunctorily. Then the two walked in. It was to see that in the small room, there was a desk in the center, and behind the desk sat a red-faced beard in a suit with two horns on his head, and Sun Wukong, who was familiar with Dragon Ball, recognized this guy at a glance. The Hades King who controls all the dead in the universe. God of the earth, what are you doing with a living person to my demon hall? The Demon King looked displeased, and asked in a deep voice. The Yan Demon Hall has clear rules that no one is allowed to enter or leave. Lord Hades, it's like this, little god. So he wanted to go to the Realm King Lord to cultivate. After about 10 minutes, the god said the cause and effect of the matter very respectfully. Oh? That's how it is. The Yan Demon King nodded thoughtfully, looked at Sun Wukong, thought for more than 10 seconds, and said to Sun Wukong, "Then you go. However, I want to warn you that the snake path leading to the Realm King planet is very dangerous, and if you accidentally fall, I will not be responsible." Sun Wukong and Heavenly God looked at each other. Neither of them expected that the Yan Demon King would be so cheerful. "Well, don't worry." Sun Wukong raised his horn and nodded. With his own strength, he is really not afraid of falling from the snake road. Besides, even if he falls to hell, it is nothing more than another time. Moreover, if he wants to walk the snake road that is 1,000,000 kilometers long now, it should take no more than 2 days at most. Seeing the confident Monkey King, the Demon King pointed to an exit on the side. "Gaku, come on!" The god of heaven cheered at Sun Wukong. Nodding to the heavenly god, Sun Wukong directly exploded, and his body instantly turned into a white light and disappeared in the Yan King Hall. Only the two watchmen in the wind and the stunned Yan Demon King were left. "That kid. Is it an earthling?" The Demon King looked straight at the place where Sun Wukong disappeared, and muttered. "P.S. Ask for favorites, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes." Chapter 030. The time of the day passed suddenly, but in the Snake Road, although time passed normally, it was not divided into day and night. After a day's flight, Sun Wukong also felt a little tired at this moment. Especially the grumbling sound of resistance came from the stomach. "Hey, I forgot to bring some dry food." Sun Wukong slowed down his speed slightly, touched his flat belly, and sighed. "I don't know if it will take a few days to reach the Northern King planet. If it is longer, I am afraid that if I don't reach the Northern King planet, I will be starved half to death." Thinking of this, Sun Wukong suddenly missed the table of mountain and sea delicacies made by Kiki. "But at this moment, I can only think about it. In order to reach the Northern King planet as soon as possible, Sun Wukong can only speed up again." After another 2 or 3 hours, suddenly, a house that was 7 points similar to the Yan Demon Hall appeared in front of Sun Wukong. "This is..." Sun Wukong just stopped, and seemed to remember something. However, at the moment when Sun Wukong's footsteps stopped, the small 3-story bungalow suddenly turned into a huge snake head. A terrifying suction force turned out from the huge snake's mouth and directly sucked Sun Wukong in. Of course, this is also the reason why Sun Wukong did not resist. Otherwise, this suction in front of him is no different from the gentle breeze that blows across his cheeks. After Sun Wukong's body was sucked into the snake's mouth, it directly passed through a long dark grid, and then fell steadily to the ground. A little girl with light green skin and black hair appeared in front of Sun Wukong's eyes. Wearing a dark purple mesh cheongsam, the red pupils are intertwined with purity and charm. Holding a hammer in his right hand and a gong in his left hand, he shouted while banging, "There are guests coming, come out and say hello." Sun Wukong looked at the building in front of him, and then at the little girl with red pupils in front of him, and he was sure of his previous thoughts. That's right, this is the territory of Princess Snake Ji in the Snake Road. If the expectations are good, then he is now in the belly of Snake Ji. However, this also means that the problem of eating by yourself should be temporarily solved. Sure enough, less than a minute after the little girl with red eyes banged the gong and shouted, the door in front of her was pushed open. Princess Snake Ji has arrived. With the words of the little girl who banged the gong fell. Step out of the three figures. The woman in the middle is dressed in a graceful marten, light blue skin, the same red eyes, a large orange curl, a bumpy body, and exquisite facial features. The moment he saw Sun Wukong, his eyes instantly lit up. The two little lowly next to her also have their own characteristics. Hey, what a pity! Sun Wukong secretly shook his head. If it wasn't for a snake, this look would definitely be a goddess-level existence. Wow, this man is really amazing, totally my type. The moment she saw Sun Wukong, Princess Snake Ji looked like a fool, and her heart suddenly rippled. Princess Snake Ji is such a favorite man, besides the Yan Demon King, this is the first one. The two little lowly beside Princess Snake Ji whispered. Speaking of the Demon King, it is also unforgettable. Hearing the words of the two, Princess Snake Ji's pretty face suddenly turned red, and she said shyly. Forehead. Snake essence disease now. Sun Wukong was speechless for a while. Can the rough appearance of the Yan Demon King be compared with himself? Are these three snakes sure they don't need to go to the ophthalmology? This beautiful snake princess, I'm a little hungry now, can you give me something to eat first? Sun Wukong stepped forward, walked in front of Princess Snake Ji, and said with a smile. Princess Snake Ji was stunned, and when she heard Sun Wukong call her beautiful Princess Snake Ji, she was immediately overjoyed, and quickly answered, but... Yes, of course no problem. Then made a look at the two little lowly behind him, and the two nodded in understanding, and left quickly. And Princess Snake Ji thought in her heart that she would leave this handsome man here no matter what. After a while, in about 10 minutes, the two little lowly prepared a table of dinner. It is a real meal. As for why there are bear's paws and big chicken legs on this Huangchuan road, he is also confused. But at the moment, hungry, he didn't have time to think so much. Picking up the food on the table is a cloud of remnants. After seeing Sun Wukong eat the food, Princess Snake Ji and several other little lowly smiled conspiringly. It wasn't until Sun Wukong wiped out everything on the table and burped that the smiles on the faces of several people gradually solidified and disappeared. Did you put hypnotics? Princess Snake Ji frowned and whispered to the two little lowly behind her. Released, and put a lot of it. There was no reaction at all. Is this person a monster? The two little lowly were also dazed and overwhelmed. Don't you feel like you want to sleep or something? Seeing that Sun Wukong was more energetic after eating, Princess Snake Ji stared at Sun Wukong and asked. Looking at a few people with a confused look, Sun Wukong stood up, with an evil arc, and said lightly, of course, hypnotic pills have no effect on me. Chapter 031. What? What they? You actually know? Princess Snake Ji and a few little lowly behind her looked shocked. How could this man know that they put hypnotics in their food? And it is already known that hypnotic pills are put in all eaten. Is it a bad brain, or do you feel that you are not afraid of the effects of hypnotics? Okay, I'm leaving, thank you for your hospitality." Sun Wukong smiled at the surprised Princess Snake Ji and wanted to leave. "If these are real girls in front of you, you can consider staying and discussing with them very deeply about the knowledge of human body structure and gender. But for snakes, it's really a bit of a hand. After all, not everyone's psychological endurance is as strong as Su Xian's hero. Are you really not considering staying?" Princess Snake Ji saw Sun Wukong's firm gaze, and suddenly said in an icy voice. "This man, she's going to decide. If you don't get his people, it's okay to get his flesh." "Yo hui! Angry?" When Sun Wukong turned around, he saw that the appearance of Princess Snake Ji and the four little loli behind him had changed. It is no longer the playful and cute appearance before, the slender eyes shine with scarlet light, two sharp fangs poke out from the horns, and the snake letter is spit out in the mouth. It's like a monster. "I'll give you another chance, either stay or I'll eat you." Princess Snake Ji spat out the snake letter, and her tone was full of anger. After 500 years, she finally caught a man. How could she let him go easily? "Wow, eat me? If it weren't for your hospitality, I would have drunk your snake soup stew." Sun Wukong smacked, looked at Princess Snake Ji playfully, and said playfully. Sun Wukong's words obviously completely angered Princess Snake Ji. "Humph, you don't want to get out of here again." After Princess Snake Ji's cold voice fell, several people turned into several shadows, and then quickly disappeared. And the buildings around Sun Wukong also turned into a soft pink mass after several people disappeared. There is still grass-green mucus on it, which makes people disgusting to watch. "It's disgusting." Sun Wukong shook his head with a look of disgust. Originally, he could have directly punched through the abdomen of Princess Snake Ji, and then went out directly. But think about it, no matter how she treats herself, she has not sat on anything that hurts nature. Spare her this time. Thinking about it, then Sun Wukong's body was wrapped in a layer of white light, and it flew directly out of the body of Princess Snake Ji. Brush! As soon as a slight sound came, Princess Snake Ji saw a white mass fly out of her mouth. Almost a few breaths of time, he disappeared from the sight of Snake Ji. There will be a period later. The beautiful Princess Snake Ji. Then, there was the voice of Sun Wukong's teasing. "Abominable boy, I'm so unwilling." Then, the heaven-shaking roar resounded throughout the Yellow Spring. After a full meal, Sun Wukong's whole spirit was much better, and most of the day passed. Sun Wukong finally came to the end of the Snake Road. "It's finally here." Sun Wukong looked at the small green planet not far away, smiled and spoke. Think about the first time in Dragon Ball that Sun Wukong came to the Northern King planet, but it took half a year. And himself, it only took 2 days. Subsequently, Sun Wukong's body jumped and landed directly on the Northern Realm King planet. Bang! The moment the body fell, 2 deep footprints were made on the ground with both feet. After all, the gravity of the Northern King planet was 10 times that of the Earth, and his weight increased to more than 1,000 pounds in an instant. However, although the body has become heavier, 10 times the gravity is simply a piece of cake for him now, and it is not too challenging. After landing on the Northern King planet, Sun Wukong first looked around. A few trees, a car, a house, and a black gorilla squatting in front of the house, which was all the belongings of this planet. Staring at the humble house, Sun Wukong suddenly opened his mouth and shouted, "King of the Northern Realm, come out to pick up guests." The King of the Northern Realm, who was tinkering with lunch in the room, was shocked when he heard the voice. Then he put down his work and walked out. Looking at Sun Wukong with an unhappy face, he asked seriously, "Hey, who are you? Who are you? You are water." The King of the Northern Realm didn't wait for Sun Wukong to answer, and suddenly he whispered his own words, and then covered his mouth and laughed without face. "It's like hearing a very funny joke, and my face is red. Excuse me. Where are the laughs?" Sun Wukong looked speechlessly at the Northern Realm King in front of him, who was 1 meter tall, 2 or 3, wide and fat, wearing a black mop vest, and asked positively. I'm afraid that a person has been schizophrenic on this planet, right? At this time, Sun Wukong really wanted to talk about the old age of a lonely old man. Nanny! Don't you understand humor? Hearing Sun Wukong's words, the king of the Northern Realm suddenly stopped laughing, looked at Sun Wukong with a displeased face, and asked again seriously, "What are you doing here? Isn't there any misunderstanding of humor?" However, Sun Wukong still replied seriously, "I came to study." Without waiting for Sun Wukong to finish speaking, the king of the Northern Realm interrupted, "You go. I don't welcome people like you who don't have a sense of humor. P.S. Ask for favorites, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. This book has been released for 7 days now, but the collection is only 700, which is similar to the first day result of the strongest Son Gohan in the previous Dragon Ball, which is quite a blow. I hope that readers who like it can move their fingers, collect a little, and give Pippi Shrimp a little motivation to write. Pippi Shrimp is here to thank you very much." Chapter 032. Who told you I don't have a sense of humor? Sun Wukong smiled and said to the king of the Northern Realm. This guy's laugh point is also too low, and it is not a matter of minutes to make him laugh. The king of the Northern Realm looked at Sun Wukong suspiciously. After all, in his opinion, his laughter was very high, and wanting to make fun of him was not a thing to see, and after half inhaling, he said, "As long as you can make me laugh, I promise to let you learn." By the way, what did you just say you want to learn? I faint. Sun Wukong was stunned again, and immediately said, "Realm King Fist and Yuan Chi Bomb. No matter what you learn, as long as your jokes can make me laugh, you can learn anything." The king of the Northern Realm waved his hand and said boldly, "The antenna above your head looks like a fairy." Cold, very cold, a cool breeze blowing, Sun Wukong himself felt like a retard after listening to it. I don't even know what I'm talking about. Antenna, Tian Xian. The king of the Northern Realm looked stunned, muttered, and after inhaling, he quickly covered his mouth. Sun Wukong could obviously see that this product was snickering. Is this okay too? Is this a laugh low to the dust? Looking at the king of the Northern Realm who was forced not to laugh, Sun Wukong launched a fierce attack again. The mute spoke. The blind man saw it. The deaf heard. After a round of fierce pursuit, Sun Wukong himself didn't know what he was talking about, but the king of the Northern Realm was Sun Wukong's words, and his body would tremble even more violently. His face was flushed, but he was still strong and patient not to let himself make a sound. Okay, the last round, completely solve you. Sun Wukong's eyes were like torches, pointing at the king of the Northern Realm, ready to launch his own fatal blow. But just after Sun Wukong's words fell, the king of the Northern Realm directly burst out laughing, lying on the ground and laughing wildly, laughing on his back. Ah, what's the situation? What a laugh! Sun Wukong shook his head, and secretly sighed in his heart that it was really not easy for the lonely old man. After tumbling back and forth on the ground for about 10 minutes, the king of the Northern Realm finally returned to normal. Well, you're a professional joker. I think your talent is very good, so I decided to give you the Realm King Fist and the Genki Bullet. After the king of the Northern Realm stood up, he changed his image and said to Sun Wukong with a positive face. But what? Before that, there is a challenge to complete. What challenge? Sun Wukong asked. First you have to overcome the gravity here and catch Barbust. The king of the Northern Realm pointed to the big monkey that jumped towards Sun Wukong and the king of the Northern Realm and said, "Catch it." Sun Wukong looked at the bouncing Barbus, and there was a bit of frivolity in his tone. Even if I am 100 times gravity now, I can't say that I don't feel anything, but it's still very easy to move freely. The 10 times gravity of this king planet is indeed not challenging for him now. That's right. The king of the northern realm nodded and replied. Can that begin? Sun Wukong also wants to end these boring games as soon as possible and start cultivating the king fist of the realm as soon as possible. Yes. After the king of the northern realm nodded at Sun Wukong, he said to Barbellus, run. Barbellus. When Barblos heard the words of the king of the northern realm, he turned around and wanted to rush out. It's just that at the moment when Barbulus turned around, Sun Wukong's body appeared in front of Barbulus at an extremely fast speed. One grabbed Barbrus's arm and got up. What? What they? The king of the northern realm and Barbellos were dumbfounded by one person and one monkey. What just happened? He didn't see clearly when Sun Wukong acted. And how did he appear in front of Barbelus? Didn't 10 times gravity have any effect on him? However, it is no wonder that the strength of the king of the northern realm is far from that of Vegeta with a combat power of 18,000, and it is expected that Sun Wukong's speed cannot be seen. Lord Realm King, can you teach me the Realm King Fist and Yuan Chi Bullet now? Sun Wukong put Barblos aside, looked at the king of the northern realm, and said playfully. Oh! There is another challenge that I can teach you when you finish it. The king of the northern realm was first startled, and then smiled mysteriously. Roar at the front of Sun Wukong. Although this guy can easily catch Barbust, but Bregoli's speed, he definitely can't deal with it so easily. I saw that after the roar of the northern realm king fell, a blue halo crashed towards Sun Wukong at an extremely fast speed. Although it looks like a blue halo to ordinary people, Sun Wukong can clearly see that it is a small insect similar to a bee. That is, another pet of the king of the northern realm, Bregoli. Just when Bregoli rushed towards Sun Wukong at an extremely fast speed, wanting to give Sun Wukong a dismount, Sun Wukong suddenly smiled and popped out a finger in front of him. Bregoli didn't react at all, and was shot out by Sun Wukong. The king of the northern realm was stunned again. Alright. I'll teach you the Realm King Fist and the Genki Bullet now. P.S. Ask for favorites, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. All kinds of big brothers. Chapter 033. The potential of the Monkey King is indeed very strong, which can be known after defeating the terrifying scions such as Raditz and Darrens. And the Earth is really a planet with many disasters and ill-fated, and it needs a real strong person to protect it. And Sun Wukong, who happens to have the idea of protecting the Earth, also has a righteous heart. Therefore, the king of the northern realm can completely teach his Realm King Fist and Yuan Chi Bullet without any scruples. Then thank you Lord Realm King. Sun Wukong arched his hand at the king of the northern realm, smiled and said. In fact, he also knows that although the king of the northern realm in front of him looks like a funny comparison, he is very principled and has a very strong sense of responsibility for the planet of the North Galaxy. This can be seen from the fact that the king of the northern realm taught Tianjin Rice and Yamcha and the others their combat experience after they were killed by Vegeta. That. Shall we have a meal before we talk about cultivation? The king of the northern realm only remembered at this time, and he was called out by Sun Wukong when he was halfway through his meal. Oh! Good too. Being said by the king of the northern realm, Sun Wukong really felt a little hungry. After all, it has been a day since he left Princess Snake Ji. In this day, the dripping rice did not enter. And at this time, on Earth. Although Sun Wuhan did not follow Sun Wukong to the Realm King planet to cultivate, his own cultivation did not fall. Because Sun Wukong told him that in half a year, 2 scions who far surpassed Raditz would come to Earth to make trouble. And at that time, he will not necessarily be on Earth, and the heavy task of protecting the Earth from destruction is likely to fall on Sun Gohan's shoulders. Therefore, Sun Wuhan's cultivation cannot be stopped for a moment. After dinner, the setting sun stains the sky. Sun Gohan and Big both stand on the top of the back hill of Bun Mountain. Sun Gohan, let me see your strength. Vic formed his hands into claws, made a fighting stance, and stared at Sun Gohan with torch-like eyes. After 2 days of cultivation, Vic felt that his strength had not improved significantly. Immediately thought of finding someone to train with him. After all, actual combat is the best way to improve his strength, but Sun Wukong has already gone to the Northern King planet, so there is no way to train with him. Of course, even if Sun Wukong is on Earth, the gap between the two of them is too big, and training with him is tantamount to looking for abuse, and it will not have the effect of cultivation at all. And Sun Gohan, although his combat effectiveness is much higher than his own, his combat experience is not as good as his own, and he is a very suitable object for sparring training. Uncle Bike, please advise. Seeing that Vic had already prepared a fighting stance, Sun Gohan also moved his right foot back, his palms formed claws, one in front and one behind, his eyes were sharp, and he said to Vic in a firm tone. It's really exactly the same as that guy from the Monkey King. Vic looked at Sun Gohan's posture and sharp gaze, and remembered the scene of the world's first martial arts meeting with Sun Wukong 5 years ago. That look is simply not bad at all. The horn was cold, Vic bent his legs, and his body jumped up instantly, directly facing Sun Gohan. Seeing that Vic took the lead in launching the attack, Sun Gohan did not hesitate at all, his right foot kicked on the ground, and his small body directly exploded. The first attack, the two of them actually chose to go head-to-head. Bang! The fists of the two directly collided together, and the terrifying shock wave shook out a boom circle, and the bodies of the two were repulsed at the same time. Sun Gohan only took a few steps back in midair, but Vic was directly inserted into the hard mountain in this collision. This little ghost, what a terrifying power! Vic wiped away a trace of purple blood from his corner and looked at Sun Gohan with a shocked expression. I didn't expect that the gap between the two of them was pulled so huge. But Sun Gohan is only a child less than 5 years old. The future achievements of this child are absolutely limitless. Vic secretly commented in his heart. Uncle Bike, are you all right? Sun Gohan saw that he punched Vic directly out, and asked with some concern. After all, Vic is now not their enemy, but comrade in arms. This attack can't hurt me, come again. Vic gritted his teeth, forced himself to endure the hot pain coming from his back, and said to Sun Gohan. Then he flicked his somewhat sore arm, clenched his fist again, and rushed towards Sun Gohan. Although Vic pretended to be calm, Sun Gohan could still feel that Vic's chi became disordered under his punch just now. So this time, Sun Gohan deliberately collected some strength, so that he was not afraid that Vic would be injured. Che, abominable little ghost, dare to look down on me. Vic twitched, but his heart was very angry. Of course, he could feel that Sun Gohan was not fighting with all his strength at this time. Fighting with a 4-year-old child and being released with water really made him uncomfortable. Little ghost, look down on me, but I will suffer. Vic coldly drank at Sun Gohan, and then his arms became directly lengthened, binding Sun Gohan like a rope. At the same time, under the huge force, crazy contraction. The pain caused by the sharp squeeze made Sun Gohan cry out. Humph! If you don't resist with all your strength, you will be strangled by me. Vic's eyes were cold, and there was no slightest mood swing in his tone. After the words fell, the arms were forced again. That strong squeezing sensation made Sun Gohan cry out in pain again. However, the next moment, Sun Gohan's eyes suddenly cooled, and the momentum of the whole person changed instantly, and the originally spread palm suddenly shook. Ha! A low roar came from Sun Gohan's throat. I saw that the white light of the Deo shot out directly from the arm slit wrapped around Sun Gohan's body. P.S. Ask for favorites, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Chapter 034. Bang! As soon as Sun Gohan struggled hard, he directly broke Bike's arms and fell to the ground one by one. Then, Uncle Vic, are you okay? Seeing that Bike's arms were actually broken by himself, Sun Gohan immediately realized that he had not controlled his strength just now, and asked worriedly. "You two father and son, you are really unpleasant guys." Looking at Sun Gohan with a guilty face, Vic smiled bitterly. This father and son duo have completely left themselves behind. Then his face changed, and with a roar of pain, Bike's arms grew back out. "Uncle Bike, I didn't mean to." Looking at Bike's painful look just now, Sun Gohan lowered his head with some guilt and apologized in a low voice. Vic walked up to Sun Gohan, put his hand on Sun Gohan's shoulder, and said solemnly, "Sun Gohan, if you didn't exert your full strength just now, you disappointed me. You're good." "Hey!" Hearing Bike's words, Sun Gohan raised his head and looked at Vic with a blank expression, completely the same as when he fought just now. "Okay, today's cultivation is here, and I will come to you every day in the future to practice against you, until the day I surpassed both of you father and son." Vic pursed the corners of his mouth and said lightly. He firmly believes that one day, he will surpass Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan. On the Northern King planet, after Sun Wukong and the Northern King had dinner, the Northern King began to teach Sun Wukong King Fist. First of all, it is a brief explanation of the advantages and disadvantages of using the Realm King Fist. The Realm King Fist is not a trick to directly attack the opponent, but through an instant explosion, the strength, speed, attack power, defense power, etc. of his body are increased several times, or even dozens of times, in an instant. Of course, this trick also has a great negative impact on the body. If it exceeds the range acceptable to your body when using it, the body will collapse. Of course, under the premise of stronger physical strength, you can unleash a higher multiplier of the Realm King Fist, and the power will be more powerful. Therefore, the limit of the Realm King Fist depends on the physical strength of the cultivator. However, under normal circumstances, it is not possible to use the Realm King Fist too many times, because then it will cause great damage to the body after a long time to squeeze the potential. Moreover, the Realm King Fist also has a fatal drawback, that is, it is very physically exhausting and energy consuming. If in the life and death battle, after casting the Realm King Fist, you do not defeat the enemy, then you will be in a very dangerous situation. Therefore, the Realm King Fist is only suitable for use as a last resort. According to the introduction of the Northern Realm King, the Realm King Fist is actually to amplify the potential in his body infinitely in an instant. In a short period of time, it is several times or dozens of times more than normal. "Goku, did you write down everything I said?" After more than half an hour of explanation, the King of the Northern Realm looked at Sun Wukong with a dry mouth and asked. "I didn't remember it at all." Sun Wukong shook his head in confusion, although he knew that the theory was like this. "But if you want to truly comprehend the Realm King Fist, it's another matter." "Well, since you didn't remember, you should work hard and practice. I'll go to sleep first." The King of the Northern Realm looked at the confused Sun Wukong, yawned, and then turned around and left directly. "Hey! I mean I didn't remember." Sun Wukong looked at the lewd back that was trembling slightly and roared. Looking at that guy from the King of the Northern Realm must be covering his mouth and snickering again. Time passed little by little, and 3 months passed quickly. And Sun Wukong did not feel too boring in the Northern Realm King planet because of the uninterrupted practice of the Realm King Fist and Yuan Chi Bullet for 3 months. After all, there is the King of the Northern Realm, who often accompanies himself to relieve his boredom. "Hey Goku, now let me accept the results of your cultivation in the past 3 months." The King of the Northern Realm and barbless, Briji is now opposite Sun Wukong, holding a large red slab brick in his hand, and continued to say to Sun Wukong, "First of all, let me check how your Yuan Chi bomb is controlled." "Genki bombs?" The corners of Sun Wukong's mouth raised. In the past 3 months, he not only learned the Realm King Fist, but also mastered the know-how of the Yuan Chi Bullet. First of all, it takes a long time to gather the energy of life, that is, the vitality, and the maximum amount of vitality gathered is related to physical fitness. In addition to gathering its own vitality, it is necessary to absorb some kind of biological energy aggregate. Generally speaking, only a little vitality of everyone needs to be gathered. The power is very large, the gathered vitality is in the form of high pressure, the density is very large, and the seemingly inconspicuous ball can make a planet disappear instantly. Genki bombs can control bursts of power, so they won't hurt Earth when attacking. Will be bounced back by the power of justice, which can be seen when Son Gohan blocked the Genki bullet back when he fought Vegeta in Dragon Ball. And one of the biggest characteristics of the Yuan Chi bomb is that no matter how strong the regeneration ability, it will be completely destroyed under the attack of the Yuan Chi bomb. Not even a single cell will be left. As strong as Majin Buu, they are all under the vitality bomb, and there is not even a single cell left after being beaten. Therefore, the Genki bullet can be said to be the strongest attack skill in Dragon Ball. Sun Wukong's face suddenly straightened, his fists clenched, and small white points of light penetrated from his body. At the same time, some flowers and plants of the King of Realm planet, and even dense white points of light in the air, converged towards Sun Wukong at this moment. After a while, the dense white point of light was all condensed by Sun Wukong in the palm of his right hand, forming a white energy ball that looked only the size of a ping-pong ball. Exudes a dazzling light. Come on! Lord Realm! After the Yuan Chi bomb was completely condensed, Sun Wukong raised his head and looked at the King of the Northern Realm, and said to the King of the Northern Realm with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. P.S. New books for collections, flowers, recommendation tickets, all kinds of brothers. Chapter 035. See if you can catch this, here it comes. The King of the Northern Realm flicked it with one hand, and the large brick held high in his palm flew directly towards Sun Wukong. Acceleration. Speed up again. The Realm King fist pushed forward with both palms, and every time he shouted acceleration, the speed of the big brick increased a little. After the brick flew around the Realm King planet, even Sun Wukong, who was already fast, could only see an afterimage flying along him. It's now. A deep voice came out of his mouth, and Sun Wukong seized the opportunity and directly threw the Yuan Chi bomb in his hand towards the large brick moving at high speed. Boom! The moment the Yuan Chi bomb collided with the big brick, a hurricane suddenly exploded, and the ground of the Realm King planet was blown open into a giant crater. The whole planet began to shake. Is this stinky boy trying to destroy my planet? The Northern Realm King blocked his hands in front of him, felt the violent shaking of the Realm King planet, and said in horror. And Sun Wukong looked at the explosion just now with excitement. This power is too terrifying. Just collecting a little bit of Yuan Chi bomb from the Realm King planet can produce such a powerful power. If you collect Yuan Chi from the entire Earth, or the entire 7th universe, and condense it into a Yuan Chi bomb, how great the power will be. However, such a huge vitality bomb must be condensed with a stronger physique. If your own body strength is not enough, maybe you haven't collected so much vitality, and your body can't carry it at all. Goku, your Genki bomb has been controlled quite well. After the hurricane stopped, the King of the Northern Realm walked to Sun Wukong's side, praising Sun Wukong, but the corners of his eyes kept twitching. It is obvious that Sun Wukong made the King of Realm planet look like this, which made the King of the Northern Realm a little unhappy. Then he said to Sun Wukong, since you have thoroughly mastered the Yuan Chi bomb, then next, let me see your Realm King fist. In fact, the King of the Northern Realm still really wanted to see these two stunts he had created with his own eyes. After all, although the Realm King fist and the Yuan Chi bomb were created by himself, he himself has not learned them so far. Not even used. He had seen the power of the Yuan Chi bomb with his own eyes just now, and although he almost destroyed his planet, the power of the Yuan Chi bomb still made him quite satisfied. Therefore, at this time, it is naturally very much looking forward to what kind of strength Sun Wukong will reach after he unleashes the Realm King fist. The corners of Sun Gohan's mouth raised, and then his eyes instantly became serious. The legs bent slightly, the center of gravity sank downward, the arms were attached to the waist, and a low roar came out of the throat. Realm King Fist! Hey hey hey! With a low roar, the green tendons of Sun Wukong's whole body instantly burst out, and a dark red terrifying energy vortex swept up from under Sun Wukong's feet. Sun Wukong's whole person formed a powerful chi vortex, and madly swirled up. Well! What a terrifying gas! The king of the Northern Realm murmured in surprise. He could clearly feel that Sun Wukong's chi skyrocketed in an instant, and the terrifying air pressure, even if he stood 5 meters away, he could feel that his body was faintly pained by the strong wind. However, before the king of the Northern Realm could recover from the shock, Sun Wukong's low roar was heard in his ears again. Realm King Fist! 10 times! The moment the deep voice fell, Sun Gohan's forehead instantly poured into riot, and a large number of sweat droplets slipped down his eyebrows. The muscles of the whole person's body instantly became swollen. The terrifying dark red chi vortex around his body instantly swept away in all directions like a sharp air blade. Not far away, the king of the Northern Realm, Barbless and Bregoli were directly blown out by the powerful wind. Sun Wukong's chi almost reached a very terrifying existence at this moment. Tenfold Realm King Fist! This kind of combat power is so strong that Sun Wukong himself is a little unbelievable. But after just a few breaths, Sun Wukong stopped and continued to explode. Phew! Sun Wukong exhaled slowly and changed back to normal. After returning to normal, I felt a sore feeling in every part of my body. It seems that the tenfold Realm King Fist is still a little difficult to control for his current self. After all, his current normal combat effectiveness is already very high, and on the basis of normality, he instantly increases his combat effectiveness tenfold, and his body is indeed a little unbearable. Hey Monkey King, look at what good things you have done! Just when Sun Wukong was still calculating in his heart, he heard the voice of the Northern Realm King's resentment. Looking at the voice, he saw the extremely embarrassed king of the Northern Realm. There are also houses that were shattered by the terrifying aura they had just had, and cars that were blown away by the swirl. The ground was also completely changed by the earthquake, which can be described as devastated. That! I said I didn't mean it, you should believe it. Haha! Sun Wukong scratched the back of his head in embarrassment, and then continued to explain, this is not the result of your acceptance of my Realm King Fist. It doesn't have much to do with me. When I looked up, I saw the inky face of the Northern Realm King. I told you to show the results, did I ask you to tear down my house? The king of the Northern Realm looked loveless, and only hoped that this guy could leave his planet quickly. If he continues like this, sooner or later his own projectile land will be destroyed by him. P.S. Ask for favorites, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Chapter 036. He has been cultivating in the Northern Realm King planet for more than 3 months, and Sun Wukong has already practiced the Realm King Fist and Yuan Chi Bullet very skillfully. It doesn't make much sense to continue to stay on the Realm King planet. And during this time, since he showed his Realm King Fist to the Northern Realm King to destroy the Northern Realm King planet, that stingy guy seems to have been a little unhappy with himself recently. So it's time for him to go back to Earth too. Lord Realm King, I'm ready to return to Earth in a moment. Sun Wukong looked at the king of the Northern Realm, who was covered in dirt and was diligently repairing his small house, and said, "Oh! The king of the Northern Realm has no head," and he snorted faintly, and his voice was full of perfunctory. "That! Don't you want to see me off?" Sun Wukong scratched his head awkwardly and continued to ask with a shy smile. "Isn't it just demolishing his house, damaging his car, and destroying his planet a little? This stingy guy is still angry with himself. The king of the Northern Realm, what a small family." Hearing Sun Wukong's words, the king of the Northern Realm couldn't bear it anymore. turned around and shouted a rolling word directly at Sun Wukong. "Let's go. It's really petty to make such a big fire." Sun Wukong muttered while holding his head in his hands and walking towards the distance. After walking a distance of more than 10 meters, his body jumped and landed at the end of the snake road. Phew! Looking at Sun Wukong's distant back, the king of the northern realm exhaled deeply and said with relief, "Finally sent this broom star away. If he takes him in for a while, maybe his poor planet will really be demolished by him." It's just that as soon as his voice fell, he heard Sun Wukong's familiar voice coming from the other side of the snake road. "Lord Realm King, don't think about me, I will definitely come back soon." Hearing Sun Wukong's voice, the Northern Realm King's face was ugly. "When I went to the King planet, it took 2 days, but it only took more than half a day to return." This also directly explained Sun Wukong's cultivation achievements in the 3 months of the Northern Realm King planet. When Sun Wukong arrived at the Yan Demon Hall, the Heavenly God was already waiting for him in the Yan Demon Hall. It must be that the King of the Northern Realm has already greeted the Heavenly God. "Gaku, your strength seems to have improved a lot." The God of Heaven could clearly feel that Sun Wukong was like a bottomless pit at this time, making him completely unable to see through. This is enough to show that Sun Wukong's strength at this time has completely exceeded the scope of his imagination. He said with some shock. Even the Yan Demon King was full of shock. This kid's current strength is completely different from when he went to the Realm King planet 3 months ago. Standing in front of him, it actually made him feel palpitations. Well, the harvest in the past 3 months is really good. Sun Wukong's answer was still very low-key. After all, in front of these people such as the old Heavenly God and the Yan Demon King, even if they pretended to be forced, they didn't have much sense of accomplishment. "Let's go." Sun Wukong smiled at the Heavenly God, then turned his head and looked at the Yan Demon King and said, "Thank you Lord Yan Wang for your help." After speaking, it was directly appeared in the Heavenly God Temple under the ability of the Heavenly God. After arriving at the Heavenly God Temple, Sun Wukong found out that it turned out that Tianjin rice and Klin dumplings and others were all cultivating in the Heavenly God Temple. Enlightenment. "Gaku, you guy, it's really shameful." Klin and Tianjin Fan felt the coercion on Sun Wukong at this moment, and said with a helpless bitter smile. They have been cultivating in the Heavenly God Temple for 3 months, and their strength growth can be regarded as quite good. But compared with this guy Sun Wukong, it pales in comparison. Although I can't feel how strong Sun Wukong is now, it is certain that this guy is more than a star and a half scary compared to 3 months ago. You guys are also improving quite fast. Sun Wukong can also feel that the strength of Klin and Tianjin rice has been significantly withdrawn compared to 3 months ago. Standing on their combat effectiveness, there should be more than 7,000, or even more. Such combat power is enough to compete with Sion Naba, or defeat him. Hey, hey! Klin scratched his big bald head. Indeed, he also felt that his progress was quite good, of course. With the demon cultivation speed of Sun Wukong's father and son, it was naturally incomparable. "Why are there only the 3 of you, Yamcha?" Sun Wukong looked around, but only saw the 3 of Klin, Tianjin rice and dumplings, and did not see the figure of Yamcha. It is said that there is a very important baseball game in 2 months, so I am actively preparing for it now. Klin explained. It is indeed rare to maintain such an optimistic attitude knowing that the earth is in danger. Sun Wukong smiled and nodded and said, "Everyone has their own aspirations." Tianjin Fan looked at Sun Wukong's smile, smiled helplessly and said. They naturally understood that Sun Wukong was not sincerely praising Yamcha. It's just that since Yamcha has chosen the life he wants, they can't impose interference. Indeed. Okay, you 3 continue to cultivate. After Sun Wukong waved his hand at the 3, he jumped directly off the Heavenly God Temple under the wrapping of Qi. P.S. Ask for favorites, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. 30 collections a day for the past 2 days, and it is really an uncomfortable batch to write. Guys have flowers and evaluation votes, I will be very shameful to rob a wave here. Leave flowers and evaluation votes, maybe tomorrow your favorite goddess will choose you. Chapter 037. After returning home, after briefly chatting with Kiki and Sun Gohan about his experience in the past 3 months, Sun Wukong stepped into the gravity room again. 10 months had passed since Raditz was killed. It seems that Vegeta and they should appear on Earth soon, and a month after Vegeta leaves Earth, Frieza and they will appear on the planet Namek. So now he must reach the planet Namek before Frieza and the others and summon Boranga. And now the main thing at the moment is that although he has a strong combat effectiveness, he should have a combat power of 5 million. If you cast a 10-fold Realm King Fist, then your combat power can soar to 50 million in an instant. But now there is no sign of breaking through the Super Saiyan. This made him gradually start to feel anxious. 50 million combat power sounds like a terrifying number, but Sun Wukong knows it very well. Frieza's ultimate form is a full 120 million combat power, so his 50 million combat power is a little insufficient in front of him. So breaking through the Super Saiyan is imperative. And now his most urgent task is to arrive on the planet of Namek before Frieza, and see if he can use the potential of Polenga and the Great Elder of Namex to develop his ability, and let himself surpass his limits in one fell swoop and become a Super Saiyan. Fortunately, he still has 3 months to go, and after Bulma's transformation, his spacecraft will take 6 or 7 days to reach the planet Namek. Let's start cultivating first. Sun Wukong temporarily left these thoughts behind, and the gravity of the gravity chamber was directly turned on to 100 times. After 3 months of cultivation on the Northern King planet, he obviously felt that 100 times more gravity was no longer as difficult for him as before. Anyway, there is still plenty of time, so take advantage of this time to accompany Kiki and Gohan. After all, if I leave this time, I don't know how long it will take to return to Earth. Thinking about it, Sun Wukong cultivated without distractions. In the next month, Sun Wukong spent every day in addition to cultivation time, he accompanied Kiki to go shopping, and practiced with Sun Wuhanbik in the afternoon. 3 more hours of cultivation in the gravity room in the evening. I will also occasionally go to Bulma's house to sit and brush the sense of existence. After all, although the puff girl wants to get rid of it, but you can't let the girl feel that you don't pay attention to her at all and care about her. So this month passed very quickly and very fulfillingly. In this month, Kiki also has a new understanding of her husband. It turns out that he is not a completely incomprehensible emotional idiot, but also talks about love, like a couple in love, takes himself shopping, eating, and buying clothes. It is no longer the same as before, a cultivation maniac who only knows how to fight and kill all day long, so the relationship between the two is even more glue-like. Kiki's personality has also changed greatly in the subtle. And Bulma also sees the feelings of Sun Wukong and Kiki in her eyes. I should have been happy for them, but I always felt a little bad in my heart. On the one hand, she feels that Sun Wukong and Kiki are now very harmonious together and love each other. But on the other hand, the throbbing feelings in my heart are becoming more and more difficult to control. Like gushing spring water. Especially Sun Wukong's feeling of leaving and making her unable to grasp it firmly is very scratchy. This month's time also passed very quickly for Sun Wukong. But now, he must leave them for a while and make himself stronger in order to protect them so that this sense of harmony will never be destroyed. Although Kiki is very willing to let Sun Wukong leave this time, she also understands that Sun Wukong's departure must have his reason. Early the next morning, Sun Wukong prepared to go to the planet Namek. Bulma, Bike, Klin, and others came to see each other. Goku, you must pay attention to safety on the road. And here are some dry food I prepared for you to eat on the way. Kiki handed the package in her hand to Sun Wukong's hand and said with reluctance. It seems that in this month's time, Kiki has completely changed her outlook on Sun Wukong, and she has developed a strong sense of dependence. After all, for all girls, they are not naturally strong, they just haven't found a spoiled object. Oops. Don't worry, I'm just going out the door, there's nothing dangerous, and I'll be back soon. Sun Wukong's right hand caressed Kiki's cheek, smiled gently, and said with a spoiled voice. Bulma on the side looked at the two like glue, and always felt a little uncomfortable. Hands and eyes don't know how to put them, where to put them will be more comfortable. Gaku, is it really not dangerous for you to go to that planet Namek? Don't you really need us to accompany you? Klin, Tianjin Fan and the others asked. It's okay, you guys can cultivate well at the Heavenly God. Besides, with my current strength, where do you think it will be dangerous? Monkey King removed his hand from Kiki's cheek, looked at Klin, and said in a joking tone. Hee, that's too. Klin grinned, indeed, with Goku's current strength, there should be no opponent even in the universe. After all, even tough scions like Raditz and Darrens were defeated by Sun Wukong. Of course, this is also because he doesn't know how big this universe is, how strong the strong people in the universe are. P.S. Kneel for collection, flowers, all kinds of begging. Chapter 038. Sun Jun, do you need me to accompany you? If the spaceship fails, I can also help you repair it. Bulma, who had been silent on the side, suddenly said with a smile. The smile on his face was very stiff, and although it seemed to others that Bulma was joking, Sun Wukong did feel something else. Well, I can't ask for it. Sun Wukong replied without hesitation and without thinking. Because he knew that Bulma was just talking, see how he reacted. Even if it is because of Kiki, she will not really follow her to space tourism. Sure enough, after Sun Wukong's words fell, Bulma cocked her mouth and said directly playfully, "Don't face, beautiful you." However, his expression is much more stretched than before, and his smile is more natural. Be careful on the road. After putting the smile away, Bulma said seriously to Sun Wukong. Yes. Sun Wukong also nodded seriously, then turned around, looked at Sun Gohan and said, Gohan, you have grown up, during my absence, you have to help me take good care of my mother and Aunt Bulma, and protect the earth, you know. I know, Dad. Sun Gohan nodded obediently and agreed. Well, then guys, I'm leaving. After Sun Wukong waved his hand at everyone, he stepped directly on the spaceship. Bulma has set the spacecraft's landing site as the planet Namek. It is initially expected that, if nothing else, the spacecraft will land successfully on the planet Namek 6 days later. Getting on the spaceship, closing the hatch, Sun Wukong pressed the start button. The spacecraft instantly turned into a stream of light and disappeared from everyone's sight. After Sun Wukong left in the spaceship, Klin and Tianjin Fan returned to the Heavenly God Temple again. And Vic also doesn't know where to go. Bulma took her capsule plane and went home. Only Sun Gohan and Kiki were left in the same place. Gaku, you need to come back early. Looking at the direction where Sun Wukong disappeared, Kiki grabbed the corners of her clothes with both hands, stunned, and muttered. Don't worry, Mom, Daddy will definitely come back. Sun Wuhan looked at Kiki, who was stunned, and then looked at the direction where Sun Wukong was gone, feeling Sun Wukong's chi disappearing little by little, and said comfortingly. Gohan, let's go home. Kiki nodded heavily and pulled Sun Wukong towards the direction of home. And Sun Wukong was adrift in space at this time. Because before setting off, Bulma had already helped him adjust the landing site. Now I only need to practice in the gravity room every day, sleep and eat snacks when I don't want to practice. Just spend these boring 6 days and arrive on the planet Namek. It's boring. What should I do? In just half a day, Sun Wukong already felt invaded by boredom. Although he stayed in the Spirit Time House for 2 years, he was still accompanied by Sun Gohan at that time. And now, he was alone, not even one to speak. Find a way to practice other people's tricks. Sun Wukong suddenly moved. Anyway, he was idle, just in time to practice other people's tricks. Like Tianjin Rice's Sun Fist, Bike's Magic Light Killing Cannon, and Qin's Qi Round Slash. Although these moves could not play a powerful role in the hands of several of them, it was because their own strength was too poor. If it is in your own hands, it will play a huge role. In particular, Qin's Qi Round Slash, completely ignoring the defense, caused tons of real damage. You must know that in the Dragon Ball manga, no one can take Qin's Qi Round Slash with his body. Even Frisia's tail was directly cut off by Qin, who was 100 times stronger than him, with the Qi Round Slash. The power is evident. In Dragon Ball, although there are many people who can perform similar slashes. For example, Vegeta, Amundo, Sun Wukong, Frisia, Cyborg 18, Little Shailu, Big Bu, Babe, etc. can make similar moves, and also form a disc-shaped circular air bullet with a slashing effect on the palm of the hand, but it is not pointed out as an air round slash. Moreover, the formation method is not the same as Qin's passing through the arm, and most of them are directly generated from the palm like ordinary Qigong waves. Therefore, it should only be regarded as an ordinary variant of Qigong waves. So Qi Yuan is almost a unique existence in Dragon Ball. There is also Tianjin Rice's Sun Fist, although it is not a combat move, but when fighting against the enemy, the cold Sun Fist is used, so that the enemy has a short blindness, then for himself, it will provide an excellent opportunity to attack. There is also Vic's Magic Light Killing Cannon, although he is generally interested in this, but his kind of thinking, the attack method of gathering the combat power of the whole body in one point, is still worth learning. Maybe he will create some new moves. Thinking of this, Sun Wukong was not procrastinating, and immediately walked into the gravity room and began to cultivate. Chapter 039. Tianjin Rice's Sun Fist has seen the Monkey King before, so it can be regarded as a bit of an image. It should be possible to master in a short time. As for Qin's Qi Round Slash, according to the current plot, he should not have studied it yet. I don't know if I created a Qi Round Slash before him, is it considered stealing the fruits of his labor? However, these problems, compared with improving their own strength, do not need to think about it at all. In that case, let's start practicing with the Qi Yuan Slash. After making up his mind, Sun Wukong's face straightened and he raised his hand high. Qi Wan Chop. The deep voice fell, the right hand became a palm, raised high, and the white energy formed a giant wheel, rotating at high speed in Sun Wukong's palm. Then he slashed directly in front of him. And at the moment when the white wheel came off, Sun Wukong's body flashed out instantly. Directly appeared in front of the Qi Round Slash, his right palm protruded out like lightning, and directly took the round wheel abruptly. Click! Click! With a burst of crisp sounds, the white wheel was instantly covered with cracks, and then turned into a little white point of light. It seems that if you want to practice Qi Round Slash, it is not so easy. Sun Wukong shook his head helplessly, although the shape of the Qi Round Slash he had just performed, but in essence it was still an ordinary Qigong wave. Just let it change its shape. Keep up training. With a clear goal, time is no longer so boring. 5 days passed almost in a flash. It turns out that my previous understanding of Qi Yuan chopping was simply wrong. Sun Wukong shook his head and said to himself. He always thought that as long as he gathered all the Qi in his body in his palm and turned into the appearance of a round wheel, it would be a round slash. But it's completely wrong. What is condensed in this way is still Qigong waves, although the power may be great, but the density of Qigong waves is completely incomparable to Qi Yuan. This is also the reason why the Qi Yuan Slash can directly cut off everything. In fact, the Qi Round Slash is a move that concentrates all the mighty Qi in the body on the arm, and finally passes through the palm and is issued in the form of a round wheel. Thinking of this, Sun Wukong suddenly had a sudden feeling of clearing the clouds and seeing the blue sky. Subsequently, the right hand was raised high again. Golden circles of light emerged from around Sun Wukong's arm and converged towards the palm above. In an instant, the chi circle slash in Sun Wukong's palm condensed. The white round wheel has golden sharp gears on the edges, which look unusually sharp. It is completely different from Frisia, number 18 and others. Success! Sun Wukong spoke out excitedly. He could completely feel the horror of the chi round slash. It seems that this time, he really succeeded. At this time in space, a giant spaceship, I don't know whether intentionally or unintentionally, flew towards Sun Wukong's spaceship. And in that giant spaceship, all cosmic people wearing spacesuits. King Frisia, an operational spaceship has been found 100 miles away, and there are life signs in the spacecraft. A guy who looked like a pink toad said to a small man with antelope horns sitting in front of him in the flying machine. This guy sitting in a flying machine, wearing a cosmic suit and carrying 2 antelope horns is none other than the cosmic Emperor Frisia. And the pink toad who just spoke, sorry. It's a cosmic man who looks like a toad, and it's Frisia's right-hand man Dodoria. Roar? Could it be Vegeta's group of wild monkeys? Frisia sitting on the flying machine spoke in a flat tone, not taking Darius' words to heart at all. Probably not. Vegeta's combat power is 18,000 points, and the combat power shown on that spaceship is only 10,000. Dodolia used a new type of combat power detector, and when developing spacecraft and life characteristics not far away, it was natural to have monitored the battles of the creatures in that spaceship. Wow! 10,000 combat effectiveness, this kind of garbage, do not care. Frisia sneered and waved his hand. 10,000 combat strength, in front of him is not even enough to plug his teeth. Why waste time dealing with this garbage? Besides, I have more important things to do. But, looking at his course, it seems that he is heading towards the planet Namek or the surrounding planets. Dordoria's words seemed like a reminder, as if waiting for a definite answer. That planet Mech? Did you also go for Dragon Ball? After hearing Dordoria talk about Namex, Frisia was a little unsettled, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he whispered. The Dragon Ball of the planet Namek can only be his, if someone wants to try to fight the idea of Dragon Ball. There is only one word, that is, death. And the spaceship that just appeared, whether he went to the planet Namek or not, must be destroyed now. Because of this, he must not tolerate a little accident. It's better to kill the wrong than to let it go. P.S. Kneel for collections, flowers, evaluation tickets, all kinds of begging friends. Chapter 040. Shoot it down for me. With a sharp cold gleam in his eyes, Frisia opened his mouth and commanded to Dodoria. For Dragon Ball, he felt that there was no room for error. Yes. Doria nodded at Frisia, then turned around and said to the spaceship controller, attack, shoot down the spaceship in front. Hearing Darius' order, the spaceship controller nodded respectfully, and then pressed the attack button. The terrifying energy wave attacked the spaceship in front of it like a blazing flame. However, Sun Wukong, who stayed in the gravity room of the spaceship, did not know that danger was quietly coming. I'm so hungry. Let's go get something to eat first. Unconsciously, more than half of the 5th day had passed, and Sun Wukong moved his somewhat sore body and said to himself. Then walked out of the gravity room. After all, staying in the gravity room for a long time will make the body very tired, and the physical exertion is also very huge. Fortunately, Kiki prepared enough food for herself, otherwise I am afraid that I will starve again in the past few days. Just put a sushi in his mouth and enjoyed the food time. Sun Wukong's face really changed suddenly, and his brows furrowed. This energy, what's going on? Sun Wukong suddenly felt a very terrifying energy appear, and it was getting closer and closer to him. Then he jerked together and prepared to check in front of the ship's window. But before the others reached the window, the entire spacecraft shook violently as if it had been violently attacked. Damn, what the hell is going on? At this time, he had also realized that his spaceship was definitely under attack. Walking to the window, Sun Wukong was stunned to see one after another energy beams glowing with yellow light, like fire snakes, attacking towards his spaceship. Sun Wukong suddenly panicked. If it was usual, he could fight back even if he was attacked fiercely, but now in space, he had no way at all. What made him even more uncomfortable was that he couldn't see where the other party was at all. What to do? At this time, Sun Wukong was completely at a loss, because all the procedures of the spacecraft when he set off before were set by Bulma. As long as he waited for 6 days in peace, he could reach the planet Namek, and he didn't expect to be attacked in space. Bang! 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 In a few seconds, the spacecraft was attacked several times, and it trembled violently. Sun Wukong can also see from the display screen in the control room that the spacecraft's course at this time has deviated slightly. Wu! Calm down, be sure to be calm. Sun Wukong took 2 deep breaths and forced himself to calm down, and at this moment, he couldn't panic. Walked to the window again, and watched as the fire snakes were still spraying towards this side one after another. If his spaceship is destroyed at this moment, then he will definitely die in space, which he believes very much. But he didn't know the position of the other party at all, and he couldn't fight back at all, and this feeling, like a crow in his throat, was really very uncomfortable. Abominable. If I knew who did it, I would have skinned him alive. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, and after thinking about it, he could only return to the control room again. There is not much time for him to hesitate now, and if he continues to hesitate like this, he will be passively beaten all the time. Which is tantamount to sitting still. Thinking of this, Sun Wukong could only be ruthless, facing the buttons on the control panel, and operated indiscriminately. Because of the things written above, he really didn't know. It is necessary to quickly leave the enemy's attack range, so that whether it lands on any other planet, with its own strength, it should be enough to protect itself. If you are shot down in space, there is really no hope of survival. Just after Sun Wukong's random operation, he obviously felt that the speed of the spacecraft had accelerated a lot. And the course on the display screen has completely deviated from the destination planet Namek. At this moment, if you look at it from the outside, you can see that Sun Wukong's spaceship has been very damaged, and wisps of blue smoke are still coming out in some places. And in another part of space, in giant spaceships. King Frisia, that spaceship has escaped our attack range and its course has deviated. Shall we continue the pursuit? On the control screen, Dodoria can fully see the course of the spaceship. Then he turned around and said to Frisia, "No need, since his course has deviated from the planet Namek, there is no need to waste time for an ant." The corners of Frisia's mouth hooked an oblique arc, and he said in an eerie tone, "For a scumbag with only 10,000 combat strength, continuing to chase an attack is indeed a waste of his precious time." At this moment, although Sun Wukong has escaped the attack range of unknown energy, the spacecraft has been seriously damaged and the control disk has completely failed. And the speed of the spacecraft is getting faster and faster, even Sun Wukong himself does not know where he will land. P.S. Kneel and beg everyone to help with the collection, send some flowers and evaluation tickets and the like. The new book issue thank you results are really very important. I dare not ask for everyone's rewards, just vote for flowers and evaluation votes, these will be every day, and you don't have to spend money. Every flower and every evaluation ticket of yours is the motivation of Pippi Shrimp. Chapter 041. In this way, in aimlessness, Sun Wukong adrift in space in a spaceship for 2 whole days. In the past 2 days, Sun Wukong tried hard to calm himself down. For the first half of the day, he would also look out the window of the ship from time to time. It's just that all you can see is a boundless emptiness. Then Sun Wukong walked into the gravity room again and began to cultivate. It's not that he has a big heart, but because at this time, he can't do anything. All that can be done now is to do everything possible to resign himself to fate. Boom! Just as Sun Wukong was cultivating in the gravity room, a violent sound came into his ears. That sudden terrifying impact directly flew Sun Wukong out and hit the wall hard. But at this moment, Sun Wukong is very happy, because he can hear the explosion coming in outside, which means that he has left space. And the spacecraft seems to have stopped moving on. After completely stabilizing his body, Sun Wukong hurriedly walked out of the gravity room, walked to the window and looked at it, and he had indeed landed. Then he quickly opened the hatch and walked down. Look around. The rolling mountains are layer after layer, bare, and there is no life in sight. This isn't going to be coming to a Death Star, is it? Sun Wukong's gaze sank, and he continued to sweep around. Not a living creature at all, not even a pinch of green. If so, that's a bit of a hassle. Then closed his eyes and began to feel the surrounding environment, and suddenly, Sun Wukong felt some breath, although it was very weak, but this showed that there were creatures living on this planet before. And just when Sun Wukong closed his eyes and felt the surrounding environment, he suddenly swooped. He obviously felt that Tu Chi appeared in front of him in an instant. Then when I opened my eyes, I saw two familiar voices. Adrathian! Sun Wukong shouted out excitedly, and then his face was full of excitement. The two people who appeared in front of them, in fact, did not know if they were people: pink skin, head covered with frog spots and deep folds, and a pair of pointed elf ears. Dressed in a black and white combat uniform. And the height is only up to his waist. As a Dragon Ball fan, Sun Wukong could see at a glance that the two in front of him were the Adrated Starmen. It's really a place to break through iron shoes, and luck and misfortune depend on each other. After making a wish with Dragon Balls on the planet Namek, he set off to the planet Adrat to learn their teleportation and other superpowers. Unexpectedly, he was attacked in space, but he was beaten crookedly and came directly to the planet Adrat. This made Sun Wukong's originally heavy heart instantly relieved. As long as you learn to teleport here, then wanting to go to the planet Namek is not an instantaneous thing. You? How would you know about us? Who are you? Are you also Gula's subordinate? The two Adrath Starmen frowned, looked at themselves very cautiously, and asked in a heavy tone. Gura? Frisia's brother. Looking at the vigilant gazes of the two, Sun Wukong could guess that Gula should have carried out destruction on the planet Adrath, or was destroying it. That's why the two of them are so wary of themselves. After all, they should feel that their strength exceeds them too much. Don't worry, I don't know what you call a Gula. My spaceship was attacked in space and was forced to land here uncontrollably. Sun Wukong pointed to the tattered spaceship behind him and said to the two. The two looked at each other, but the vigilance in their eyes did not relax in the slightest. Besides, if I were taken by Gula, I think it would be easy to kill you, and you should know this very well. Sun Wukong smiled and continued in a flat tone, now, take me to meet your leader. Hearing Sun Wukong's words, the two frowned, hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded. The stranger in front of him was right. If he wanted to kill the two of them, it was indeed a very easy thing. And he must also have his own way to find the leader of them. If he really wasn't Gula's subordinate, with his strong strength, he might be able to help the planet Adrat get through the current difficulties. Please grab me, we will take you to the chief of Suba now. One of the Adrats said squarely towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong directly put his hand on the shoulder of the talking Adrath Starman. He knew that many people on this planet would use these special moves of teleportation. So I wasn't surprised. After Sun Wukong put his hand on the man's shoulder, he pointed his fingers at the center of his eyebrows, and the three people's bodies shook slightly a few times, and then disappeared directly in place. When he reappeared, he was already in a ruin, and there were about 10 figures standing in the ruins. However, one of the figures is completely different from the other Yadrats. His skin is dark green, and his figure is not much different from ordinary earthlings. Compared to other Yggdrasil starmen, he is obviously much bullier, and his chi is also much stronger than other Yggdrasils. The combat effectiveness is probably around 40 or 50,000. Sun Wukong knows that this guy is the leader of the planet Yggdrasil Suba. P.S. Ask for favorites, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Chapter 042. Who are you? Suba looked proud, stared at Sun Wukong, and asked in a cold tone. He can feel that the strength of this guy in front of him is not high, so between the words, naturally there is no politeness. After all, in this world where strength is respected, without strength, it really does not get much respect. And for this kind of alien who inexplicably appeared on the planet Yggdrasil, he has a subconscious repulsion. Of course, this resistance may have come from those aggressors. Earthling, Monkey King. Sun Wukong smiled shallowly and replied, his tone was quite polite. Earthlings? What is the purpose of your coming here? Suba's tone was still cold, and he asked in a somewhat aggressive tone. I was attacked in space, and being here was not my intention. Sun Wuhan's tone was also very flat, so he said. Landing on the planet Yggdrasil was indeed a result he did not expect. Although this result made him very happy. Then, he continued to push against Suba and said, Chief Suba, please rest assured, I have no malice. For Sun Wukong's words, Suba seemed to scoff. Cut. Lang snorted and said, you really have no malice, because you don't have that qualification. He could clearly feel that although the strange boy in front of him had some strength, he was indeed much stronger than the average Yggdrasil, but compared with himself, the gap was still very huge. Therefore, in his opinion, even if he wanted to be hostile, he did not have the qualifications to have evil thoughts against their planet Yggdrasil. Hey? Chief Suba, you are also the leader of the planet Yggdrasil, hiding in the crack of the door to look at people, are you not afraid to look at people flat? Sun Wukong smiled playfully, a thin anger appeared on his face. Suba is also a person with 40 or 50,000 combat power, as the leader of a planet, his vision is so short-sighted. Although he only seems to have a combat power of about 10,000 now, it is because he deliberately hides his strength. Even so, with Suba's strength, he should be able to feel his coercion. This guy doesn't know if it's a real tiger or if he has other plans. If you want to make others look up, you have to see if you have that strength, don't you? Suba's dismissive face raised slightly. Obviously, in his opinion, Sun Wukong, who only has a combat power of 10,000, does not have the strength to make him pay attention. Send him away. Then, Suba's face turned cold and he said to the 4 guards beside him. I don't know what to call it. Sun Wukong was also irritated by Suba's empty-eyed attitude. Talk to him well, this guy is good for tat with himself everywhere, and there are all kinds of contempt between words. If you don't see him in general, do you really think that you are a soft persimmon? Looking at the 4 guards walking towards him, Sun Wukong's eyes suddenly burst out with a cold light. The gloomy tone said lightly, the strength you said, but so. As the voice fell, Sun Wukong clenched his fists violently. Ha! A low roar came out of his throat, and in an instant, a terrifying chi vortex swept in all directions like an air blade. The 4 Yggdrasil Starman guards who had just approached Sun Wukong and the 2 who had brought Sun Wukong over before were directly shocked by the terrifying momentum and flew out. The remaining 7 or 8 people were also heavily overturned, and their faces were full of horror. Even the strongest Suba, under that strong momentum, kept retreating with his feet rubbing the ground. His face was also extremely frightened. How? How can it be? Shock, unparalleled shock emerged from Suba's face. Muttered. That guy, obviously only has about 10,000 combat strength, how could he be promoted to such a terrifying point in an instant? He could obviously feel that Sun Wukong's combat power at this time was completely more than 10 times more than his own. So, then, This seemingly ugly alien turned out to be. It actually has a combat power of 500,000? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The members of the strongest Gula Mecha team under Gula are only about 180,000 combat power. In this universe, in addition to the frozen demon family, how can there be someone stronger than the Gula Mecha team? Looking at Suba, who looked at him with a wooden face, Sun Wukong retracted his momentum. It's too easy to kill these people. But he also knows very well that these people are some hard bones, and they would rather be unyielding. If you kill these people yourself, if you want to learn special abilities such as teleportation, I am afraid it will be a little difficult. You? Who are you? After a brief loss of concentration, Suba looked at Sun Wukong in trembling and shock, and asked in a stammering tone. He also knew that with the strength that Sun Wukong had just displayed, let alone kill them, even the entire planet of Adrath could be destroyed by him in an instant. I said, I'm an earthling, Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong looked at Suba, who was full of horror, and spoke lightly. Are you really not Gula's subordinate? Suba's face was still terrified. If this guy in front of him was really Gula's subordinate, then the planet of Adrath, in danger. Is it a problem with your ears, or am I not clear enough? Sun Wukong did not give Suba face at all. After all, it was this guy who first made himself bored. I don't have to give him a good face. Then he continued, Gula. He doesn't deserve it yet. P.S. Ask for collections, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Kneel and beg, thanks. Chapter 043. Arrogant, very arrogant. At least in the eyes of Suba and the other Adraths, Sun Wukong's words at the moment are very rampant. So rampant that they even think that this guy's brain is broken? Who is Gura? That is the eldest son of the Frozen Demon clan, the biggest evil force in the universe. Even Frisia can be called the Emperor of the universe, and as Frisia's older brother, his strength is still above Frisia. In their opinion, almost no one in this universe is a match for those people. Although the strength of the earthlings named Sun Wukong in front of them is also much more than them, if it is compared with Gura, it is completely different. There is no comparison at all. Just when Supa just wanted to open his mouth to introduce the ignorant Monkey King to the strength of Gula and his Gula mech team, an old man with a broken body walked into the ruins, draped in a black cloak. After coming in, he directly signaled to Supa not to continue. Then walked in front of Sun Wukong. What's going on with this old man? Sun Wukong's eyes narrowed slightly, looking at the old man who had appeared in front of him. There was a kind smile on his wrinkled face, and there was a bit of excitement in that smile. It always felt like this old man knew himself. But he had never seen him, including the previous Monkey King, let alone this old man. You're finally here. The old man looked at Sun Wukong, smiled very kindly, and his tone was very kind. But Sun Wukong was shocked. Finally here? Could it be that he already knew that he would come? How is this possible? Wrong. It is possible that. Could it be? You are the wise Husu? This time, the Monkey King was surprised. It is said that there is a wise man on the planet of Adrath named Husu. Can measure the future, know all kinds of magical powers. And in the original Dragon Ball book, Sun Wukong's teleportation was also learned from him. Could this old man really be able to measure the future? Knew you would be here? The old man nodded at Sun Wukong, apparently admitting that he was Husu, the oldest venerable on the planet Adrath. His Holiness, who is he? Suba looked at Sun Wukong puzzled. Except for a little stronger strength, there was nothing surprising at all. But how could his appearance make Venerable Husu, who has always been ancient, have such a big mood swing? A person who can defuse the crisis of the planet Adrath. Husu turned his head and said lightly to Suba. This guy can't even tell how strong the person standing in front of him is, and the planet Adrath is in his hands, and he doesn't know if it's right or wrong. A man who can defuse the crisis of the planet Yggdrasil? Suba was stunned, and then his eyes couldn't help but look at Sun Wukong twice. Almost all of the Yggdrasil people know that Venerable Husua possesses the secret art of foreseeing the future. What he said is almost the truth, the way forward. Over the years, every prophecy of His Holiness Husua has finally become a reality. This also made the entire Yggdrasil starmen believe the words of Venerable Husua. But this time, he felt that it was His Holiness Husua who felt wrong. That guy called Sun Wukong is definitely not Gula's opponent. If he is stubborn, he will definitely be twisted off by Gula's own hands in the end. His Holiness. As soon as Suba was about to speak, he was directly interrupted by Husua. Stop! Husua shouted sharply. And Suba did not dare to speak again. After all, even if he was the leader of the planet Yggdrasil, he did not dare to disobey the words of Husua Venerable. After drinking Supa, Husua looked at Sun Wukong with a light smile again, and said seriously, Wukong, I know that your appearance here was an accident, but I also know that the planet Yggdrasil has what you want. What a great old man! Sun Wukong was secretly shocked. This Husua is really not an ordinary person. Standing in front of him as if he wanted to be completely seen through by him. It seems that whatever he thinks, he can't escape his eyes. You're right, I'm really interested in some of the mysteries of the planet Yggdrasil, but I want to hear you go on. The corners of Sun Wukong's mouth raised and he spoke. He was indeed interested in the teleportation of the planet Yggdrasil, and there was no need to hide it at this time. And listen to Husu's tone, there will be afterwards. Sure enough, just after Sun Wukong finished speaking, Husua looked at Sun Wukong appreciatively and continued, so I want to make a deal with you. A win-win deal. Let's talk. Sun Wukong asked Husua. He already knew that Husua should teach himself the secret art of the planet Yggdrasil, but he also had his conditions. It's not difficult for you, I teach you the occult, and you help us fight back the enemy. When Husua said this, his expression became serious. Obviously, this matter should be very important to him. Okay, deal. Sun Wukong replied very crisply. Almost without any hesitation. In fact, when he was just brought to this ruins by the two Yggdrasils, he felt three very evil auras in the distance. And the combat effectiveness is not low. P.S. Ask for collections, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Neil, thank you. Chapter 044. Husua was startled at first, obviously not expecting Sun Wukong to agree so cheerfully. But I was instantly relieved. After all, the future he sees should not be wrong, although there is a deviation in the time of Sun Wukong's arrival. But as a result, it should not change. Cut. I don't know how bad guys. Suba glanced at Sun Wukong with some complicated gaze and muttered in a low voice. And at this moment, a soldier from the planet of Yggdrasil ran in panic, covered in wounds, as if he had been stained by a blood tank. First. Chief, Your Holiness, it's not good. Sha'iza, they said that the deadline given to us has expired, and the slaughter of the city has begun. Our fighters, dead and wounded. Panicked, helpless, desperate looks intertwined across the soldier's face. There is a cry in the voice. Those three guys are as strong as monsters, and they are like ants in front of those people. With the movement of their fingers, those three people were able to annihilate these people in an instant. There is simply no ability to resist. Isn't it only 2 days away? This herd of beasts. Hearing the soldier's words, Suba's fists clenched tightly, his nails dug into his palms, and blood flowed down his fists. They obviously discussed it and gave them an answer after 3 days, but they didn't expect that they didn't keep their promise at all, and now it's only the next day, and they have already begun to slaughter the city. What's even worse is that I can't help them at all. Venerable. Your Holiness, or shall we obey their wishes? If it goes on like this, all of us will be killed. Suba raised his head, gritted his teeth and looked at Husu, and said very reluctantly. To make him submit is actually worse than killing him. But the scene of the destruction of their planet by the Kinnit team a few years ago still reverberates in his mind from time to time. He could no longer watch the planet Adrated follow in his home planet's footsteps. You can't let all the fighters fall in front of you one by one. Let's go, and see first. Although the wise man Husu also frowned, he was much calmer than Supa. Then looked at Sun Wukong and said, Wukong, we may need your help in a while. Sun Wukong nodded, since he promised Husu, then he would help them solve these troubles. And he could feel that the three auras that appeared just now were not very strong. Listening to what the soldier said just now, it should be the three people of the Gula Mecha team. Sha'iza, tired, Nez. The combat strength of the three is 170,000, 163,000, and 180,000 respectively. This kind of combat power is completely garbage in front of the current Monkey King. Only Sun Wukong thought that he would be able to kill any of them with one punch. Fortunately, I didn't feel the breath of Gula here. That guy was able to complete the 5th stage of transformation, surpassing Frisia in strength, and he has not yet become a Super Saiyan. If he meets Gula at this time, it is still a very dangerous thing. After all, even if he opened the 10-fold Realm King Fist, his combat power was only 50 million. It is difficult to compete with the Gula with a combat power of more than 100 million. After receiving Sun Wukong's approval, Husu and Suba left the wounded soldiers in the ruins. With Sun Wukong and a dozen other soldiers, they surrounded the city in a circle. Then Husu pointed his fingers at the center of his eyebrows, and the bodies of more than a dozen people instantly disappeared in place. At this time, in a prosperous city, 3 figures stood in the air, all wearing high-grade cosmic combat suits. The man standing in the middle had orange hair, blue skin, and was about 170 centimeters tall. Quite handsome. On his right, a mantis-like guy, with a dark red complexion, a thin body, and a height of 280 centimeters. To the left of the handsome man is a rather burly Hulk. The palms of the 3 were facing down, their 5 fingers were separated, and terrifying energy beams shot out from their fingertips like machine guns. Wherever the beam went, it exploded. Weak Adrath Starman, dead or wounded. Bitter screams, cries of despair, groans of pain filled the city. Oh, oh! Run away! If you don't run away, you are too uninterested. The 3 people standing in the middle of the air looked at the Adrath Starmen below who were fleeing like ants, and their eerie laughter echoed above the entire city. Suddenly, swoosh! A sound of breaking the air sounded, and then more than a dozen figures inexplicably appeared above the city, standing opposite Sha'iza and the others. But, damn, this group of devils! Supa lowered his head and looked around the devastated city and the weak body that fell on the street. Instantly furious. Sha'iza, didn't you promise to give us 3 days to think about it? Why kill my innocent people? Supa almost roared. He really wanted to rush up and die with those demons, but he needed to calm down now. Because that approach will push the planet of Adrid to extinction faster. Promise? That is what you weak people should obey, and our task is to create promises. The corners of Sha'iza's mouth rose high, unusually evil. P.S. Ask for favorites, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Chapter 045. Suba was tickled by Sha'iza's words, but there was no way to refute them, because Sha'iza's words were correct. Even if they break their promises, there is nothing they can do with them. This is the humiliation that no strength brings them. Now, I will give you one last chance, either obediently take out the secret technique of the planet Adrath, or go to the Yellow Spring en masse. I count to 3. Sha'iza looked at Suba and Husu evilly, his palm slightly raised, aiming at the 2. 2. Abominable. Your Holiness, or not. Supa watched Sha'iza's movements, cold sweat slipping down his forehead, as if asking His Holiness's opinion. Even if it is death, the secret art of the planet Adrath must not fall into the hands of these evil cosmic people. Husu's tone was very firm, and there was no room for negotiation at all. Damn old guy! Toast without eating and punishing wine. Husu's words were naturally heard by Shaza, and anger suddenly appeared on his face. In this universe, no one has rebelled against them several times for a long time. If it weren't for Lord Gula's interest in the secret techniques of the planet Adrath, he would have killed this group of unscrupulous ants long ago. So, let's start with you. Shaza's gaze swept over, moved his finger slightly, pointed at Sun Wukong, and then a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. Scion! That face, he was a little familiar. It seemed that he had seen this guy somewhere, but he couldn't remember it for a while. However, this kind of low-grade scions all look similar, and it is reasonable that they can't remember it. Moreover, this guy turned out to have no tail. Haven't the scions been wiped out by King Frisia along with planet Vegeta? But that shock, and then quickly disappeared. The combat power of about 10,000, no matter who it is, can't make him raise too much interest. Before he didn't get the secret technique of the planet Yadrat, he really shouldn't be able to directly kill Suba and Husu. Because what Lord Gula wants, you must get. If they killed the two of them, Lord Gula's wrath, they couldn't bear it. But that scion is different. Killing him will not lose anything, and it may also play a role in killing chickens and monkeys. Seeing that Shaza actually regarded himself as the first target, Sun Wukong smiled lightly, and then said playfully, I don't like people pointing their fingers at me very much, so you will be miserable. Oh? Dislike? There's a lot more you don't like. Like what? I kill you. Shaza also smiled coldly, and then a dark red energy beam appeared on his fingertips. In his opinion, this beam of light was enough to kill that scion. Wow! With a muffled snort, the energy beam at the fingertip pointed directly towards Sun Wukong. I don't know if I'm alive or dead. Sun Wukong looked at the energy beam that shot towards him, made a cold sound, and then his body flashed violently, and he disappeared directly in place. How? What's going on? Looking at the Monkey King who suddenly disappeared from sight, Shaza was shocked. That scion obviously only has a combat power of 10,000. How could it be so fast? I didn't even see it clearly. Red and Nez were also full of shock, and the scion just now disappeared strangely. Brush! Suddenly, a slight voice sounded, and Sun Wukong's body appeared directly in front of Shaza. Because Shaza still maintained the action of attacking just now, Sun Wukong held Shaza's index finger in his hand. His eyes looked at Shaza coldly, and he said lightly, I hate other people's fingers pointing at me the most. Since you don't listen, you're punished. After Sun Wukong finished speaking, under Shaza's terrified gaze, he pulled hard. Click! Shaza's index finger was actually ripped off alive, and blood spurted out instantly. The severe pain made Shaza subconsciously take a few steps back, almost instantly lost his mind, and roared madly, Damn wild monkey, I'm going to tear you to pieces. As the captain of the Gula Mecha warrior, after so many years in the universe, when did he suffer such humiliation? He completely forgot how Sun Wukong appeared by his side just now. A ball of energy quickly condensed in the palm of his left hand and shot it directly towards Sun Wukong. Looking at that attack, Sun Wukong smiled coldly, his body flashed again, and he rushed directly towards Shaza, and flew out with an energy racket. Then the right palm clamped Shaza's face, and with a little force, there was a slight sound through. A burst of screams resounded in the sky. Captain! Red and Nez saw that Sun Wukong instantly controlled Shaza, and exclaimed, and the two clenched their fists at the same time and swept towards Sun Wukong. Die! Sun Wukong's eyes narrowed slightly, ignoring Red and Nez who came to support, and the white light burst out from the palm of Shahza's hand. Bang! With a dull sound, half of Shahza's body was directly blown into bits and pieces of debris, spilling down. Then Sun Wukong turned around sharply and punched out directly towards the stormy Red. The speed was so fast that Red didn't react at all. Diddy. At the moment when Sun Wukong turned around, Nez and Red's combat power detectors began to sound urgently. Bang! The fist directly sank into Ray's chest. Red's whole person froze violently, his pupils shrank suddenly, purple blood flowed down the corners of his mouth, looking at Sun Wukong incredulously. I opened my mouth but couldn't say half a word. Life passes quickly. P.S. Ask for collections, ask for flowers. Chapter 046. The moment Sun Wukong withdrew his fist, Red's blood was like a spring, spraying directly from his chest. The eyes were still round, and the panic had not yet dissipated, but the body fell limply, obviously lifeless. No. Impossible, the captain and Red were actually killed by him? Nez, who was originally about to attack, saw Sun Wukong directly smash Red to death with a punch, and his body instantly froze in place. Shaking his head in disbelief, he muttered to himself. The three of them are all henchmen under Lord Gula, who have fought in the universe over the years and have almost never encountered an opponent. I didn't expect to be killed by a wild monkey in an instant today. Just for a moment, Nez came back to his senses, turned around, and flew out directly in the opposite direction at full speed. He must leave this terrifying place as quickly as possible, otherwise he will definitely end up with Shahza and Red, and completely stay on this garbage planet. The difference in strength between the three of them is very small, since the scion in front of him can kill Shahza and Red in an instant, then he also has the strength to kill himself. He had no doubt about that. I want to leave now, it's late. Sun Wukong looked at Nez, who wanted to turn around and escape, and said coldly, and did not go after him. Instead, his right palm was raised high, and a low tone came out of his throat. Kiwan Chop. The moment the tone fell, a golden wheel appeared in Sun Wukong's palm, spinning at high speed. Then, he threw it directly towards Nez. Sun Wukong is very confident, even if Nez's speed is fast, it is absolutely impossible to be faster than his own chi round slash. In his eyes, Nez is already a dead man at the moment. Nez seemed to feel the breath of death, and when he looked back, he saw the wheel that followed him in horror. His intuition told him that as long as he was cut by that round wheel, he would definitely end up in a different place. Chi Yuan Chopper is getting closer and closer to Nez, just when Sun Wukong thought Nez would die. The next moment, suddenly a purple light shot directly from Nez's front and hit the chi circle slash. Click! Click! A series of crisp sounds sounded from the air, and Sun Wukong was covered with cracks the moment he saw his chi round slash and was hit by the purple light. Subsequently, it directly turned into nothingness. This breath? B. In an instant, Sun Wukong suddenly felt a very terrifying and evil aura. It was so terrifying that his whole body trembled slightly. Just that attack, he could clearly feel how terrifying that guy was. After the wheel behind him was shattered, Nez instantly turned around excitedly, and the joy of the rest of his life after the disaster made his face show a look of ecstasy. At the moment when Nez turned around, a figure appeared in front of Nez. Ancient Lord Gula. Nez looked at the person in front of him excitedly and cried out in awe. As long as Lord Gula comes, then that scion will definitely be killed by Lord Gula even if he is strong. Now, he was finally saved. It's really him, Gura. Looking at the guy who suddenly appeared in front of Nez, Sun Wukong's brows furrowed, and he said in a heavy tone. Before he didn't feel a trace of Gula's breath at all, not a trace of it. When did this guy appear on the planet Adrit? Originally, he thought that he only needed to deal with the three people of the Gula Mecha warriors, and Gula should not appear for the time being, so he very simply agreed to Husa's deal, but now, The whole body is white and purple skin color, gloomy eyes, cold momentum, a long tail swinging flexibly behind him. This guy, Sun Wukong, can be described as very familiar. He is Frisia's brother, Gula. A guy from the Frozen Demon clan with the 5th stage transformation, a terrifying existence with a combat power of 470 million. In front of him, he has no chance of winning at all. Even if he becomes a Super Saiyan, his combat effectiveness has increased by 50 times. The combat power of 250 million is not enough to compete with him. It's over, it's really over this time. Compared with Sun Wukong's heavy gaze, Suba directly looked at Gula with a dead face, and his body took a few steps backwards uncontrollably. If it was before, Sun Wukong did not kill the Gula Mecha warriors, they handed over the secret art of the planet Adrath, and maybe there was a glimmer of life. Now, it's all late. Gula will not let go of the Monkey King, nor will he spare everyone on the planet Adrath. The other Yadrits all had the same expression as Suba. Enlightenment. Gaku, are you sure of defeating him? Husui also frowned, the wrinkles on his face were clearer, looked at Gula, and then asked Sun Wukong. Husui was also able to feel Gula's terrifying cold breath, and the moment Gula appeared, he felt the breath of death that penetrated his heart. No. Not at all. Sun Wukong shook his head and said in a low voice. Now he really has no hope of defeating Gula at all. Mo said that it was a victory over Gula, maybe he stood and wanted to leave here, it was a difficult thing. Chapter 047. Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Suba and the others almost completely lost hope. Of course, from the beginning, he didn't have any hopes for Sun Wukong. Lord Gura, Captain, and Red. All killed by that wild monkey. After a brief moment of excitement, Nez bowed his head and said to Gula in fear. Then he secretly glanced at Gula's expression. The gloomy and cold expression that did not fluctuate made Nez's heart suddenly sink and he was panicked. Sha Tsa and Red are dead. Gula turned his gaze to Nez and continued in an eerie tone, then why don't you die? Whoops! Nez's heart suddenly trembled, and he could obviously feel Gula's killing intent. Ancient Lord Gura, because I want to continue to serve you and continue to fight the planet for you, so. Nez's trembling voice had not yet fallen, but was interrupted by Gula. My men never need deserters, so you. Go to hell. Gula's face suddenly turned cold, and a sharp light burst out of his eyes, and he directly slapped out at Nez. Very decisive. Gula Day. Nez's person had not yet exited, but was directly swallowed by the energy ball blasted out of Gura's palm. Not even Slag remains. The Frozen Demon clan, really all of them are ruthless characters, and even their subordinates who have followed them for decades can be instantly wiped out. Looking at Gula, whose expression did not fluctuate after killing Nez, Sun Wukong was shocked in his heart. At the same time, his brain spun rapidly, calculating how to resist Gula and even kill him. Next, it's your turn, everyone today has to die. After killing Nez with one palm, Gula's body slowly fell in front of Sun Wukong and the others. The tone is serious, and the killing intent is suddenly obvious. You guys back off. Sun Wukong turned his head and said something to Husui and Suba and the others. Husui and Suba took the others and retreated beyond Base Hang. In its current form, a vicious battle is inevitable. Gula will never let himself go. Since that's the case, let's fight. How can Gura be stronger than himself? Think about which opponent in Dragon Ball, Sun Wukong, who is not stronger than him, and then was not defeated by Sun Wukong one by one. Since he can do it himself. Gura. Just be the first stepping stone on the road of the strong. Thinking of this, the jealousy in Sun Wukong's heart disappeared without a trace, and in his eyes, there was no solemnity, and some were just fanaticism. The desire to fight is burning. Little ant, actually want to resist me? Seeing that Sun Wukong turned into a warlike in an instant, Gula was first startled, and then spoke in a contemptuous tone. This kind of ant, with his own fingers, can twist him to death. Rebellion against you? You are wrong, today I will slaughter you. At this time, Sun Wukong was also unafraid, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Today, let's be an iron-headed baby. Outrageous wild monkey, give me death. Sun Wukong's arrogant tone seemed to make Gula very unhappy, and the moment Gula's voice fell, he directly punched Sun Wukong without hesitation. Looking at Gula's fist, Sun Wukong clenched his fists, and the vast aura gushed out from his body like a flood. White swirls of air were formed. Without the slightest hesitation, the same punch blasted towards Gula. Bang! The moment the fist collided with the fist, a dull sound spread. The furious chi vortex directly set off bursts of dust. And one after another blade-like chi vortex swept in all directions, and Suba and the others quickly dodged. If they were hit by that terrifying air blade, they would either die or be injured. Under the collision of this punch, Sun Wukong took more than a dozen steps backwards in panic, and he could not stabilize his figure. What a strong force! Sun Wukong's right fist was behind his back and he squeezed it quietly. He knew that Gula just thought that his strength was only a few 100,000 combat power, so he didn't go all out and let himself take advantage of a little. But even so, the attack of this punch still made him feel uncomfortable. After the punch, although Gula did not move, there was a touch of surprise in his eyes when he looked at Sun Wukong. That guy actually increased his combat effectiveness to several million in an instant. In addition to their frozen demon clan in the universe, there are people who can have more than 1 million combat power, and they are also a scion. This was indeed something that surprised him. No wonder it's so rampant, it turns out to have this strength, but with this combat effectiveness, it still can't change any results. Gula shook his head and said coldly to Sun Wukong. I really had some carelessness just now, so I let this guy take advantage of it. But then, he will completely solve the scion monkey. Let him understand that even if he has 1 million combat power, he is still an ant-like existence in front of him. As soon as the words fell, Gula's body flashed out instantly, and he smashed a punch directly towards Sun Wukong. It's staggeringly fast. Whether it is speed or strength, it is not at all on the same level as before. Sun Wukong could clearly feel the power of Gula's punch, and naturally did not dare to make a hard contact, so he could only cross his fists and block in front of Hun. Bang! Gula's fists smashed on Sun Wukong's arms without accident. The vast power rushed to Sun Wukong's arms like a flood of breaking embankments, and his body was directly smashed into the ruins with a punch. P.S. Kneel for collection, ask for flowers. I just sent the signing contract today, and I don't know if it's right or wrong. Chapter 048. Sun Wukong's body smashed into the ruins like a falling meteorite, but Gula had no intention of stopping. The palm was slightly raised, and the fingertips pointed to the ruins that Sun Wukong shot into, and the terrifying red energy light balls shot into the ruins one after another. Almost instantly, the ruins disappeared under a fierce bombardment, turning into a huge deep pit. However, Gula did not see the figure of Sun Wukong from the bottom of the pit. Then his gaze froze, and he suddenly looked sideways not far away, and saw the figure of Sun Wukong. At this time, Sun Wukong looked quite embarrassed, his orange-red martial arts uniform was tattered, and some small scars appeared on his body. But damn it! The fist was clenched tightly, and Sun Wukong felt the tingling pain coming from his body, and frowned tightly. If it goes on like this, he will definitely be killed by this guy. Then fight it. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, and he had already made up his mind in his heart. Although Gula took himself a little seriously just now, he could clearly feel that the guy had not used his full strength at all. And there was no transformation. At this time, Gula's arrogance and carelessness may be the key to defeating him. At this thought, Sun Wukong said in his heart that he had a feasible plan. However, this method is extremely dangerous, if there is no way to cause substantial damage to Gula, then in the next time, he will completely lose his combat effectiveness. At that time, it will really become a lamb to be slaughtered. Yo, you can still stand up. If you don't stand up, you may be less tortured. Gula looked at the wounded Monkey King, and said in a cold tone playfully. An ant, no matter how many times it stands up, is always going to crawl on the ground. Really? If you don't stand up, how can I beat you down? Sun Wukong also endured the pain in his body, raised the corners of his mouth, and said in a relaxed tone. He must now provoke Gula to attack him at close range in a fit of rage. In this way, their own programs can be implemented. Sure enough, after hearing Sun Wukong's words, a flash of anger flashed on Gula's face again. He is usually a calm person, but in the face of an ant-like thing provoking repeatedly, he is also a little unbearable. After all, in his eyes, Sun Wukong is just a relatively tall ant. Damn things, I'll let you know right now, being quick in tongue will only speed up the pace of your death. As the words fell, Gura's body burst out again, and he had to wring the neck of this wild monkey with his own hands to calm this anger. Gula's speed is extremely fast, but fortunately it is not fast enough that Sun Wukong can't catch his trace at all. It's now. When he saw that Gula was about 10 feet away from him, Sun Wukong suddenly spoke in a low voice. Then his arms shook violently, and his fists clenched tightly. Realm King God, 20 times. Brush. At that moment, Sun Wukong's body suddenly rose up with a terrifying dark red energy vortex. The muscles in all parts of the body directly doubled, and yin red blood spurted out from the small wounds on the body. And Sun Wukong's chi also reached a very terrifying point at this moment. 20 times the Realm King fist. To be honest, if it weren't for today's last resort, he would definitely not use it. Because of a carelessness, one's body will be burst by the violent energy. But fortunately, I seem to have withstood it. With a normal combat power of 5 million, and a 20-fold increase in the Realm King fist, Sun Wukong's combat power instantly soared to 100 million. With a combat power of 100 million, in the case that Gula has not transformed into the ultimate form, he is definitely not his opponent. So the next blow is very critical. If there is no way to seriously injure Gula, then you will lose the ability to resist. What? What's going on? Gula felt that Sun Wukong's combat power had skyrocketed countless times in an instant, and a feeling of danger lingered in his heart. The body that burst forward also appeared to stagnate for a moment. But just for a moment, for Sun Wukong, who had unleashed a 20-fold Realm King fist, it was enough. Swoosh! Sun Wukong's body instantly turned into a dark red streamer and shot towards Gula. The speed was so fast that it completely exceeded the speed of Gula just now. Almost without waiting for Gula to react, the figure of Sun Wukong had already appeared in front of Gula. Die! A deep voice came out of the back of Monkey King's throat. A jab smashed directly into Gula's chest. Poof! Gula barely reacted, but was directly blasted out by a punch, and the blood cut a brilliant arc in midair. After punching flying Gula, Sun Wukong did not pause at all. With both hands on the right crotch, a calyx-like shape was pinched, and terrifying blue energy condensed from between the palms. The turtle. Send. Gas. Merit. Wave. Gula's body has not completely stabilized, and Sun Wukong's Turtle School Qigong Wave is following. P.S. If you have any suggestions for this book, you can leave a message in the comment area, so that Pippi Shrimp knows how many objective factors there are in addition to poor writing with such poor grades, and I will change them well. Finally, don't forget, ask for collections, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Chapter 049. Boom! The powerful turtle faction Qigong Wave directly swallowed Gula's body, and the moment it hit the ground, the entire planet of Adrit trembled violently. Half of the city was bombarded into debris almost instantly. A huge sinkhole appeared on the ground not far away, but there was no trace of Gura. Phew! After Sun Wukong exhaled that breath, the whole person was like a deflated leather ball, and the dark red aura around his body all disappeared, and he fell down softly. Bang! Sun Wukong's body fell heavily to the ground, and at this moment, he felt as if his strength had been drained. Soreness all over. Even when I do it, I feel so powerless. Now. It's really. Sun Wukong smiled bitterly helplessly. Having unleashed 20 times the Realm King Fist, he had already consumed all his energy. At this time, the side effects after casting the Realm King Fist are reflected. And what is even more terrifying is that he has no strength at all, but he can still feel Gula's chi. Although it is also down a lot. But not completely de-energized like yourself. Now, he is really a fish on a knife trick. Win. Win? Gula was defeated. Suba looked sluggish and lost his mind for a while, before he looked at the scene in front of him and muttered incredulously. The moment Supa's voice fell, there was a deafening cheer behind him. Win. We won. The kind of depression that all the Adrath starmen had been holding for so long was instantly released. The shouts resounded in the sky, overwhelming the mountains. Among all the people, only Husu had a very solemn expression, looked at the deep pit in the distance, and said in a heavy tone, Gula. He is not dead. What? What the? It can't be. Suba, who was still in the midst of extreme excitement just now, suddenly heard Husu's words, his pupils shrank sharply, and he shook his head and said. Gula was obviously directly bombarded by Sun Wukong's energy wave, and there was no slag left. How could it not have died? Once again, he questioned the words directed at Husu the wise man. But in an instant, that doubt disappeared without a trace. Boom! Almost at the moment when Supa's questioning voice fell, Supa and Husu suddenly exploded behind them. More than half of the Adrat's soldiers were instantly swallowed up by the terrifying explosion. No. No way. Supa's body subconsciously took a few steps back, and he shook his head woodenly. Now, it's really going to die, and the Adrats are not saved. Then, Gula's figure appeared in everyone's sight. There was a purple blood stain hanging from the corner of his mouth, countless scars large and small appeared on his body, and his eyes burned with furious flames. Abominable wild monkey, I must crush your corpse into 10,000 pieces today. Gula was so hideous that he was so embarrassed by a wild monkey. Shame, unforgivable shame. This shame can only be cleansed with the blood of this wild monkey and the group of lowly creatures in front of him. Gula pinched out a ball of energy in his right hand and threw it directly towards Sun Wukong. Boom! The energy ball exploded directly from Sun Wukong's back, and the entire ground suddenly collapsed, and Sun Wukong's broken martial arts suit with only a few strands was completely burned. The back is scorched black. Let Sun Wukong's teeth grin in pain at the moment. Gula doesn't want to kill Sun Wukong so easily now. He has to slowly torture Sun Wukong to death in order to eliminate this resentment. Husu looked at that scene, his expression was very solemn. If Sun Wukong was really dead, then the planet of Yadrath would really be over. Then he suddenly turned around and said to Supa, You go and stop Gula. Nani? Hearing Husu's words, Gula looked confused. Did Husu want to send himself to death? That Monkey King is more than 10,000 times stronger than himself, and there is no way to take Gula at all. To stop him yourself, isn't this clearly looking for death? Your Holiness, I. Supa's brows furrowed, and his tone was very hesitant. Because he knew that he couldn't even take a move from Gula, and there was no way to stop Gula. Just fight for half a minute. Husu's tone was very serious, with irresistible coercion. This. Supa gritted his teeth and nodded, anyway, it is difficult to escape death today. Fight with him. Thinking of this, Supa's eyes also flashed a trace of ruthlessness, and his feet touched the ground, and he jumped directly in front of Gula. At the moment when Supa jumped, Husu's index finger and middle finger pointed at the center of his eyebrows at the same time, and directly appeared next to Sun Wukong. With one hand in front of Sun Wukong's hun, faint waves of energy spread out from Husu's palm and spread throughout Sun Wukong's body. In an instant, the injuries on Sun Wukong's body were rapidly healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Oh? Do you still have this ability? I'm really reluctant to kill you." Gula naturally noticed Husu's movements, and watching Sun Wukong's injuries heal quickly, a flash of surprise flashed in Gula's eyes. It seems that the special abilities of the Adrits are really quite a lot. However, he did not have the slightest nervousness, because he knew that even if he cured Sun Wukong, he could easily defeat him. It's just to make him suffer more. Then, step out. Seeing that Gula wanted to step forward, Supa also plucked up enough courage, stepped forward, and said, "Gula, your opponent is me." Although it is a reprimand, it is obvious that there is a lack of confidence. "You? My opponent? Take yourself too seriously." Gula glanced at Supa with contempt, and then drank, "Get out." With one hand, Supa's body flew out directly like a cannonball. It hit the ground hard. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and his breath instantly withered to the extreme. Mo said it was blocking Gula for half a minute. As long as Gula wants to do it, he can kill him in an instant. P.S. Brothers, 90,000 words, now there are only 1,000 collections, the results are really pitiful. Fi shrimp are here, all kinds of kneeling begs. _Kneelingen. Chapter 050. After shooting Supa away, Gula did not rush to stop Husu from treating Sun Wukong. Unexpectedly, he hugged his arms in front of Hun and looked at the two with a relaxed expression. Half a minute later, the wounds on Sun Wukong's body had almost all healed, and the injuries were almost healed. "Gaku, I'll take you away in a moment." Husu lowered his voice, attached it to Sun Wukong's ear, and said in a low voice, "Run away." Sun Wukong glanced at Husu in surprise. This guy actually let himself leave at this time. It seems that he is still a person of great love. But Gula was not far from him, and as long as he wanted to, he could appear beside him in an instant. "Can't go at all." "You are not from the planet Adrath in the first place, so you don't have to die with us, and I will teleport you to another planet later." Husu's voice was still very low, and his tone was very sincere. Hearing Husu's words, Sun Wukong's brows frowned slightly, and he seemed to hesitate for a moment. Indeed, if Husu teleported, he could indeed leave here, and Gula would definitely not be able to catch up with them. It's just that in this way, the planet Adrath will definitely be completely destroyed by Gula. Of course, the destruction of the planet Adrath does not have much to do with himself. After all, it is true to say that he has established a deep relationship with the people of the planet of Adrath in such a short time. His purpose is nothing more than that he can't learn the secret art of the planet Adrath. A special ability like teleportation, the super divine dragon should also be able to do it. Even if you can't learn teleportation on the planet Adrath, it doesn't have much impact. It's just that if he retreats today and doesn't dare to face Gula and fight him, then he will definitely plant the seeds of cowardice in his heart. In future cultivation, the mentality will definitely be affected. And at the moment he made a move, he didn't think to retreat. This battle is already unstoppable. "No, I'm not going to run away." Sun Wukong stared at Husu, shook his head squarely, slowly stood up, raised his head slightly, and looked at Gula. His own strength is indeed very far from Gula, but in this way, it is not a small challenge for himself, and it is also a rare opportunity. A chance to become a Super Saiyan. Husu looked at Sun Wukong stunnedly, and thought that Sun Wukong stayed to fight the powerful Gula in order to help them on the planet of Adrath, and he was moved to tears at that time. "Oh? Not going to run away?" Gula looked at the Monkey King, who stood up again, seemed to smile, and joked coldly. By his hearing, Husu heard everything he said to Sun Wukong. If Sun Wukong really wanted to use teleportation to escape, then he would completely kill the two of them in that instant. After all, they are very close. And his speed can be faster than the comprehension of Sun Wukong and Husu. Run away? How can I kill you if I escape? Sun Wukong's eyes narrowed, his body slowly floated in the air, appeared on the opposite side of Gura, stared at Gula, and said lightly. That tone was also full of banter. And this tone made Gula very unhappy. Gula can casually despise, scorn, and even disdain any enemy, because he has that kind of empty-eyed strength. But he couldn't stand other people shouting in front of him, especially this kind of wild monkey like a jumping beam clown. I have to admit, your ability to provoke me is really strong. Success has pissed me off, so next, I will let you taste death a little bit. Gula's face twitched slightly, his fists clenched, and his tone was flat, but very cold. Standing opposite Gula, Sun Wukong could feel his anger. At the moment of rejecting Husu, he was ready to fight to the death. It has reached this point, and he is naturally not afraid to fight. If you want to hit it, so much. The moment Sun Wukong's cold voice fell, his body burst out. With a clenched right fist, the whole person is like an off-string arrow. It is better to be active than to be beaten passively. At the moment when Sun Wukong burst out, white chi vortex surged out from his body. The momentum is extremely violent. At that moment, he felt that his strength had increased a lot compared to the above. No, it was very much, more than doubled. What's going on? While Sun Wukong was puzzled, he was instantly ecstatic. No matter what, at this moment, one more point of strength is one more hope to win. That's right. Every time a scion is on the verge of death, his strength will increase qualitatively after recovery. No wonder when his physical energy consumption in the spirit time house reached its limit, he did not increase his strength after recovering with immortal beans. It seems that it is necessary to increase combat effectiveness only when it is close to death. But at this moment, without much time to think, Sun Wukong's speed was more than twice as fast as the previous normal, and he appeared in front of Gula in an instant. Bang! 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 In just one breath, Sun Wukong attacked dozens of punches. And the speed is getting faster and faster, and the punches are getting more and more tricky. At first, Gula was still very relaxed with one hand, but as time went by, Gula's hands were used together, and his face was a little difficult to see. This guy, how can the strength increase be so fast? Gula raised an eyebrow in shock. The rapid improvement of Sun Wukong's combat effectiveness made him feel a sense of unease. This guy must be killed, and if he is allowed to grow at this rate, I am afraid that he will really become his fierce enemy. P.S. I'm very sorry big brothers, I didn't update it in time today because of the adjustment of the work schedule and the old book, I'm very sorry. But today's update, I will definitely come out more. I finally signed a contract today, but I didn't give it, it's my responsibility. Finally, still cheekily ask for a wave of collections and flowers, sorry, thanks. Chapter 051. Gula has long been listed as a must-kill person for Sun Wukong. At this moment, the combat talent displayed by Sun Wukong made him even more determined to this point. The killing intent is also more intense. The scion monkey in front of him must die today. Hey! A surging chi vortex surged above Sun Wukong's fist, and he smashed directly towards Gula. Gula Noodles did not change color, as gloomy as ever, his right palm protruded out like lightning, directly grasping Sun Wukong's fist in his hand. It's just that at that moment, Gula's body also trembled lightly, which was enough to show the power of Sun Wukong's punch. After Gula clamped his fist, Sun Wukong did not panic, but pushed his waist hard, and his knees went directly to Gula's chin. And just when his knees were only 5 centimeters away from Gula's chin, he was tightly bound by something, and he couldn't move forward by half a minute. When he looked down, he saw the tail behind Gula, wrapped around his ankle ring. Tail? What a loss! Sun Wukong's brows frowned, cursed secretly, one hand and one foot were controlled, and a fierce color flashed in Gula's eyes, and he punched Sun Gohan's face directly. Seeing that lightning-like fist roaring, Sun Wukong naturally did not dare to be careless, and raised his right arm to protect his head. Bang! Gula's fist landed heavily on Sun Wukong's right arm, and Sun Wukong suddenly felt severe pain and bursts of numbness. One punch did not achieve much results, and Gula was not discouraged, and the next moment, his right knee went directly towards Sun Wukong's chest. The speed is very fast, so fast that Sun Wukong can't resist it at all. Bang! This knee was heavily pressed on Sun Wukong's chest. In an instant, Sun Wukong only felt as if his chest had been slammed by an iron fist, and he had a short breathing difficulty. And with the help of that terrifying force, Sun Wukong's fist also broke free from Gula's palm. At the moment when his left fist broke free, Sun Wukong's palms instantly pinched out a calyx-shaped, and terrifying blue energy condensed from his palms. The reaction and speed are very fast. Turtle Sect Qigong Wave. With a low roar, the Qigong Wave greeted directly towards Gula's head. Although Gula is arrogant, he is not stupid, and he can naturally feel the terrifying power of Sun Wukong's blow. As soon as the flexible tail was forced, it threw Sun Wukong out directly. And Sun Wukong's Turtle School Qigong Wave also wiped the bridge of Gula's nose, whistling up. The tip of Gula's nose, a red halo appeared. Shhhh, abominable wild monkeys! Feeling the burning pain coming from the tip of his nose, Gula's face instantly twisted, and his fists clenched tightly. A lowly wild monkey has repeatedly humiliated himself. Absolutely unforgivable. After Sun Wukong's body was thrown out by Gula, at the moment when he was about to hit the ground, his arms shook violently, and a dark red terrifying aura directly exploded out. Tenfold Realm King Fist. A deep voice came out, and when Sun Wukong's body was less than half a meter from the ground, he stopped. After the body stopped, without any hesitation, it shot directly at Gula like a dark red sword. After Husa treated himself well, along with the improvement of combat effectiveness, Sun Wukong could obviously feel that he was more handy in controlling the Tenfold Realm King Fist. The physical consumption is also much slower than before. Seeing that Sun Wukong actually attacked him again, Gula's face was already very ugly, and every time Sun Wukong stood up, he felt that his insult deepened. Damn wild monkey, really can't I deal with you? Gula gritted his teeth, and two red rays of light suddenly shot out from his scarlet eyes. Destroy the light! Straight to the Monkey King! Boring moves! Looking at the two destructive rays shooting straight towards him, Sun Wukong snorted coldly. Ha! With a low roar, the surrounding aura instantly soared, and the destruction light was directly dispersed when it touched the aura around Sun Wukong. After blocking Gula's attack, Sun Wukong's body flashed again, directly turning into an afterimage. That speed, even Gula was a little surprised. In an instant, Sun Wukong's body appeared in front of Gula, and with an upward hook, he hammered directly into Gula's chin. This move also wants to deal with me, don't be naive. After saying that, Gula directly punched out at the Monkey King who appeared in front of him. And his fist actually penetrated Sun Wukong's body without the slightest hindrance. Afterimage? Gula reacted instantly, and his face changed greatly. Idiot, I'm behind you. A faint voice came from behind him, and Gula turned his head sharply. And the moment Sun Wukong's voice fell, his palms were clasped together, and he smashed directly on the top of Gula's head. Gula had just completely unnoticed when Sun Wukong appeared behind him and suffered a terrifying attack, and his body was directly shot straight into the ground like a bullet. Instantly stirred up bursts of smoke and dust. After being cured by Husu, Sun Wukong's combat effectiveness has increased by about double, and at this time, Sun Wukong, who has cast a tenfold Realm King Fist, has a combat power of almost 100 million. And before Gula transformed again, his combat power was close to 100 million, but it was slightly insufficient. So if he doesn't transform again, Gula can't be Sun Wukong's opponent. Enlightenment. Gaku, he has the advantage. At this time, Supa had been cured by Husu, and seeing that Sun Wukong actually knocked Gula out, he spoke excitedly again. This time, maybe it's really possible to defeat Gura. Husu was also beaming, he could feel that Sun Wukong's momentum had surpassed Gula. P.S. Thank you, Swire Super Scion Super 10, Big Brother for your tips and all kinds of support. Pippi Shrimp is grateful. Kneel again for collections, for flowers, for evaluation votes. Hesitate that last time a friend wanted to circle the number, I was banned after I posted it, so I can't comment on everyone. However, I am reading every comment from everyone, and I suggest that I will also consider it, but I can't reply. So if you have any comments on this book, you can actively make suggestions, thank you. Chapter 052. Sun Wukong can't be as excited as Suba and Husu. Because he knew very well that Gula's strength was not only this, and he did have a little advantage just now, but that attack was not enough to cause substantial damage to Gula. Almost at the moment when Gula's body was knocked away, Sun Wukong's palms were raised high, and 2 chi slashes appeared in Sun Wukong's palm. The body twisted slightly, and he slashed directly towards Gula. Gula's body directly smashed the ground out of a huge deep pit, felt the following chi round slash, bent his legs and kicked, and his body jumped into the air. At this time, of course, he could feel the terrifying lethality of those 2 rounds, and naturally did not dare to make a hard connection. The chi round chop cut directly into the deep pit, disappeared, and 2 cracks were added to the deep pit again. Seeing that Gula dodged his chi yuan slash attack, Sun Wukong didn't feel too surprised. After all, if Gula couldn't even dodge that kind of attack, he would surprise himself. Wild monkey, there are indeed 2 strokes. After Gula dodged the chi round slash, the corners of his mouth hung with a cold arc, and he snorted coldly and continued, "You are the first in this universe to force me to this step. But the real hell only begins now, and when you get to hell, no matter how much you cry and beg for mercy, I will never spare you until I tear you to pieces." Hearing Gula's words, Sun Wukong's face sank. He knew that Gula's words meant that he was going to transform. After the transformation, Gula's combat power reached the terrifying point of 470 million. It is simply not comparable to its own combat effectiveness of 100 million. And he can't maintain the tenfold Realm King Fist for a long time now. No, you have to stop that guy from transforming. Thinking about it, Sun Wukong's body flashed and swept directly towards Gula. At this time, the corners of Gula's mouth raised an evil arc, his eyes were even more cold and penetrating, and his gloomy voice laughed, "Boom! Honor wild monkey, my next ultimate transformation, you are the first to see and will be the last." Ha-ahem! A deep voice came out of Gula's throat, and in an instant, the entire planet of Adraith began to shake violently, the mountains and rivers cracked, and the river flowed backwards. At the same time, with Gula as the center of the circle, a blade-like wind swept in all directions. A series of terrifying cracks appeared throughout the earth, spreading out towards the surroundings like spider webs. All the buildings collapsed almost in an instant, and a good city was razed to the ground in an instant and turned into a ruin. This breath is good. Strong. Sun Wukong, who originally planned to stop Gula from transforming, was directly shocked back by the terrifying aura, and it was difficult to move an inch. You can only cross your hands and block in front of you to defend against the terrifying wind. He could completely feel that at this time, Gula's chi had reached a point that he could hardly imagine. And it continues to skyrocket. With Gula's low roar, his form also began to change, and the muscles of his whole body instantly doubled, and 4 fishtail-shaped bone spurs appeared on the top of his head, with a jewel-like purple armor in the center. On the arms and wrists, the curves of the 2 knives were more slender, exuding a rich cold light. The pupils have disappeared, and only the bloodthirsty scarlet remains in the eyes. Ha ha ha! Hell Patty begins! After the transformation was successful, Gula roared like thunder, and looked at Sun Wukong with an eerie arc. Being stared at by that guy, Sun Wukong suddenly felt as if he was being targeted by a poisonous tongue, and his back was cold. Danger! Sun Wukong suddenly felt a strong killing intent instantly enveloped him. Without thinking about it, he directly repelled dozens of Zhang. And at the moment when Sun Wukong retreated violently, Gula's body also disappeared directly in place. That's right, it just disappeared. Sun Wukong did not see the trajectory of Gula's movements clearly at all. Bang! The retreating Monkey King suddenly felt that he had hit something in his back. His face changed drastically, and he naturally knew that he had hit something. Gula actually appeared behind him in an instant, and he didn't notice it at all, and even if he did, he couldn't make any reaction. At the moment of contact, Sun Wukong subconsciously flashed directly forward. It's just that Sun Wukong's body hasn't flashed out yet, and a vast force like Wang Yang directly fell on his back. Poof! The violent impact caused Sun Wukong to spray out a mouthful of blood directly, and his body smashed directly on the ground. Boom! The entire ground instantly cracked and spread out like a spider's web, and Sun Wukong's body, lying in the center of the spider's web, was trembling slightly. P.S. Ask for favorites, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Very much needed. Pippi Shrimp is here to thank all the big brothers. Chapter 053. Bah! Sun Wukong spat out the saliva mixed with blood, and stood up with his palms on the ground. What a monster! Raising his head, he looked at the ultimate form of Gula, like an ancient fierce beast, his eyes glowing red. The corners of his mouth pouted high, and he looked at himself with contemptuous eyes. And now, because of the blow of Gula just now, Sun Wukong felt that all his internal organs were displaced, and he was very uncomfortable. His current self is no longer the opponent of the ultimate form of Gula. How? How is it possible, that guy turned out to be stronger again? Suba and Husol looked at Gula with frightened expressions, their fists clenched tightly, and then slowly released. In this battle, they simply can't do anything. Just thought that Sun Wukong might be able to defeat Gula, but before he could rejoice, the situation reversed again. This feeling is like riding a roller coaster, falling from the sky to the abyss. Humph! Ants are ants, and no matter how jumping they are, they can't turn over the big waves. Gula looked at Sun Wukong with contempt, and when the cold drink fell, his body burst out again. Straight to the Monkey King. Looking at Gula who disappeared again in an instant, Sun Wukong clenched his fists and activated the Realm King fist again. The body left the place, nervously looked around, but could not see the figure of Gula at all. Where did you go? Beads of sweat slipped down his eyebrows, and his cautious eyes looked around, not only could not see Gula's figure, but he could not even feel his chi. Here! Suddenly, Gula's eerie voice came. Sun Wukong's brows frowned sharply, and before he made any reaction, Gula's fist was already tightly printed on his lower abdomen. Poof! The heart-wrenching pain made Sun Wukong's pupils suddenly contract, and his body flew out like a cannonball again. Gula did not stop at all, his body followed like a shadow, and the moment he appeared above Sun Wukong's body, the soles of his feet stepped heavily on the latter's chest. The terrifying power directly made Sun Wukong embedded in the ground. Bang! Gula's huge body landed and stepped on Sun Wukong's chest, and the fan-like soles of his feet almost covered 1/3 of Sun Wukong's chest. This made him not have any strength to resist at all. But... damn it! Why can't you become a Super Saiyan yet? Why? Both fists pounded heavily on the ground, and at this time, blood-red cracks appeared in Sun Wukong's eye sockets, and his teeth clattered. If you don't break through the boundaries of Super Saiyan again, then I'm afraid I'm going to really die in this place where birds don't. What? Super Saiyan? Ha ha ha. Are you trying to laugh at me? Super Saiyan, that's just a legend. Besides, even if you become a Super Saiyan, what can you do with me? Hearing Sun Wukong's whisper, Gula's tone was full of disdain, looking at Sun Wukong who was trampled under his feet from above, and said arrogantly. With his current combat strength, even if there is really some legendary shit Super Saiyan, he can easily trample him to death under his feet like an ant. After speaking, the soles of his feet were raised and he directly stepped on Sun Wukong's chest again. Poof! A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and the dark red aura around Sun Wukong's body completely disappeared, and his breath also withered a lot at this moment. Really? Is that really all? Am I really going to be killed by such a stinky thing? Sun Wukong's hands were almost clasped into the hard stone. The expression was distorted to the extreme. Absolute. You must not die in the hands of this garbage thing. Absolutely not. In that instant, Sun Wukong's originally bloodshot pupils turned pale and empty. And Gula did not realize the change in Sun Wukong, and after seriously injuring Sun Wukong with a kick, Gula jumped into the air. Like an emperor, he looked down below. Humph, what a boring battle, wild monkeys are always wild monkeys. Now, I'm going to let you and this garbage planet turn into a speck of dust in this universe. No one in this world can defeat me. I, Gura, am the strongest in the universe. With a move of his hands, the ground of the entire planet of Adrath instantly cracked and collapsed. It spread in all directions. Frightened, desperate roars, once again filled the planet. It's over. It's really over. Husu's body took 2 uncontrolled steps backwards and sat on the ground with one butt. Muns shook his head. Even their foresight ability has been wrong, and it seems that the arrival of the heavenly gods will not be able to save their planet. I'm absolutely going to kill you. I don't know when. Sun Wukong actually stood up again. Head down, mumbling in his mouth. Around the body, a little bit of golden starlight appeared, and it became more and more dense. In the end, the golden point of light was actually attached to Sun Wukong's body, and a layer of golden halo appeared. What's going on? Suddenly, Gula felt a strong feeling of unease, and his eyes instantly looked at Sun Wukong. I saw the Monkey King with his head bowed and covered with a layer of golden light. That guy? Super Saiyan? Gula's body jerked, and his pupils instantly constricted. No, not Super Saiyan. Gula shook his head and said in denial. At this time, although the Monkey King was covered with a golden halo, according to their ancestors' description, Super Saiyan had hair that stood high and turned golden. At this time, Sun Wukong is obviously still black hair. Pretend to be a ghost, let me die. The uneasiness in his heart became stronger and stronger, which made Gula very uncomfortable. His intuition told him that he had to solve this Saiyan monkey in front of him as soon as possible. P.S. Ask for favorites, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Chapter 054. With a low roar, Gula raised his right palm, and an orange ball of energy condensed directly from his palm. In the end, it turned out to be the size of half a football field. Wild monkey, this time, give me a complete death. Gula roared, and the strong feeling of uneasiness made him unable to continue to drag on. Although he is arrogant and conceited, he does not want to capsize in the gutter of this garbage planet. And that Saiyan can force himself to transform into the ultimate form, who knows if he will really become the legendary Super Saiyan. Pose a threat to yourself. Then, with one hand thrown down, the huge energy ball smashed directly towards Sun Wukong. And Sun Wukong, still maintaining the form just now, clenched his fists tightly, lowered his head, and a hollow hole in his eyes Boom! When the huge energy ball touched the ground, the entire planet of Adrit began to tremble violently. And the place where Sun Wukong was standing had been completely swallowed by the orange energy ball. The entire ground instantly cracked, collapsed again. Sun Wukong's figure was also completely swallowed by the energy ball along with the collapsed ground. When Suba and all the Adrits saw this scene, the only remaining hope in their hearts had completely collapsed. Ha ha ha! It seems that I overthought it. A wild monkey, how worthy to be my enemy. Looking at Sun Wukong, who didn't even dodge and was instantly swallowed by his own energy ball, Gula smiled proudly. Maybe he really thought too much, and he naively thought that a scion monkey would bring some threat to him. It's ridiculous to think about. Below, the orange energy ball sank to the surface little by little, and a pitch-black hole the size of a football field appeared on the ground. When all the richness dissipated, all that was left was the bottomless black hole. Sun Wukong's figure has completely disappeared. Dying so easily, it's really cheap for that wild monkey. Gula looked at the unfathomable black hole, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and said coldly, "Then this unpleasant planet, destroy it for me." After saying that, a terrifying ball of energy once again gave birth to Gula's palm. Although he is quite interested in the secret art of the planet Adraith, it is not necessary. After all, with his own strength, the entire universe can run rampant, and it doesn't matter if he has any special abilities. And this group of lowly creatures, who have repeatedly rebelled against their own behavior, is really unforgivable. Ants, die! Whoops! Eerily laughter came from Gula's mouth, sounding so excited. It seems that killing people is a very enjoyable thing for him. However, before the energy ball in Gula's hand came out, he suddenly heard a sound. It made Gula's body tremble. Gura, it's not over yet. Suddenly, a thunderous roar exploded like a flat thunder, echoing in the sky. And the source of that sound is in that huge black hole. Enlightenment! Gaku, it's Gaku! He's not dead yet! Suddenly hearing that sound, Husu's body trembled violently. The sadness on his face instantly turned into ecstasy. The flame of hope seems to be lit again. Cut! What a hard-hitting monkey! Gula clenched his fists, and the corners of his mouth twitched. I didn't expect to bear such a terrifying blow from myself, and I didn't die yet, which surprised me. At the same moment, almost everyone's eyes followed the source of the sound. In the pitch-black black hole, a touch of orange suddenly appeared. Then, under countless shocked eyes, the energy ball thrown out by Gula just now slowly rose. And the figure of Sun Wukong appeared in front of everyone again. His body was covered with scars, and his body was covered with a layer of golden light. He was actually holding the huge orange energy ball with one hand. The only difference is that Sun Wukong's eyes at this time are no longer pure white, but have returned to normal. This thing, return it to you. The body gently fell to the ground, and Sun Wukong's icy gaze looked at Gula. Then he released his right palm holding the energy ball, and kicked directly on the energy ball with a sweeping leg. Under everyone's stunned gaze, the huge energy ball was actually kicked towards Gula by Sun Wukong. And it's pretty fast. Looking at the energy ball flying towards him, Gula did not dare to hard connect. After all, the energy ball he played, how terrifying he was, he knew very well. As soon as his body flashed, he easily dodged it. And the Monkey King below, after kicking the flying energy ball, a sharp light burst out of his eyes, his legs were bent, and his center of gravity was lowered. Gula, your time to die has arrived. At the same time as the loud shouts fell, Sun Wukong's arms shook, and the green tendons squirmed like a small snake. Hey 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 hey! With a low roar, I saw Sun Wukong's hair instantly stand on end. The layer of golden halo that covered the body directly turned into golden chi, and it rose up madly. Boom! The roaring voice was unusually harsh. Brush! In the next moment, Sun Wukong's hair suddenly turned golden. Super Saiyan is born. P.S. Ask for collections, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Kneel and beg. Chapter 055. Boom. The golden flames were like raging flames, seemingly endless. The hair standing high is windless, the slender eyes, and the light green eyes are unusually firm and cold. The flame-like aura made Gula feel so cold. Super Saiyan. This amazing power is really endearing. With a gentle clench of his fists, he felt a vast force rushing from his body to his arms. Sun Wukong pursed his lips, and a look of ecstasy appeared in his eyes. The combat power of Super Saiyans is really not comparable to Saiyans. At this moment, he felt a steady surge of power in his body, as if he had inexhaustible energy. The road to the strong man of the universe, he has finally taken this most difficult step, then the next road is much easier. That look, that form, is exactly the same as what I knew I had seen. Husu pointed to Sun Wukong, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan, and said in an incoherent tone. The original horror on that face instantly turned into irrepressible ecstasy. That's right. The Monkey King in front of him is exactly the same as what he saw in his foresight. Originally, it was still very vague, but the moment he saw Sun Wukong, that look completely appeared in his mind. Your Holiness, what do you mean? Suba looked at Husu, who was so excited that he couldn't control himself, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Looking at Husu's expression, he knew that the Monkey King after the transformation in front of him should be similar to what he predicted. Moreover, at this moment, Sun Wukong's terrifying changes, he can also clearly feel. We, the planet of Yadraith, have been saved. This time, there was really salvation. Husu's gaze never left Sun Wukong, his body was still trembling, and his tone was excited. He knew that his foreknowledge could not be wrong. Super Saiyan, it turns out that this group of wild monkeys can really transform. Gula's face at this moment was so gloomy that he could almost squeeze out ink. Because at this moment, he felt a strong sense of danger from Sun Wukong's body. Very strong. It is clear that an ant that can be twisted to death with one finger will give itself this nasty feeling. After a brief period of shock and anger, Gula's eyes narrowed tightly, and the cold light flickered. But what about the transformation? I, Gura, am the strongest in the universe, no one in this universe will be my opponent. What a Super Saiyan, give me death. With an angry roar, Gula's body directly turned into a stream of light, and the eagle shot towards Sun Wukong like a long sky. Looking at Gula who rushed towards him, Sun Wukong's face did not change color, he was motionless, and the cold light in his eyes shone. Bang! Gula's speed was extremely fast, and almost instantly, he appeared in front of Sun Wukong, and slammed a punch on Sun Wukong's abdomen. What? It can't be. A punch was thrown out, and Gula was shocked, because his fist slammed into Sun Wukong's abdomen, and he did not achieve half a point. It was more like smashing on a piece of red-hot iron, and there was a burning sensation in the fist. And Sun Wukong's body turned out to be immobile. Yes, he didn't even take a step backwards. Is that much strength for you? What a disappointment! At the same time that Sun Wukong's cold voice fell, his left hand restrained Gula's wrist and gently slammed it outward, and Gula's face showed a look of pain. No. It can't be. Gula was suddenly shocked, and Sun Wukong's strength at this moment completely exceeded his expectations. Surprised. This force, to be honest, even I can't believe it. The corners of Sun Wukong's mouth raised, revealing an evil arc. Indeed, although he understood that after becoming a Super Saiyan, his combat effectiveness would increase by 50 times, but at this time, he really felt that power, which still made him a little unbelievable. Then his eyes suddenly became cold, and his right fist directly blasted out like lightning, and a punch smashed heavily on Gula's chest. Gula's huge body was directly smashed into the ground by a punch and withdrew tens of meters. The ground leaves two shocking ravines. Poof! After enduring 3 breaths, Gula could no longer bear it, a mouthful of purple blood spurted out, and his hands were held in front of Hun with a look of pain. Da! 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 Sun Wukong walked towards Gula step by step, and the crisp footsteps, every sound, seemed to hit Gula heavily. It wasn't until he walked in front of Gula that Sun Wukong stopped. The corner of his mouth curved up, and he said with disdain, "Gula, the eldest son of the Frozen Demon clan, is so vulnerable." After speaking, his right palm was directly attached to the mouth of Gula Hun. Ha! With a roar, a golden light directly shook Gula's body out. "But the abominable wild monkey dares to look down on me." Wiping the blood stains on the horns, Gula glared angrily at Sun Wukong. "For hundreds of years, since birth, I have never been so humiliated. No matter what, he couldn't swallow this breath. Hey!" Gula directly raised his hand and blasted out with a palm at Sun Wukong. The terrifying orange energy beam instantly swallowed Sun Wukong in. When the light dissipated, Sun Wukong appeared intact in front of Gula's eyes. Gula's attack just now had no effect at all. "Haven't figured out the situation yet? Now you are no longer qualified to be my opponent." Sun Wukong looked at Gula with a proud expression, and his tone was full of disdain. "P.S. Kneeling for collections, kneeling for flowers, kneeling for evaluation votes. Brothers, the flower tickets are all smashed towards the skin shrimp." Chapter 056. Lowly Wild Monkey, you are less proud. Looking at Sun Wukong's arrogant and disdainful gaze, Gula was angry, and his face was a little distorted. How could he have been looked down upon like this? Moreover, the other party is just a monkey. "Hey!" Gula let out a low roar, and a layer of purple aura instantly appeared around his body. The terrifying aura swept in all directions. Obviously, at this time, Gula has already exerted his full strength. After transforming into the ultimate form, Gura's combat power reached a terrifying value of 470 million if he went all out. However, at this time, Sun Wukong, after transforming into a Super Saiyan, his combat power has reached 500 million, or even higher. In any case, the current Gula cannot be Sun Wukong's opponent. "Go and die!" Gula, who burst out with full strength, pointed forward with his palms in the shape of 5 fingers, and in an instant, 10 energy beams shot towards Sun Wukong. "Cut, boring move!" Sun Wukong snorted coldly, raised it with one hand, and the blue energy wave directly blasted towards the 10 energy beams. The moment the energy wave and the energy beam collided, countless brilliant fireworks fell from mid-air. And Sun Wukong's body jumped directly and flew high. If you want to run, it's not that easy. Watching Sun Wukong fly higher and higher, Gula also jumped physically and rushed towards Sun Wukong. "I don't know if I'm alive or dead." Just in time. Seeing that Gula actually followed, Sun Wukong smiled evilly, which was exactly the result he wanted. "I have been practicing the Sun Fist hard in the spaceship for several days, and I haven't realized it yet. How powerful is this time?" Thinking about it, Sun Wukong's hands were in the shape of 5 fingers, 10 fingers were separated, and he pointed to his eyebrows in unison, looking at Gula who rushed up, and a deep voice came out of his throat. "Sun Fist!" The moment the roar came out, a white light directly generated from Sun Wukong's eyebrows, directly covering the entire city. The entire city was instantly shrouded in paleness. "This? What is it?" Gula's body, which had been rushing up, stopped abruptly, and the intense white light shone so hard that he couldn't open his eyes. Startled, "Hands in front of your eyes." The same was true of Suba and Husu, who did not dare to look up at the dazzling light. It seems that the unexpected effect of the Sun Fist is really very good. Looking at Gula with his arms in front of him, Sun Wukong smiled and said, Then the body burst out like lightning, and instantly appeared on the top of Gula's head, clenched his fists, and directly smashed heavily on the top of Gula's head. Bang! With a muffled sound, I saw that the top of Gula's head was directly collapsed by a blow. The body was more like a falling star, smashing heavily on the ground. Smash the ground into a giant pit. At this time, Sun Wukong was no longer interested in fighting with Gula. Because Gula has successfully helped himself break through the boundaries of Super Saiyan, and continuing to play is just a waste of time. Thinking about it, Sun Wukong did not have any hesitation, his palms were directly aimed at the deep pit that Gula smashed out, and the terrifying energy balls slammed into one after another. Boom! The violent explosion generated by the terrifying energy ball directly made the entire ground tremble, and in an instant the dense fog was engulfed. And the flames burst into the sky. Kiwan Chop! The violent explosion of the energy ball had not yet dissipated, and the chi in Sun Wukong's hand was thrown into the explosion one after another. After half a minute, the thick fog and the agitated dust finally dispersed. And Gula's figure also appeared in Sun Wukong's sight. At this time, Gula stood at the bottom of the pit, looking very embarrassed. The whole body was covered with dozens of wounds, large and small, and purple blood almost flowed all over the body. Most of the tail behind him is missing. The 4 bone spurs on the top of the head are also broken, and I don't know where to go. At this time, Gula can be regarded as very miserable. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. The fury in Gura's eyes burned, and he roared like thunder. A wild monkey actually made himself into this embarrassing look. He is the strongest in the universe. Shame, this is a great shame. Absolutely unforgivable. Ha! As if crazy, Gula rushed directly towards Sun Wukong. At this moment, Gula seemed to have completely lost his mind, and even he did not realize that his strength had greatly decreased. The speed is also completely out of speed as before. Swoosh! Gula slammed a punch towards Sun Wukong, and there was no way to speak of it. Even at his peak, he was not Sun Wukong's opponent, not to mention the current situation where his aura had plummeted. Sun Wukong's casual palm was the next Gula's fist, the corners of his mouth raised, and he said lightly, "You can die." After speaking, another fist smashed directly into Gula's hun mouth. The speed is very fast, Gula can't avoid it at all. At the moment when Gula's body retreated violently, Sun Wukong's right palm flicked, and a golden air blade appeared on his arm. The body jumped high and slashed directly at Gura. Sting! A slight sound, very light, so light that it was almost negligible. I saw that Gula's pupils, who were still covering his hands in front of Hungary just now, suddenly contracted, and his face was full of deep panic and incredulity. A drop of blood oozed out along Gula's eyebrows. Hiss! Immediately afterwards, Gula's right forearm actually fell off directly, as if it had been smoothly cut by a sharp blade. Then, under everyone's surprised gaze, Gula's body directly split into 2 lobes and fell down. P.S. Ask for favorites, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Kneel and beg, thanks. Chapter 057. Just when Gula's body was split in 2 and slipped down, Sun Wukong looked coldly at Gula, who was cut in half, and then blasted out with a palm. The golden energy passed, and the 2 parts of Gula's body directly burned into a wisp of blue smoke. Then it disappeared directly into the sky. King Gula, who had been dominating for a while, sensationalized the universe, and almost invincible, fell. Death. Dead. Gurita. It's really dead. Suba excitedly picked up Husu next to him, and turned around in place twice, his excitement was indescribable. At this time, I also forgot His Holiness's honorable status or something. Gula is dead, which means that the planet Adraith finally does not need to be destroyed. Their lives have finally returned to calm. The kind of life they yearned for was restored. Well, Gula is really dead. Husu was also excited, and his body trembled uncontrollably. That kind of excitement is simply difficult to suppress. If it was usual, Suba would not dare to be so rude, but at this time, the two of them were too lazy to take care of these things. Roar! Roar! After a few breaths, the roar of the sea on the platoon became a sensation below. Deafening, straight into the sky, echoing for a long time. Win! We won! Countless Yidrat warriors, at this moment, lost the soldiers in their hands and hugged each other tightly. Crying with joy. Excitement, unparalleled excitement blooms on everyone's face. And Sun Wukong's body also slowly fell after completely killing Gula. The golden aura around his body disappeared little by little, and his hair turned black and returned to normal. After returning to normal, Sun Wukong felt that the strength in his body seemed to be drained in an instant, and he could only maintain his standing. After watching Sun Wukong fall, Husu and Suba both collected their excitement and walked in front of Sun Wukong. Their faces suddenly became very serious. Facing Sun Wukong, he suddenly fell to the ground on one knee. Benefactor, thank you for your kindness to my planet Adrath. Suba's attitude, compared with before, is simply a 180-degree reversal, incomparably humble. His home planet was destroyed in the hands of these hateful cosmic people, and he escorted himself to the planet Adrath under the desperate protection of his parents and clansmen. Before Sun Wukong appeared, he thought that he would once again watch the planet Adrath be destroyed like his home planet. But the alien in front of him, who was previously despised by himself, saved tens of thousands of creatures on their planet Adrath. Therefore, he deserves it. Immediately afterwards, all the Star Strata warriors contained the excitement on their faces, stood in rows, crawled on the ground reverently, raised their hands flat, and thanked Sun Wukong for saving his life with the most noble etiquette of the planet of Yadrath. Get up! You also know that I have my own purpose in saving you. Sun Wukong looked at the humble Suba and said in a flat tone. Indeed, if it weren't for the opportunity to break through the limits of the Super Scions and their secret techniques, he wouldn't have risked his life and a ruthless character like Gula Hard Steel. Fortunately, I won this bet. Successfully turned into a Super Scion. But having said that, the expressions of Suba and the others did not change in the slightest, no matter what purpose Sun Wukong had. It was an unchangeable fact that he saved the planet Adrath. On this basis, one can stand there kneeling. Gaku, let me heal your wounds first. Husu looked at Sun Wukong, who was a little trembling, and stepped forward and said. Although Sun Wukong killed Gula as the god of war, he had also suffered a lot of injuries before that, and they could all feel that Sun Wukong's breath was very weak at this moment. Sun Wukong nodded and did not refuse. Standing in the battle just now, he was not a little injured, and his physical strength was almost exhausted. Receiving Sun Wukong's consent, Husu stepped forward and grabbed Sun Wukong's hand with one hand, and Sun Wukong felt a gentle energy continuously flowing towards his body. Time flies, a month has passed suddenly, and Sun Wukong has been in the planet Adrath for a month. In this month's time, the planet of Adrath has also been rebuilt, and the city destroyed during the battle with Gula is also restored. But what made Sun Wukong a little uncomfortable was that for a full month, he had not completely mastered the special ability of teleportation. This gave me some itinerary and had to run aground. It's been a full year since I killed Raditz, so Vegeta and they should also be on Earth. Monkey King sat on the top of a mountain somewhere, looking ahead and muttering. But fortunately, after Gohan and Vic ate the spirit tree fruit, their strength has been greatly improved, and it should be enough to deal with Vegeta and Naba. I will practice here for some time, and when the time comes, I will learn to teleport and go directly to the planet Namek. Most importantly, be sure to find out the bastard who attacked your spaceship and pinch him to death with your own hands. And at this time, in space, 2 small spaceships galloped at great speed, and almost 2 red rays flashed. Hey, Naba, it's time to wake up. In the spaceship, Vegeta, who was staring at the tip of the tower, suddenly opened his eyes and said in a cold tone. And Naba, who was in another spaceship, heard Vegeta's voice, opened his eyes, and asked, "Have you reached Earth? Get ready. There is still one more day. PS Ask for collections, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Kneel and beg, thanks." Chapter 058. The time of the day, in a flash. Son Gohan and Vic were engaged in intense sparring at this time, and for a month, it was almost day after day. The three people who practiced in the Heavenly God Temple and Tianjin rice dumplings were not snubbed at all. And at this time, Son Gohan, who was practicing against Bike, suddenly stopped his hand, raised his head to look at the air, frowned and said, "They are coming." As early as when Sun Wukong left Earth, he had already told them the news that the Scions would arrive on Earth in a month. Immediately, Vic also felt that two evil auras were descending on the Earth at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, Klin and the others, who were cultivating in the Heavenly God Temple, also felt those two breaths. "Klin, let's go and make peace with Gohan first." Tianjin Fan looked into the distance, where the two chi came from, and then looked at Klin and said, Klin could clearly feel that the chi of those two people was very strong. One of them is similar to himself, and the other breath is very strong, an opponent of that level. Goku is not on Earth at this time, I am afraid that only Gohan can deal with it. After the three of them greeted the Heavenly God, they jumped directly off the Heavenly God Temple. At this time, in the most prosperous urban area of the western capital, two dark shadows suddenly descended from the sky at a very fast speed. That? What is that? Someone looked up and saw the meteorite-like ball that fell at great speed in mid-air, and asked Moon. "Don't be stunned, run." Then everyone scattered in panic. Boom! Two balls landed on the street in an instant, and the hard road was directly smashed out of a huge deep pit. All the melon-eating masses hid behind the building, peeking curiously to see what suddenly fell. When the stirred dust dissipated, two white balls appeared at the bottom of the pit. Squeak! Suddenly, a door appeared above the ball, and two strangely dressed people came out of it. The body slowly floated in the air. A short figure, dressed in a cosmic combat suit, with a pointed head, and a proud arc at the horn. And the other, a bright big bald head, 8 feet tall, a figure-8 beard, extremely burly. The waist of the two of them is coiled with a furry thing, and they have combat power detectors in their ears. These two are exactly Vegeta and Naba. Somebody actually came out of there. Those two guys. Is it aliens? No. I don't know. Looking at the two people who suddenly appeared, all the melon-eating masses exchanged their heads in horror and whispered. Is this the Earth? It's a good planet indeed. Vegeta clasped his hands in front of Hun and raised the corners of his mouth, looked around, and spoke. How about greetings to these fussy humans? Naba looked sideways at the Earthlings who were watching around, and with a bloodthirsty smile, he said coldly. Humph, humph. Don't start too hard, the Earth is too badly damaged and it is not worth anything. Vegeta smiled coldly, which was regarded as agreeing to Naba's words. Hearing Vegeta agree, the arc of the Baba angle rose higher, killing and destroying, what a pleasant thing for the body and mind. Then, his right fist clenched tightly. Wisps of dark red energy gathered in the palm little by little. Ha! Naba burst into drink, and just wanted to hit the energy ball condensed in his palm. Suddenly, a cold child's voice came from behind him. If you want to die, you can just blast out. N.A. Nanny. Hearing the cold voice behind them, Vegeta and Naba's bodies froze slightly, and they quickly turned their heads. They saw 5 figures appear in front of them. How did they appear behind us? Naba's arrogant look just now suddenly disappeared, looking at the 5 people in front of him, and said with heavy eyes. I don't know. Vegeta's eyes were also slightly narrowed, and even he didn't feel when a few of them appeared. That? Is that? Vegeta's gaze swept over the bodies of the 5, and when he saw Sun Gohan, he suddenly stopped, and his body trembled violently. The pupils suddenly constricted, and the face was full of incredulity. Tail? That little ghost? Is Kakarot's son? A year ago, he learned through the communication equipment of Raditz combat power detector that in addition to Kakarot, there are Kakarot's sons on Earth who are also scions. It's a scion indeed. Naba stared at the wagging tail behind Sun Gohan, nodded and said. After the shock, Vegeta's face returned to normal. Pressed the combat power detector next to his ear. Diddy. A crisp voice sounded. Combat power 5000, that little ghost, there is actually a combat power of 5000. When he saw Sun Gohan's combat power, Vegeta's face once again appeared shocked. A year ago, he remembered the little ghost's fury when he fought hard to reach 1301. Unexpectedly, in just 1 year, it actually grew to a combat strength of 5000. This little ghost's talent is really terrifying, and it is absolutely impossible to stay. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, killing Sun Gohan. At the same time, Naba also mobilized the combat power detector. Diddy. 6000. 4500. 4300. 3000. No. Impossible, how could this group of lowly creatures reach such a level of combat effectiveness? Naba's face was full of disbelief. It is clear that a year ago, Kakarot, the highest combat effectiveness among them, was only the combat power of 418. P.S. Kneel for collections, flowers, review votes, brothers. Thanks. Chapter 059. A group of ant-like things can have such a strong combat power in a year, although I don't know what method is used, but it is already worth facing up. Vegeta's eyes were grim, looking at the 5 people in front of him, and he said in an icy tone. Yes. Although it is very surprising, but this combat power, but not a big wave. After a brief surprise, Nobunaga's face was also full of murderous intent. The few people in front of them were able to improve so rapidly in a year's time, although they were not their opponents yet, this potential is already threatening them. So today, they must all be completely eradicated. Are these the 2 terrible scions in Sun Wukong's mouth? It doesn't seem to be anything powerful. Vic also looked at Vegeta and Naba with a proud face. The tone was full of dismissive words. Indeed, that small man with a pointed tower felt that there was still a little bit of danger, but that big man, in his eyes, the combat effectiveness could be completely ignored. Maybe our strength has improved too fast. Sun Gohan also nodded with a serious face and spoke. On the body of the 2 people in front of him, he did not feel any power, and there was no sense of danger at all. Klin and Tianjin Fan looked at Bic and Sun Gohan in amazement. It's really more popular than dead. Those 2 scions, in front of the 3 of them, were both very strong existences, especially the little man, giving them an unfathomable feeling. But listening to Gohan and Bike's tones, those 2 scions were so worthless. Oh? Nothing great, really ignorant guy. Hearing the words of Vic and Sun Gohan, Vegeta was surprisingly lifeless, sneered, and said lightly. Perhaps this is what is often said to be the fearlessness of the ignorant. His combat power has reached an intensity of 18,000, and he was said to be nothing powerful by 2 ants who fought only 5 or 6,000. It's ridiculous. Maybe I'm scared silly. Naba also smiled coldly and looked at the 5 of Sun Gohan with a contemptuous expression. With the strength of a few of them, they can handle it alone. It was simply not enough for Prince Vegeta to make a move. Prince Vegeta, allow me to punish these stupid things a little. Naba smiled at Sun Gohan and the others, then turned around and asked Vegeta. Go. But be careful, don't kill them, I still want to know the whereabouts of Kakarot and Dragon Ball from them. Vegeta, still with a haughty face, nodded. In his opinion, although it will be a little difficult for Naba to clean up these guys, there should not be much problem. Humph, control power? It's really troublesome. The corners of Naba's mouth raised well, and he smiled bloodthirsty at Sun Gohan and the others. Then his body flashed, and he punched Sun Gohan at an extremely fast speed. Cut. Litter. Vic glanced coldly. Naba's speed, in his opinion, was a little faster than a snail. The same hands were clasped in front of Hun with a proud look on his face. That look was almost identical to Vegeta's. Seeing that Naba actually swept towards him, Sun Gohan clasped his hands, and his body instantly disappeared in place. The speed was so fast that even Vegeta only saw an afterimage. Naba was even more sad, and he didn't even see Sun Gohan's shadow, and disappeared out of thin air like that. What? What the? Vegeta and Naba exclaimed almost at the same time. You're so weak. The phantom figure suddenly sounded from behind, and Naba's body suddenly froze, and cold sweat broke out in an instant. When did that little ghost appear behind him? Before he could turn his head, he only felt a huge force smashing down his neck, and Naba's whole person was stunned, and his body was like a cannonball, smashing into the building not far away. That. Naba. That little ghost, how is it possible? Vegeta's heart instantly turned over the terrifying waves, glanced at Naba, who shot out, and then looked at Sun Gohan, and a dignified color suddenly rose in his eyes. The speed that guy just cast was so fast that he even sighed to himself. Vegeta quickly pressed the combat power detector in his ear again. Diddy. A crisp sound. 5,000. It's still 5,000 combat power. No, it can't be. The moment that guy just shot Naba, the combat effectiveness has obviously increased a lot, at least more than 10,000. How did it come down to 5,000 now? Vegeta frowned, puzzled. Could it be that these people can freely control their combat effectiveness? Yes. Absolutely, there is no other explanation. So, what is the actual combat effectiveness of that little ghost? Gohan, take them somewhere else to fight. Vic looked at Sun Wukong and Vegeta and said lightly. Hearing Bike's words, Sun Gohan looked at the building that had just been smashed by Naba's body, and his brows frowned slightly. Indeed, although he was able to easily defeat the two scions in front of him. But after a fight, it will inevitably cause damage to the city, which he does not want to see. And Dad said that these two scions have horrors, then there should still be backhands and whole cards. Then, he turned his head to Vegeta and said, this is not suitable for fighting, follow me. P.S. Ask for favorites, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. In the past few days, most areas have been invaded by cold air and cooled down, so everyone must wear more clothes and protect their bodies. Catching a cold is a very uncomfortable thing. Chapter 060. After speaking, Sun Gohan directly turned his head, and his body flew towards a bare mountain not far away. Follow me if you are not afraid of death. Vic also glanced at Vegeta coldly with a defiant gaze, turned around and flew over with Sun Gohan. Immediately afterwards, Klin and Tianjin rice dumplings also followed. They didn't want to face these two terrible guys alone. Yes. I'm sorry Prince Vegeta, I was too careless just now. After Sun Gohan and the others all flew away, Naba flew out of the building and landed beside Vegeta, full of embarrassment and said in shame. But that guilt was mixed with thick anger. That little ghost, you must tear him to pieces in a moment. Thinking of this, Naba's face became extremely hideous. Naba, that little ghost is not something you can deal with. Vegeta glanced at Nappa coldly, and the contempt in his tone was not concealed in the slightest. He could clearly feel that the little ghost's combat power completely crushed Naba the moment he attacked Naba. So no matter how cautious Naba is, he can't be that little ghost's opponent. Shhhh. Hearing Vegeta's words, Naba gritted his teeth tightly, clenching his fists unwillingly. However, Vegeta's words, he did not dare to refute them. Let's go. Let's see what tricks the few of them want to play, and let them tell the whereabouts of Kakarot's Dragon Balls by the way. Vegeta looked at the place where Son Gohan and the others disappeared, the shock on his face had disappeared, and the corner ticked slightly, and then exploded, directly swept in the direction where Son Gohan and the others disappeared. In his opinion, that little devil can defeat Naba, then his combat power should be around 10,000. It is impossible to exceed 15,000 at most. Because if it exceeds this combat power, the hand knife just now is enough to kill Naba. So he was very surprised. After all, it was just a 5 or 6-year-old little ghost. But with a combat power of 15,000, compared with himself, it is much worse. Watching Vegeta follow, the hideous Naba also followed Vegeta and flew over. But his heart was filled with anger, and he had to twist those hateful ants to death one by one to relieve the anger in his heart. After flying for about 4 or 5 minutes, Son Gohan came to a deserted valley that was inaccessible to people. After falling, as far as the eye can see, there is a magnificent rock formation, and the environment here is where few creatures survive. Perfect for combat. Subsequently, it was Bike, Klin, Tianjin rice and dumplings that fell next to Sun Wuhan one by one. After a while, Vegeta and Naba also rushed over. Landing on a rock top, Vegeta put his hands around Hun and looked down at Son Gohan and the others with a proud expression. What an unpleasant guy! Looking at an arrogant Vegeta, Vic clenched his fists and really wanted to go up and hammer that guy right away. Uncle Vic. Son Gohan looked sideways and spoke coldly. Looking at Son Gohan, who had sharp eyes, Big Fang slowly released his fist. When Vic released his fist, Son Gohan raised his head, looked at Vegeta and Naba with sharp eyes, and said, "You two haven't endangered the earth yet, so I can give you a chance to get out of the earth immediately, I can get away with it." Son Gohan's tone was quite domineering, irresistible, there was no room for negotiation. And he couldn't see that he was a 6 or 7-year-old child at all. Klin and Tianjin Fan originally wanted to say something, but looking at Sun Wuhan's firm gaze, they swallowed back what they were about to say. Sighing in my heart. Gohan, this kid, really looks more and more similar to Goku. Hearing Son Gohan's words, Vegeta and Naba were stunned at first. Then Vegeta's face was instantly covered with a layer of anger, staring at Son Gohan and gritting his teeth and saying, "Abominable bastard, do you really think that defeating Naba is qualified to talk to my Prince Vegeta like this?" Prince Vegeta himself, a genius among the geniuses of the scions of the fighting nation. Unexpectedly looked down upon by the son of a low-ranking warrior, absolutely unforgivable. Today must kill Kakarot, the traitor of the scion, and this unobtrusive imp. Not harming the planet, is it? So what's the case? The anger on Vegeta's face gradually turned into a strange sneer, and then he aimed directly at the city they had just returned to with one hand, and the Qigong wave condensed in his palm directly blasted over. What a fool who doesn't know if he is alive or dead. Son Gohan watched Vegeta's movements, his eyes suddenly became cold, and his body instantly disappeared in place. When everyone reacted, Son Gohan had already appeared in front of the Qigong wave sent by Vegeta. With a slap on the wrist, the Qigong wave was directly folded back and shot towards Vegeta and Naba. The speed was actually several times faster than Vegeta's. But... damn it! A flash of panic flashed in Vegeta's eyes, and his body flashed out in panic. Boom! With a loud bang, the rock top where the two had just stood was directly blown into debris. Bastard! That little ghost's speed was even faster than when he attacked Naba just now. Vegeta glared angrily at Son Gohan and said in shock. The moment Son Gohan flashed out just now, the speed was so fast that he didn't even see a trace of afterimage. P.S. Ask for favorites, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Chapter 061. I gave you the opportunity, since you don't want to leave, then stay forever. What Vegeta did just now also made Son Gohan angry. It seems that evil has become deeply ingrained in the bodies of these scions, and it is not a word or two that can make them abandon evil and turn to good. Gohan, why talk nonsense with such people? Let me solve them. Vic stepped forward, his eyes wary. In the past half a year, he has practiced with Sun Wuhan day after day, and he feels that his strength has been greatly improved. I haven't fought in real combat for a long time, and the last time he was ravaged by Raditz has always been a mustard in his heart. Today, I just took these two eyeless guys to practice and see their own cultivation results. Looking at the warlike bike, Son Gohan did not refuse. Instead, he said in an unusually calm tone. When I was in the Spirit Time House, my father told me that being a human being requires a kind heart, but don't let kindness be burdened by irreparable consequences. I think Dad was right about what he said, and I've always taken it to heart. After speaking, Son Gohan slowly raised his head and looked at Vegeta and Nappa, and his cold voice fell. Uncle Bike, kill them. When Sun Wuhan said these words, Klin, Tianjin Fan, and the others actually felt the strong killing intent bursting out of Sun Wuhan. Enlightenment. Gohan, it seems to have really changed. Klin and Tianjin Fan looked at each other, and they both saw shock in each other's eyes. A year ago, when he first met Gohan in Kames Enya, he was still a coward who would only hide behind Son Gohan and not say a word. Just 1 year, no. It should have been 3 years, because Gohan and Goku had been cultivating in the Spirit Time House for 2 years. Gohan has gone from a coward with a crying nose to a decisive teenager. This should be inseparable from the 2 years he spent with Goku in the Spirit Time House. After all, even that Goku guy became. That's it, fortunately, Goku and Gohan are different from these scions. Hearing Son Gohan's words, the corners of Bike's mouth rose high, revealing 2 sharp fangs. The body flashed and rushed directly towards Vegeta. Cut! That meganectic, ant-like thing also deserves to fight me, Vegeta. Looking at the stormy Bike, Vegeta spoke up dismissively. Then the toes touched the ground, and the ground instantly burst, and the body shot out. Bang! Vegeta and Vic clashed their fists hard. The terrifying shock wave directly shattered the surrounding strata. The two separated the moment their fists touched, each taking more than a dozen steps back. Vegeta's fist was inadvertently behind him, and he squeezed, and his whole arm was numb. No! Impossible, that nemesis even hid his strength. Vegeta was so startled in his heart that he almost roared. Although he did not use all his strength, but he was able to take his own punch, it means that the combat power of that nemesis is definitely not as simple as 6,000 points. Vic and that scion had already started fighting. Tianjin Fan clenched his fists, his brows frowned slightly, and his body jumped, and he appeared next to Bike. Give me the other one. Tianjin Fan tilted his head and said to Bike. Although his strength may not be as good as that bald scion, it is precisely because of this that he wants to take this opportunity to break through himself again. Cut, eventful fellow, this kind of waste. I alone can deal with it. Vic glanced at Tianjin Rice coldly, and his tone was quite arrogant. But apparently there was no refusal. 4,000 combat strength, just with garbage like you, is it worthy to fight me? Nappa looked at Tianjin Rice, pursed his lips, and said with disdain. He had seen that guy's combat power with a combat power detector before, and it was only 4,000 points. If you want to kill this garbage, it's a breeze. Nappa, remove the detector. These guys can improve their combat effectiveness in battle, don't be fooled by this data. Vegeta directly took off the combat power detector next to his ear and threw it aside. You're right, that idiot Raditz just trusted the combat power detector too much to be killed. Nappa smiled evilly, and also took down the combat power detector and threw it aside. Ha! Vegeta drank violently and rushed out first. Clenching his fists, a punch smashed directly and impartially on Vic in the face. Vic simply took a step back with his right foot, and his head was only deflected, actually catching Vegeta's terrifying fist. What? What the? Vegeta was startled, and his body instinctively took a few steps back. Looking at Vic incredulously. The punch he had just made use 70% of his strength, hitting that guy's cheek, and he actually only took half a step back. Is this the power of the so-called Scion fighting nation? What a disappointment! Vic tilted his head back, shook his neck, and looked at Vegeta and sneered. That laughter was full of contempt. P.S. Kneel for collections, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Thanks big brothers. Chapter 062. But. Abominable bastard, dare to look down on me, I am the strongest Scion warrior, how can I lose such garbage as you? Being so humiliated by Vic that the hairs on Vegeta's tail exploded. The center of gravity suddenly sinks, and the arms are attached to the waist. Hey 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 hey! A low roar came from Vegeta's throat. Light red chi spread out from Vegeta's body in all directions. At this moment, the entire ground began to tremble slightly, and the hurricane roared. Some small broken stones floated directly in midair. In Vegeta's eyes, the pupils completely disappeared, showing a pale color. After half a minute, the powerful air and howling hurricane finally stopped. However, everyone could feel it at this moment that Vegeta's chi was much stronger than before. This time, I'm going to get rid of you completely. With an angry roar, Vegeta's body swept out instantly, very fast. A punch slammed directly into Vic's chest. Poof! Vic shrank his pupils and spat out a mouthful of acid, his face full of shock. The body flew out directly upside down. Vegeta's body turned into a stream of light again, appearing directly in front of Bike, clasping his hands, raising it above his head, and smashing heavily on Bike's eyebrows. Boom! Vic slammed his body into the ground, stirring up several feet of dust. Hello tap! Vegeta once gained the momentum, and the Qigong cannons in his palms converged like laser guns towards the place where Vic fell. In an instant, the entire ground was completely swept away by dust. The bodies of Sun Gohan and Klin Dumplings floated in mid-air. Vic! Klin looked at the billowing dust below with some concern and called out softly. Sun Gohan, on the other hand, had a serious face, and his expression did not change at all. After a full minute of bombardment, Vegeta finally stopped. With his hands on his knees, he gasped for air. The continuous Qigong waves just now also made his physical consumption extremely serious. Ha ha ha! I thought how powerful you were, and it turned out to be so vulnerable. After recovering a little, Vegeta straightened up, looked at the smoke below, and laughed maniacally. It's just that the laughter didn't last a second before it stopped abruptly. Is that all you can do? Scion. So next, change me. Cold banter came out from the thick smoke. Vegeta's smiling face instantly froze, disappeared, and finally became extremely heavy. I have just exerted almost all my strength. There was still no way to defeat that hateful nemesis. Swoosh! Suddenly, a slight sound sounded from the air, and Bike's figure was taken directly from the billowing smoke, and the smoke and dust behind him instantly appeared in front of Vegeta. Without hesitation, an upward hook smashed directly into Vegeta's jaw. Vegeta's body was suddenly thrown into the air, and a trace of blood hung on the corner of his mouth. Vic looked up, looked at Vegeta, bent his legs, kicked hard, and shot into the air like an off-string arrow. Almost instantly, he overtook Vegeta, and then his right knee directly pressed against Vegeta's mouth and fell down at an extremely fast speed. Boom! The huge impact force directly smashed the ground into a huge pit. Bike's body landed steadily, looking at Vegeta playfully, apparently not trying to kill him so easily. Poof! Vegeta vomited out a mouthful of blood, and the severe pain made his facial features completely twisted together. Of course. Compared to physical pain, his self-esteem and pride were shattered little by little, more difficult for him to accept. He is a dignified Scion prince, the strongest Scion warrior in the universe, and he would be so badly injured on such a garbage planet. No. Impossible, how can a lowly nemesis surpass me in combat effectiveness? Vegeta hugged Hun Kao tightly with his arms and roared with an extremely vicious face. How could I lose? I am the strongest warrior in this world, the strongest Scion. Unforgivable, I will never forgive you, I will destroy you along with this planet. Vegeta roared madly, and his pupils were instantly covered with scarlet cracks. It's like losing my mind. Now appearance is no longer important, I will turn into a gorilla and trample all of you ants to death. After a frantic rant for a while, Vegeta muttered as if he had regained some senses. Then, look around. How can there be no moon? That's it, although this will consume some combat power, but there is no other way at the moment. Vegeta gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Don't stop today if you don't kill these hateful guys and destroy the planet that humiliated him. A talented warrior of the Scions, Vegeta is able to create artificial moons. The right palm spread, and a brilliant ball of energy condensed from Vegeta's palm. Ha ha ha! Abominable bastards, your time to die is coming. P.S. Kneel for collections, flowers, review votes. It's cold, brothers need to wear more clothes. Prevent colds. Chapter 063. Although he disliked the appearance of turning into a gorilla very much, at the moment, Vegeta obviously had no other way. At this time, he can't even beat a Name nemesis, and there is also a Scion hybrid imp who doesn't know how his strength is. Then, he gently threw the dazzling energy ball in his hand, and the energy ball was hung in midair. That guy! What do you want to do? Vic looked at the condensed energy ball, but did not attack himself, but threw it towards Vegeta in midair. Rao Vic's IQ could not guess Vegeta's thoughts. Confused. You bastards, wait for the judgment of death. Vegeta roared madly, then looked up at the artificial moon. And just as Vegeta looked at the radiant artificial moon, his eyes suddenly froze. Bang! 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 A crisp heartbeat was exceptionally loud, so that Son Gohan and the others could hear it clearly. And Vegeta's body was also trembling with the violent heartbeat. This scene. So familiar. Klin looked at Vegeta not far away, always feeling where he had seen this scene. Then, the body slammed. The tail. The same tail as Goku, exactly the same as Goku when he was a child. Looking at the energy ball hanging in the air, Klin's body suddenly trembled, and said with unparalleled nervousness, difficult. Could it be that guy wants to become a gorilla? Enlightenment. Gohan. It occurred to Klin that Gohan also had a tail. Turning around sharply, Son Gohan was also staring at the white ball of energy, his eyes fierce. Seeing Gohan's reaction is exactly the same as when Goku turned into a gorilla when he was a child. Klin hardly had any hesitation, and a terrifying ball of energy condensed in his palm at the moment, and directly blasted towards the artificial moon made by Vegeta. Boom! With a muffled sound, the two energy balls collided instantly, like fireworks, and exploded in midair. The artificial moon was destroyed by Klin, and Son Gohan's pupils, which had just been flooded with a trace of scarlet, slowly disappeared and returned to normal. It's a blessing. Klin watched Son Gohan return to normal, breathed a sigh of relief, and wiped the nervous sweat on his forehead. It's a blessing that Son Gohan didn't turn into a gorilla, otherwise, the entire Earth would probably be destroyed. Roar! However, at the moment when the artificial moon created by Vegeta was destroyed, a beastly roar came from Vegeta's side. Vegeta's body changed dramatically at this moment. His eyes instantly turned scarlet, his entire body became countless times larger, the size of a small mountain, two huge fangs grew from the corners of his mouth, and his face became extremely hideous. With a jump, he landed in front of Bike, and the ground was instantly stepped out of 2 deep pits, and the cracks spread out like spider webs. Damn bastards! I'm going to trample you all into meatloaf! Vegeta, who turned into a gorilla, roared madly, raised his fist and hammered directly at Bike. Vic raised his horn, and his body fluttered back, easily dodging Vegeta's attack. Boom! The millstone-like fist instantly smashed the ground into a large hole, splashing rubble everywhere. Humph! Stupid thing, gave up speed in pursuit of power. Vic stared at Vegeta haughtily and said coldly. Although this scion turned into a gorilla, his strength increased several times, but his speed was even slower than before. At this speed, it is impossible to touch yourself at all. Bike, don't be careless. Clin looked at the haughty Vic and reminded. He always felt that the scion was a little strange, like he was planning something. And when Goku first transformed into a gorilla, in addition to having terrifying destructive power, his speed also increased a lot. Uncle Bike, there's really something wrong with that guy. Son Gohan also opened his mouth to remind. There was always a feeling of uneasiness in his heart. Humph, this time, I want to completely solve him. Vic seemed to completely ignore the reminders of the two, looked at the hill-like Vegeta in front of him, and said dismissively. In his opinion, he has won this battle. The moment the voice fell, the body burst out. The speed was extremely fast, and in one breath, it appeared on the shoulder of the gorilla Vegeta, and swept it directly at Vegeta. Bang! The solace of his feet swept heavily on gorilla Vegeta's cheeks, and his huge body slammed heavily on the rocks. I thought it would be a little difficult after the transformation, but I didn't expect that it would still be such garbage. You can die. Vic stood in the air, looking down at Vegeta the gorilla, looking proud and disdainful. The body flashed out again, and the crushing victory just now made Vic burst with confidence. At the moment, there was no scruples, and this time he attacked directly at Vegeta's chest. And gorilla Vegeta saw Vic rushing towards him again, his scarlet eyes, squinted slightly, flashed a hint of cunning. Then, the right hand poked out lightning fast. What? What the? Vegeta's speed was very fast, and it was completely incomparable to before. Vic was shocked, and without any reaction, he was grabbed by Vegeta. Of course, this is also because he looks down on the speed of Vegeta the gorilla too much, and he does not leave a way back for himself when he shoots. Vic! Uncle Vic! Looking at the situation that changed in front of them in an instant, both Son Gohan and Clin frowned and exclaimed. Ha ha ha! Wasn't it quite cool just now? So now? Change me! The wild laughter of the beast echoed in the valley for a long time. As soon as Vegeta squeezed his palm, Vic let out a heart-rending scream. P.S. Ask for collections, ask for flowers, all kinds of beg brothers. This book has more than 110,000 words, and now it is only a collection of 1013, just like the first sentence of this book. At this moment, Pippy Shrimp is panicking. These chapters of Goku are learning to teleport and do not appear, which may be boring for everyone. But rest assured, every precipitation is for a better outbreak. When he returns from school, Goku will definitely not disappoint everyone and return strongly. Also, I really hope that if you have any opinions, you can mention it to Pippy Shrimp in the comment area, so that I can know my shortcomings and make up for it. Thank you very much. Chapter 064. That guy was deliberately showing weakness just now. He turned into a gorilla and would have reason. Clin looked at Vegeta in shock. When Goku turned into a gorilla, he completely lost his mind, and the 6 relatives did not recognize it. It's kind of incredible that this guy still has sanity. Hey, you released Uncle Bike, I can let you off Earth. Son Gohan frowned and said coldly to Vegeta. Roar! What a naive little ghost, it seems that you have not figured out the current situation. Gorilla Vegeta said playfully. Transformed into a gorilla, his combat power instantly increased tenfold, and his current self, even if he had consumed before, had a combat power of 150,000 before. He didn't think that little devil could exceed 150,000 combat power. Because that's simply impossible. You. How the hell are you going to let Uncle Vic go? Son Gohan's mind is far stronger than his peers, but at the moment, there is no way to save Vic from the hands of that gorilla. If I let him go, yes. As long as you stand still. Vegeta said with a grim smile. The initiative is finally tightly held in his hands again, a familiar feeling, a happy feeling. Cut. Son Gohan clenched his fists tightly, and the green tendons on his arms burst out. Even if that scion turned into a gorilla, he still had absolute certainty to defeat or even kill him. However, he could not guarantee that he would kill the scion if Vic was alive. Once Vic dies, the gods will also die, and the Dragon Ball will disappear completely. So he didn't dare to take the risk. Thinking of this, Son Gohan could only slowly loosen his clenched fist. Enlightenment. Gohan, leave me alone, be sure to kill him. Vic looked at Son Gohan, who had loosened his fist, and shouted loudly. A warrior with Scion bloodline actually gave up fighting for an ant, and you and Kakarot are both a shame for Scion. Vegeta looked at Son Gohan, who had given up his resistance, and scolded coldly. Then, a terrifying ball of energy was actually pinched out of that huge palm. Aiming at Son Gohan, he said grimly, as long as you dare to dodge, I will immediately screw off his head. But... Abominable, Gohan, don't fall for him. Even if you don't resist, he won't let Vic go. Klin's face was full of anxiety on the side, and he reminded Son Gohan. At this time, all the hopes of the earth are pinned on Son Gohan's body. If even he is defeated, then this earth is really dangerous. Son Gohan, on the other hand, looked indifferent, as if he hadn't heard Klin's reminder, and said to Vegeta, I promise you, but you also listen to me, if you dare to hurt Uncle Bike, I will let you die very ugly. After speaking, Son Gohan gave up all resistance. Humph, humph. Little ghost, give me death. Gorilla Vegeta first smiled coldly, and then roared out like thunder. The terrifying energy ball in his palm blasted directly towards Sun Wuhan. Boom! The moment the energy ball came into contact with Son Gohan, it exploded. And Son Gohan's petite body was directly blown out. It fell heavily on the ground. The clothes on the upper body have been completely blown up. Then lay there motionless. Enlightenment. Gohan! Gohan! Klin and Tianjin Fan looked at Sun Wuhan at the same time. And at this time, Naba seized the opportunity and slammed a punch on Tianjin Fan's chest, and Tianjin Fan's body was directly knocked out by the huge force. Rub a long deep ravine in the ground. Tianjin Rice. Klin looked at Tianjin Rice and also lost, and didn't know what to do for a while. Ha ha ha. Vulnerable little ghost, since I promised you, then I am releasing him now. Vegeta smiled bloodthirsty, his tone unusually grim. I saw Vegeta's other hand directly holding Bike's head and twisting it very decisively. Click! A crisp bone-cracking sound was particularly harsh in the silent valley. Bike's head hung down softly. The eyes are grey. Vic! Klin's whole body trembled, and his body fell back uncontrollably. Compare. Vic is dead? Tenjin and Dragon Ball will disappear, so if the earth is destroyed, all those who die will not be able to be resurrected. You actually dare to kill Uncle Bike? And at this time, Son Gohan, who was blown up and lying motionless on the ground just now, actually stood up? The low tone, eerie and scary. Absolutely. Absolutely unforgivable. An angry roar instantly came out of Son Gohan's throat. In an instant, a terrifying hurricane swept madly with Son Gohan as the center. The whole earth shook violently at this moment. The surrounding strata were directly shaken into rubble and floated in the air. Oh my god! Is this Gohan's gas? The whole earth is trembling violently. This breath! Powerful beyond imagination. Qin and Tianjin Fan couldn't believe that this boundless qi erupted from the body of Sun Wuhan, who was 5 or 6 years old. P.S. Today, kneel again for a wave of collections, flowers, evaluation votes. Thank you all the big brothers. Chapter 065. How? What's going on, that little ghost? Gorilla Vegeta blocked the oncoming hurricane with her hands in front of her. A coolness instantly came from his spine, and Vegeta suddenly felt a sense of danger. No. It's impossible, how can that little devil surpass my combat power? It must be an illusion. Vegeta's big head shook like a rattle, he transformed into a gorilla, and his combat effectiveness was directly increased to 180,000, even if the consumption was huge before, but the combat power of 150,000 must be there. In the face of that little ghost, there was even this feeling of danger. Even if it is a purebred scion genius, it is already a rare existence that can reach 10,000 combat power at the age of 5 or 6. This hybrid product of scion and earthlings has such a terrifying imagination. He couldn't understand it at all. And Naba was even more embarrassed, directly being blown by the crazy sweeping wind, his feet were stuck in the ground and constantly retreated. That little ghost, is it a monster? Faced with such strong coercion, Naba almost completely lost the courage to fight. Although there is no combat power detector, but that kind of coercion is a real existence, so he can't raise the desire for combat power at all. You! Absolutely unforgivable! The flames of anger in Son Gohan's eyes were raging. The deep voice almost trembled out. The toes slammed into the ground, and the ground instantly exploded, and Son Gohan's body directly turned into a white streamer and shot towards the gorilla Vegeta. That speed was so fast that Vegeta didn't have time to react. Bang! Son Gohan's heavy fist slammed into Vegeta's face. Although it looks like an ant shaking an elephant, it is very funny. But under that punch, Vegeta's mountain-like body flew out directly, smashing the hill not far away into rubble. Dad said, "Let me stop being so naive. Stop being so soft-hearted." Son Gohan walked towards Vegeta step by step, with tears in his eyes, but muttering in his mouth, "I can obviously solve you from the beginning, but my naivety. My carelessness actually killed Uncle Vic." Vegeta's body stood up after smashing the hill, and the sharp pain in his cheeks made his face look even more hideous. "Abominable little ghost, do you really think I Vegeta can't deal with you? Give me death!" Vegeta roared madly, watching Son Gohan, who was walking towards him step by step, and his stone-like fist smashed directly at Son Gohan. That way, it's like smashing a small cockroach with a giant hammer, which looks very funny. Ha! Looking at the huge fist, Son Gohan did not dodge, his right foot retreated, and he also met it with a punch. Bang! The two fists collided, and the terrifying shock wave swept out like a wave, directly shaking the ground and collapsing in a large area. One floor. Another layer. SHH. How could this little devil have such terrifying power? Vegeta gritted her teeth and was shocked. After transforming into a gorilla, her strength had reached unprecedented strength. Unexpectedly, this little devil was able to catch it, and now that he had used all his strength, he couldn't make his fist drop by half a point. Hey hey hey! There was another low roar, and in the collapsed ground, the wind was fierce. Vegeta felt an extremely terrifying force coming from his arm like Wang Yang, shaking his huge body back a few steps in a hurry. And Son Gohan's body jumped up. The whole person turned into a white sword again, pointing directly at Vegeta's chest. Phew! The sound was very low, almost deaf. The white arrow of light shot directly at Vegeta's chest. The terrifying force hit the mouth directly, and the corners of Vegeta's eyes twitched wildly, and his 10 fingers kept shaking. In the blood basin of the big mouth, saliva mixed with blood flowed down the side of the mouth. Uncontrollably backwards with your feet, and then backwards. And Sun Gohan's right leg was almost half cut into Vegeta's Hun mouth. Boom! The next moment, Vegeta's body crashed to the ground. Stirred up a burst of dust. The body is still twitching. Obviously, under the fatal attack that Sun Gohan had just had, he had completely lost his ability to fight. Enlightenment. Gohan, cut off his tail. After a long stunned sound, Klin came back to his senses and said to Sun Gohan. Sun Gohan glanced back at Klin and nodded. Then a ball of energy condensed in his hand and exploded directly at the root of the tail of Gorilla Vegeta. The tail was cut off, and Vegeta's body slowly returned to normal in a slight trembling. Nappa on the side saw all this in his eyes, and his eyes had long been completely invaded by thick fear. The trembling body retreated little by little. Monsters! That imp is a monster! Nappa Mune's voice, after the shock passed, he turned around sharply and flew directly towards the place where they had landed just now. He knew very well that if he stayed here for one more second, he might stay here forever. You must do everything you can to get out of this land of death. Swoosh! Nappa's body streaked across the sky as fast as he could, heading towards the busy city where he had just landed. Sun Gohan turned his head coldly, looked at the fleeing Nappa, slowly raised his palm, and the terrifying energy ball condensed again little by little. Stay! Then he blasted directly towards Nappa. P.S. Ask for collections, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes, ask for monthly tickets for tips, all kinds of kneeling begs. Chapter 066. Rumble. The energy ball caught up with Nappa in just a few breaths. The moment it hit Nappa's body, it exploded. Nappa didn't even utter a scream, and was directly blasted into pieces. Brilliant explosive debris scattered and landed. Vegeta had changed back to human form at this time, watching Nappa being blasted into pieces, and then looking at Sun Gohan's decisive eyes, his heart was instantly enveloped by fear. The little devil in front of him, since he dares to kill Nappa, he will definitely not hesitate to strike at himself. Damn it! Now his body is not to say that he is resisting, he can't even move at all, he is completely a lamb to be slaughtered. Brush! Klin and Tianjin Fan both fell next to Sun Wuhan. Klin put his palm on Sun Wuhan's shoulder, comforted, Gohan, don't blame yourself too much, it's not your fault, Vic is indeed a little too confident. What Klin said is also unreasonable, Vic really underestimated Vegeta's strength after turning into a gorilla, and in the second attack, he was too confident to be calculated by Vegeta. If I had remembered my father, this would never have happened. Sun Gohan's face was filled with deep self-blame. After half a year of training with Bike, the two have established a deep relationship. Seeing Vic die in front of him was indeed difficult for him to accept. Moreover, more importantly, after Vic dies, the Dragon Ball will also disappear, and if the Earth is in danger again, there is no way to revive the dead. Gohan, don't be too sad. What to do with this guy? Tianjin Fan also said comfortingly, and then pointed to Vegeta lying on the ground and said. Hearing Tianjin's words, Sun Wuhan clenched his fists tightly and looked at Vic, who was lying on the ground with his head on his side, and there was no life. An icy voice popped out from between his teeth, kill him. The moment the cold voice fell, Sun Gohan turned his head sharply, looked at Vegeta, did not hesitate at all, and a terrifying ball of energy condensed. Aimed at Vegeta's body. Cut! My Grand Prince Vegeta, the strongest warrior in the world, is going to die at the hands of this garbage planet, this little ghost. Vegeta wanted to clench his fists tightly, but he didn't have any strength at all, and he couldn't even clench his fists. I can only let the fear be infinitely magnified in my heart. Go and be with Uncle Bike. An icy roar spat out from Sun Gohan's mouth. The ball of energy in the palm of your hand is about to come out. At that moment, Sun Gohan suddenly felt a faint breath. When he looked up, he saw a beam of energy shooting straight down towards him. Ha! Sun Gohan gave up continuing to kill Beta, and the energy ball in his palm directly blasted towards the beam of light. Rumble! 2 energy attacks exploded in the sky. Then, a small spaceship landed at an incredibly fast pace where Sun Gohan was standing. However, Sun Wuhan's face did not change at all, because he could feel that the chi in that spaceship was very weak. It's about the same as the chi of ordinary Earthlings. Rumble! Almost in the blink of an eye, the small spacecraft smashed directly under the feet of Sun Gohan and several people, directly smashing the ground into a deep pit. Vegeta's body was directly swept out of the huge chi wave for a distance before stopping. And Sun Gohan and Klin, who were also a little on tiptoe, retreated 5 meters away. Creak! The hatch of the spaceship was opened, and a young girl in denim suspenders walked out. He has short blonde shoulder-length hair and a black cap, and a pair of sunglasses on the hat. He looks beautiful and has big watery eyes. Does she look familiar? Klin stared at the big beauty who came out of the spaceship in surprise, and said to Sun Gohan and Klin. She looks a lot like Aunt Bulma. Sun Gohan came to the person, and also nodded, it was indeed very familiar. Except for her black pupils and golden hair, she looks 7 points similar to Bulma. Who are you? Familiar to familiar, but Sun Wuhan naturally asked vigilantly. Looking at the spaceship that the girl in front of you is sitting on, it should be from the universe. And just after Sun Gohan's voice fell, there was a sudden humming sound above the heads of several of them, and a mini helicopter hovered over several people. A few people looked up and saw that the people in the helicopter were Kiki and Bulma. Mom, Aunt Bulma, what are you doing here? After the helicopter landed, Sun Gohan looked at the two and asked. Gohan, you're not hurt, are you? After getting off the helicopter, Kiki flew directly to Sun Gohan and checked up and down. After making sure that Sun Gohan was not injured, he was relieved. Bulma, on the other hand, walked towards the girl who came out of the spaceship. It was only when he walked in front of the girl that he said with some hesitation, Sister. Sister? Sister? Hearing Bulma's voice, everyone turned to look at the two, their faces full of stunned. Incredible! This girl who came from the universe on a spaceship turned out to be really Bulma's sister. Bulma, it's been years since you see you, are you okay? Are Mom and Dad okay? The girl smiled at Bulma and asked. Mom and Dad and I are fine. Bulma excitedly grabbed the girl's hand, walked to Sun Gohan and Klin, and introduced, let me introduce you, he is my sister, Tais. Then pointed to Sun Wuhan and the others one by one, and introduced to Tais, they are all my friends, Kiki, Klin, Gohan, Tianjin rice and dumplings. 4.6 Tais? Bulma, it turns out that you still have such a beautiful sister. Klin stared straight at Tais's pretty face and asked with some excitement. However, Tianjin rice, his brows were wrinkled. This one, called Tais, suddenly appeared at this time, and just now stopped Sun Gohan from killing Vegeta. It seems that there should be a close relationship between them, and I don't know what the purpose of her appearance on Earth this time is. Tianjin Fan turned his head and glanced at Sun Wuhan. Obviously, Sun Wuhan also frowned and asked Tais. Aunt Tais, you suddenly appeared here, and you inexplicably attacked me just now, probably not to stop me from killing this scion. P.S. Big brothers, please order first, please self-decide. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read favorites, recommendations. Chapter 067. Sun Gohan's words were very clear and crisp, because he felt that there was no need to bend around with an unfamiliar person. Moreover, the scion in front of him must die today, and it is impossible for the heavenly King Laozi to change his mind when he comes. After Sun Wuhan's words fell, Klin and Tianjin Fan also looked straight and vigilant. This sister of Bulma, who has not met for more than 10 years, actually appeared at such a critical time. If it has nothing to do with the scions in front of them, they will not believe it. Hearing Sun Wuhan's words, Bulma Lu frowned slightly, looked at Tais again, and asked with a very serious face, "By the way, sister, why did you suddenly come back this time? Didn't you miss us?" Facing Bulma's serious expression, Tais bit her red lips, shook her head slightly, and said directly, "No, Bulma, Gohan is right, the purpose of my coming today is to save him." Tais looked at Son Gohan, then pointed to Vegeta, and said very solemnly, "Is that really the case?" 28. Hearing Tais's words, the faces of Sun Wuhan, Bulma, Klin, and Tianjin Fan changed at the same time. That scion came to Earth with the purpose of killing all the Earthlings. And even Vic was killed by him. For this one thing alone, Sun Gohan would definitely not let him go. "Aunt Tais, since you are so simple, then I will also tell you clearly, this guy must die, don't say it's you, even if the King of Heaven Lao Zi comes today, he can't save him." Sun Gohan's eyes narrowed slightly, looking at Tais, his tone was cold, and he said word by word, without the slightest room for negotiation. Even if Bulma asked herself not to kill this scion, it was absolutely non-negotiable, let alone a strange woman she had never met before. "Bulma, help persuade your friends. I promise Vegeta won't come back to disturb Earth in the future." Looking at the determined gazes of Sun Gohan and Klin and the others, Tais also knew that she could not forcibly save Vegeta in the hands of several people in front of her. Only let Bulma persuade his friends, maybe there is still a little chance. Hearing Tais's words, Bulma's face suddenly changed, and she stared directly at Tais, and looked at Tais like that for 10 seconds. Cut. Shaking his head coldly and smiling, he looked at Tais angrily and couldn't help but scold. "Tais, are you in the water of your brain? The Earth is the place where you were born and raised, your parents and sister all live on the Earth, and they were almost all killed by this bastard just now, and now you run over to help him intercede. I really suggest that you can go to hang a psychiatric department and take a good look at the brain. Also, everyone who wants to be bad for the Earth and Sun Jun is my Bulma's enemy, including you." Bulma's tone was unusually cold, and the coldness made Tais look confused, looking at Bulma incredulously. The expressions of Sun Gohan and several people were also better than Tais. Klin and Bulma have known each other for so long, and they have never seen Bulma's fire. It seems that there is no consideration for sisterhood at all. "Bulma. You." Tais obviously didn't expect it to be more than 10 years later. Bulma turned out to be so fierce that she didn't give herself any face at all. For a moment, he was speechless. Hey, that stupid woman, who asked you to beg those ants, I, Prince Vegeta, Sion's strongest warrior. My pride. My dignity. Even if he dies, he will never bow down to this group of lowly creatures." Vegeta on the side heard the conversation between Tais and Bulma and the others, and her tone was full of anger, trembling and roaring. "Forcing the king is worthy of forcing the king, even if it is death, it is forced to die." Cut. Tais had already made Bulma's words just now not very happy, and hearing Vegeta's words, she was even more angry. In order to save him, he actually made himself not a person inside and out. Directly walked to Vegeta with both hands crossed at the waist, and bang kicked Vegeta's waist. Scolded, "Shut up you were beaten like a pig's head," and said the pride and dignity of a fart. The abnormal fierceness made Sun Gohan, Klin, and the others look of horror on their faces. Could it be that this is the so-called one thing down one thing? This Bulma's sister has the same irascible personality as Bulma. Shhhh, what a vulgar woman. Vegeta gritted his teeth angrily, and there was a sharp pain in his waist that had just been kicked by Tais, and he grinned in pain. I originally wanted to add a sentence later, when Lao Tzu heals his wounds, he must slaughter you with his own hands. But thinking about it, with the current situation, he is afraid that he will not be able to wait for the day when he will heal his injuries. Aunt Tais, get out of the way. Son Gohan doesn't want to wait any longer, he wants to kill the scion in front of him with his own hands to avenge Uncle Bike. He looked at Tais and Vegeta and said coldly. Then the palm was raised and aimed at the two. Little one, I'm also an earthling. Are you going to kill me too? Tais did not have the slightest fear on her face, and with a charming smile on her face, she looked at Son Gohan and said. Tais, in order to shelter 083 a murderer, you even ignore us, are you crazy? Bulma looked at Tais' actions and shouted loudly. He is the protagonist of my novel, so he has to live until the end of my novel? Bulma, you won't understand. Tais looked at Bulma, shook her head and said. I really don't understand, and I don't want to. After Bulma said coldly, she looked away, not wanting to pay any more attention to Tais. Looking at the determined Tais, Son Gohan didn't want to talk nonsense with her. The existence of Vegeta will make more people and more innocent planets unlucky. Therefore, he will definitely not be merciful. The terrifying ball of energy slowly condensed from the palm and aimed at Tais and Vegeta. Son Gohan said coldly, I hope you don't joke with your life. Feeling the hot temperature emitted by the energy ball, Tais and Son Gohan looked at each other for 5 seconds. She could clearly feel Son Gohan's killing intent, and she was extremely firm. He suddenly compromised, okay. You won, and now, I want to make a deal with you. Tais suddenly smiled, looked at Son Gohan and Klin, and said heartily. P.S. Subscribe please. Subscribe please. Subscribe please. _ To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novel A. Chapter 068. What deal? Son Gohan wanted to hear what Tais said about trading. What kind of trading method? I have a way to save your friend, I want to exchange this for Vegeta's life, it should be a good deal for you. Tais pointed to Bike, who had died of anger, and said. What? What the? Is Uncle Vic still saved? Tais's words fell, Sun Wuhan and Klin Tianjin Rice were shocked, a little incredible. Vic is clearly dead and can't die anymore, and the Dragon Ball disappears with Vic's death. Where else will there be a way to save Bike? If there is, then let alone 1 life of Vegeta, 10 lives will be exchanged. If what you say is true, I can promise you to spare his life. Without any consideration, Son Gohan said seriously. The Scion method of exchanging a life for resurrecting Vic is indeed very cost-effective. Seeing Son Gohan's serious look, Tais also said positively, on the planet Namek, there is also a Dragon Ball like the Earth, if you can find it, you will be able to resurrect your friends. But Tais's voice turned, and her brows frowned slightly and said, knowing this news, there is also an evil guy who claims to be the Emperor of the Universe, his strength is very strong, so strong that you can't imagine it at all. If nothing else, he has already set off for the planet Namek. And his purpose is also Dragon Ball. Planet Namek? Isn't that where Dad said he was going before? Sun Wuhan and the others were stunned, and suddenly remembered that the landing site of Sun Wukong's original spaceship was a place called Planet Namek. And that Cosmic Emperor, what the hell? Gohan, are her words credible? Klin stepped forward and asked in a low voice. According to this, Dad should have known about the Dragon Ball of the planet Namek a long time ago before going there, then her words should be true. Son Gohan thought for a while, then nodded and spoke. But even so, you're really going to let that Scion go? In case he recovers from his injuries and comes back. Obviously, Klin and Tianjin fans still have a deep fear of Vegeta. If Goku and Gohan are not on Earth, and this guy appears again, Earth will be in trouble. Don't worry. If he dares to come again, he will definitely not be able to walk out of the Earth next time. Sun Gohan said disapprovingly. This kind of goods is simply vulnerable in front of himself, and in front of his father, he is not even a scum. If he was smart enough, he shouldn't dare anymore. You take him away. Sun Gohan walked to Taiza's face step by step, then turned his head, looked down at Vegeta and said, if you dare to set foot on Earth again, I will wring your neck with my own hands. Hearing Sun Gohan's words, Vegeta grinned, but did not dare to refute it. It was really Tiger Fall Ping Yang who was bullied by dogs, but he didn't expect that he would be threatened by a little ghost. What's even more infuriating is that the imp is still the son of the Scion traitor Kakarot. But, damn it, I, Vegeta, have to rely on a woman's plea for mercy to survive, and one day, I, Vegeta, will definitely kill you all with my own hands. Vegeta's eyes were bursting with anger. Secretly roared in his heart. Tais is also very smart, she knows that although the little guy in Bulma's group is the youngest, he has absolute say. And that little ghost has a composure far beyond his peers. So after seeing Sun Gohan nodding, he walked towards Bulma. Bulma. I know you're angry with me, my approach is indeed selfish, but everyone has their own longing lifestyle. Tais took a deep breath and continued to speak, I won't go to see my parents, say hello to them for me, and I will visit them in a while. After speaking, without turning his head, he walked very dashingly to her spaceship and took out a remote control-like thing. After pressing on it a few times, the spaceship that was originally in the busy city suddenly flew towards this side. Fell in front of Vegeta. After Tais dropped Vegeta into the spaceship, she returned to her own spaceship. Then it instantly turned into two streams of light and disappeared at the end of the earth. 5 days later, Sun Gohan, Klin, and Bulma were ready to go up to the planet Namek. Fortunately, he killed Darren's half a year ago, leaving Darren's spaceship, but this time it came in handy. In 5 days, Bulma and Dr. Brive had completely deciphered Dalla's spaceship. And the destination was set to the planet Namek. It turned out that Sun Gohan and Klin planned to go to the planet Namek, only the two of them. After all, according to Taiza's description, there was also an evil guy who claimed to be the Emperor of the Universe when he learned the news of Dragon Ball. What can make Taiza evaluate this should be a powerful character. It's just that Bulma doesn't know which tendon is wrong, and she has to accompany Sun Gohan and Klin to the planet Namek, and said that what spacecraft is difficult to control. In case of any malfunction, she can also come in handy or something. I couldn't help Bulma's soft and hard bubbles, so I could only take him with me. And the spaceship's screen shows that, if nothing else, in 4 days, they will fend off the planet Namek. On the planet Idrit. Goku, follow me. Sun Wukong and Husa stood on a cliff. Husa looked at Sun Wukong, and then pointed his fingers at the eyebrows, and his body disappeared instantly. Hey! The corners of Sun Wukong's mouth raised slightly, and the same index and middle fingers knotted their eyebrows together, and his body shook slightly, and he disappeared in place. In just an instant, the bodies of the two appeared thousands of miles away. Goku, your teleportation is now quite proficient. Husa looked at Sun Wukong, nodded appreciatively and said. On the planet Yadraith, many people have never learned to teleport in their entire lives. Of course, there is a big reason for this, is that their own strength is not enough, and the chi they can feel is very limited. So it's very limited. Even he learned to teleport for 3 years. Sun Wukong's ability to grasp the essence of teleportation in just over a month really impressed him. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. Favorites, recommendations. Chapter 069. Let me see your confinement technique again. Husa saw that Sun Wukong's teleportation was quite proficient, so he spoke to Sun Wukong again. Well. Sun Wukong nodded boldly, and then his eyes froze, his 10 fingers were separated, and his palm was aimed at Husa, and he said in a low voice, confinement. At the same time that the deep voice fell, Husu's body was as if he had been cast a body-fixing technique, motionless. When Sun Wukong released his palm, Husu took a long breath, looked at Sun Wukong and shook his head, and said with a bitter smile, "It's really more popular than people, your kid's comprehension is really amazing." In the face of Husu's praise, Sun Gohan just smiled and was not modest. After all, listening to Husu, it took him 2 years to learn the art of confinement. No matter how modest he is, he will hit the old man in the face. This special function, like the Sun Fist, is not aggressive in itself, but it can have unexpected effects when fighting. If you suddenly cast a confinement technique when fighting an opponent who is comparable, even if you can imprison the opponent for 0.1 seconds, it will make a huge difference in the battle. However, this ability, 083, is of little use to those who are stronger than themselves. Originally, Sun Wukong wanted to ponder other special abilities, but now he has no time, and he must hurry to the planet Namek. If Frisia summoned the divine dragon in front of him, it would also be a headache. "Wise man, I'm going to leave here tomorrow." Sun Wukong looked into the distance and said lightly. "I don't know what happened to the earth. Gohan, they did not defeat Vegeta and Naba, Gohan and Klin, they did not have an accident. In fact, Sun Wukong has tried to sense Gohan and Vic their chi more than once in this month and a half. Maybe it's too far away to feel at all." After trying a few times, he gave up. "Well, your spaceship has been repaired for you." Husu seemed to have expected that Sun Wukong was leaving, and was not too surprised. After all, golden scales are not a thing in the pool. How could the small planet of Adrit accommodate such a cosmic powerhouse? "CIBD, thank you very much for your kindness for more than a month, and I will definitely visit again if I have time in the future." Sun Wukong arched his hand at Husu and thanked him from the bottom of his heart. In the past month or so, Husu has indeed taught himself unselfishly, sharing his experience. Otherwise, he would not have been able to fully master the teleportation and confinement techniques in just over a month. Even the healing technique, he has a little dabbling in 1 or 2. "These are all your blessings." Husu looked at Sun Wukong and smiled and said. He has always believed in the saying that planting good fruit bears good. Early in the morning, bidding farewell to Suba and Husu and others, Sun Wukong got on his spaceship and headed towards the planet Namek again. According to the technician of the planet Adrit, he will arrive on the planet Namek in about 5 days. More than a month ago, he suffered a terrorist attack in space and almost lost his life. But now, Sun Wukong is not worried at all, because after learning for a moment, he can reach any place where there are creatures. Of course, first of all, you have to be able to feel their chi. With his current strength, it is already difficult to play the role of cultivation in a 100-fold gravity chamber. Therefore, he decided to take advantage of these 5 days to cultivate well, and relieve the desperate cultivation that he had been practicing day and night for more than a month. Anyway, that guy from Frisia should not be his opponent now. In space, a huge spaceship is galloping at great speed. Looking at its appearance, it is exactly the same as the spaceship that attacked the Monkey King spaceship a month ago. And in the spaceship, it was Frisia and Doria, Sob, and others. Congratulations to King Frisia for taking 5 more planets. Dororia's durian-like face showed an evil smile, and said flatteringly to Frisia. The ability to easily take those 5 planets this time is a great contribution to Mr. Doria and Mr. Sob. Sitting on the flying machine, Frisia's red-lipped flaming horn pulled out a long arc and said to Doria and Sob in front of him. Hearing Frisia's praise, Doria and Sob did not push back. After all, that's what happened, and they had hardly seen Frisia make a move. Except for the one time that destroyed planet Vegeta. As for the more than 100 planets under Frisia's hands, almost all of them were fought down by the 2 of them and 5 people from the Kainu Special Forces. King Frisia, our next target is... Sob raised his head, looked at Frisia, and asked. Planet Namek. It's time to meet the Dragon Balls that bring the dead back to life and the living for longer. Frisia clenched his fists, revealing an arc of confidence and excitement. Dragon Ball, he's bound to get it. I heard that the Kinu Special Forces also successfully completed the mission, and they also want to see the Dragon Balls of the planet Namek. What do you mean? Dodoria asked. In fact, he didn't like the group of arrogant guys very much, because they always looked down on them because they were strong. Are they? Then let them come. Frisia said with a light smile. Although there will be no surprises at all when going to a place like Planet Namek, if the Kainu Special Forces are there, with their latest combat power detector, they can find Dragon Ball faster and achieve twice the result with half the effort. And on another planet called Confused Star, Vegeta, who was seriously injured 6 days ago, is now in a healing pool, and the scars on his body have disappeared. Tais, on the other hand, stood right next to the healing pool. Lord Vegeta, your injuries have healed and you can open your eyes. In front of the control screen not far away, a spaceman with a bird's head pressed a button in front of him and said to Vegeta. Then, all the healing liquid in the healing pool disappeared, and Vegeta slowly opened his eyes. Walked out of the treatment pool, slowly clenched his fists, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Because he felt that after recovering from this serious injury, his strength had increased a lot. P.S. Please order first, please customize. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novel A. Chapter 070. I'm so sorry Lord Vegeta, we can't get your tail reborn. The two cosmic people looked at Vegeta, who walked out of the healing pool, and said with some trepidation. Apparently he is still quite jealous of Vegeta. Humph, it doesn't matter, it will naturally grow after a while. Vegeta smiled indifferently, looked at the two, and asked, is King Frisia here? No, King Frisia went out with Lord Doria and Lord Sob more than a month ago. The bird-headed cosmic man thought for a moment and continued, also, Lord Chu Yi said that after your treatment is completed, you will go to the training room to meet him, and he will wait for you there. Humph, Chu Yi. Vegeta raised his horn coldly, a cold glint flashed in his eyes, and said while dressing, I will go to see him soon. And at this time, Tais on the side spoke, Vegeta, Gabe told me, saying that Frisia also knows about the Dragon Ball of the planet Namek. Will he already take someone to the planet Namek? Hearing Tais's words, Vegeta's body trembled violently, and his brows furrowed. Definitely yes, Frisia, that bastard. Then he ran out with a face full of anger. He has lost the Dragon Balls of Earth, and this time, he must get the Dragon Balls of the planet Namek. Make a wish to let yourself obtain an immortal life, when the time comes, what Kakarot, Frisia, he must personally twist them to death and become the only emperor of this universe. Even if they can't be beaten, they will be consumed. Tais also hurried out. Halfway through, Vegeta's path was blocked by a guy with dark purple skin and a bit of a catfish-like look. Yo Vegeta, I heard that you just suffered a defeat and even Raditz and Naba were killed. I am really curious, what kind of divine can make the invincible Scion Ashen? The catfish-looking cosmic man spoke in a playful tone, obviously mocking Vegeta. And this guy who laughed at Vegeta is none other than Frisia's right-hand man Chu Yi. A tough cosmic man with 18,000 combat power. At least for many people in the Frisia Legion, 18,000 is indeed a height that is not easy to reach. Get away from Chu Yi, I don't have time to deal with you now. In the face of Chu Yi's cynicism, Vegeta was unmoved. He now just wanted to travel to the planet Namek as quickly as possible and find Chi Dragon Ball before Frisia. When you have a permanent life, you must go to Earth again and kill those hateful Earthlings. These small characters, he is too lazy to bother with now. Vegeta bypassed Chu Yi directly, he didn't want to waste time on this kind of garbage. Syllable. Chu Yi directly grabbed Vegeta's shoulder and coldly said, Vegeta, you acted without permission this time, King Frisia is very unhappy. Held by Chu Yi's shoulders from behind, Vegeta flashed a look of disgust. Take your dirty hands away, Chu Yi. Otherwise you will regret it. A cold voice came from Vegeta's mouth. Yo, angry. Chu Yi was still pouting the sausage, and said in a playful tone. He and Vegeta have exactly the same combat power, both are 18,000, so he is not afraid of Vegeta's anger. Besides, King Frieza is not on this planet, and he is not doing whatever he wants. Damn rubbish. Vegeta's gaze was cold, his murderous heart suddenly rose, and the moment his voice fell, his left hand clasped Chu Yi's palm on his shoulder. Pulled forward, and then his right elbow landed heavily on Chu Yi's left rib. Click! With a crisp sound. Chu Yi's face was full of shock, and the severe pain made Chu Yi subconsciously hold his hands at the left ribs. Vegeta turned his head, his horn with a cold arc, and his palm was directly attached to Chu Yi's eyebrows. Vegeta, wait a minute, you listen to me. Actually, Chu Yi looked at the palm of his eyebrows, shocked, and opened his mouth in horror. But he was interrupted by Vegeta. I told you to get out of the way a long time ago, you yourself want to find death, no wonder I am. After speaking, the terrifying energy overflowed from the palm and directly swallowed Chu Yi in the energy ball. Kill decisively and without mercy. Ask for flowers. Chu Yi let out a final scream, which was completely wiped out. After killing Chu Yi in an instant, Vegeta looked at his palms with satisfaction. He felt that after recovering from this serious injury, his strength had become much stronger. Although he did not use the combat power detector to detect it, he could feel that his current combat power was definitely more than 30,000. Humph! After getting the Dragon Balls of planet Namek, go to Earth to kill the bastards who have brought shame on themselves, as well as the traitor Kakarot. The murmured voice fell, and Vegeta yelled behind him, Hey woman, hurry up! After that, they rushed towards their spaceship landing site again. 0. Not long after, Vegeta and Tais also set off for the planet Namek. At this moment, everyone rushed to the planet Namek at almost the same moment. Monkey King, Frieza Legion, Vegeta. And in the spaceship of Son Gohan and Bulma, after spending 3 full days in the spaceship, Bulma felt bored and a little unbearable. It's boring. If it weren't for Sun Jun's presence, I wouldn't be too lazy to come to such a broken place. Bulma nibbled on the snack in her hand, secretly slandering in her heart. Gohan, do you say Goku will still be on the planet Namek? Klin looked at Son Gohan and asked, if Goku is also on planet Namek, then they should not be in danger on planet Namek. I don't know about this. Hearing Klin's question, Son Gohan shook his head. If you just look for Dragon Ball, it shouldn't take such a long time. It should be that something is delayed. Hey, I hope we don't meet the Cosmic Emperor in Taiza's mouth this time. Klin prayed secretly in his heart. He has already been resurrected once by the Dragon Ball, so if he dies again, there is really no way to resurrect him. Son Gohan clenched his fists tightly, making sure to collect the Dragon Balls and bring Uncle Vic back to life. Otherwise, Dad will be very disappointed in himself when he returns to Earth. P.S. Ask for self-determination, ask for the First Order. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. Favorites, recommendations. Chapter 071. It wasn't until noon on the 4th day of the spacecraft into space that the display on the spacecraft showed that they had reached their destination. It's arrived. Son Gohan looked at the clipping head on the display, and then walked to the window of the spaceship with Bulmaklin. Looking down, I saw a grassy green planet. Is that the planet Namek? It's so beautiful. Bulma looked at the grass-green planet below and said excitedly. In the past 4 days in the spaceship, she felt that her whole person was going to be moldy, and she couldn't wait to go down and feel the fresh air. After the spacecraft landed slowly, the hatch opened and the 3 walked out. Wow! It's nice to be down to Earth. Bulma stretched her waist, showing the perfect figure of 083, took 2 deep breaths of fresh air, and said in a lazy tone. And Son Gohan and Klin, the moment they landed, their brows furrowed tightly. Because as soon as they landed, they felt several very strong evil auras. Especially one of them, it is very powerful, so powerful that even Son Gohan's eyes are extremely heavy. Is it the guy who claims to be the Emperor of the universe? Son Gohan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he muttered in a deep voice. Well! What a strong gas! Klin trembled lightly, and he could clearly feel that there were 3 chi that were stronger and more evil than the scion named Vegeta. And one of them is even stronger for him to understand. Hey, what's wrong with you two? Bulma glanced at Son Gohan and Klin, who had heavy eyes, and came over and asked. Someone was 1 step ahead of us. Aunt Bulma, take out the Dragon Ball radar and I'll take a look. Son Gohan looked at Bulma and said in a low voice. If these people have already gathered the Dragon Balls, then things will be quite difficult. Ooh! From the solemn gazes of Son Gohan and Klin, it could be seen that they should have sensed the appearance of a powerful enemy. Bulma was startled, and Moon nodded, and quickly took out the Dragon Ball radar. Son Gohan looked at the display on the Dragon Ball radar, and there were a total of 4 locations displayed by the Dragon Ball at this time. 4 of them are clustered together, and 3 are in different directions. Seeing that the Dragon Balls were not completely collected, Son Gohan was relieved. In this way, they still had a chance. Luckily, those guys didn't collect all the beads. Enlightenment. Gohan, is Goku here? Bulma looked at Sun Wu, who had a straight face, and for a moment, asked in a trembling voice. Dad may have left, I didn't feel his anger. Son Gohan shook his head, and when the spacecraft was back on the ground, he had already begun to search and observe the breath on the planet Namek. But to his disappointment, he didn't feel any other breath other than those evil chi. I didn't feel Sun Wukong's chi. Could it be Goku? He just hid his breath, so we didn't feel it. Klin looked at Son Gohan and expressed the hope in his heart. He hoped that Sun Wukong was still on this planet, so that their safety would be greatly guaranteed. Maybe. Son Gohan nodded lightly, replied ambiguously, and then continued, Uncle Klin, let's hide our breath. If we are discovered, things will not be good. Since the other party is some cosmic people, then maybe there will be the kind of combat power detector that Raditz wears, and if you don't hide your breath, you are likely to be discovered. And he could feel that the strength of that powerful evil aura was far above him. If they find it, it will be quite troublesome. Hearing Son Gohan's words, Klin was like a frightened deer, his eyes quickly swept around, and he quickly hid his breath. After Son Gohan and Klin hid their breath, Sun Wuhan suddenly felt a familiar breath. A low tone blurted out. Yes. Scion Vegeta? He also wants to fight the idea of Dragon Ball. Son Gohan's voice fell, and the 3 of them raised their heads in midair at the same time, and saw the familiar 2 small spaceships directly sweeping across the sky, smashing heavily on the planet Namek. That guy was so badly injured, it took less than 10 days to fully recover so quickly. Klin smacked and said with some shock. Son Gohan stared at the place where the Vegeta spaceship disappeared, and said slowly in a low tone, not only has he recovered his injuries, but that guy's strength has also increased a lot. He could feel that Vegeta's chi was much stronger than when he was on Earth 10 days ago. Why is this place so scary? Shall we go back first? Bulma looked at the solemn expressions of the 2, and felt more and more that this beautiful emerald green planet was a little terrifying. At first, he insisted on following the 2 of them here, completely thinking that Sun Wukong was here. But now that Sun Wukong has not been found, the powerful villains have gathered one by one. Looking at Bulma's shivering appearance, Son Gohan said to Klin, Uncle Klin, or you take Aunt Bulma back first, as for the matter of finding Dragon Ball, leave it to me. Enlightenment. Gohan. Klin's expression was startled and he hesitated for several seconds. Does he want to get out of here now? The answer is yes, and I am very desperate to get out of here. I originally thought that accompanying Gohan to find Dragon Ball, that is, a trip to a different planet, should not be dangerous. Now 1.3 suddenly appeared so many terrible enemies, his heart was naturally afraid to die. He is already a person who has died once, and if he dies again, it will be difficult to resurrect even with Dragon Ball. In that case, I will send Bulma back first. Anyway, with my strength, staying here will not help much. When we find Goku, we'll bring him to pick you up. After the fierce ideological struggle, Klin scratched his big bald head and said with some embarrassment. Son Gohan nodded. Indeed, as Klin said, even if he was kept, it would not help much. Maybe it will become a liability. Let them go back now, but they don't have to be distracted to take care of them. P.S. Please order first, please customize. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novel A. Chapter 072. It's just that as soon as Son Gohan nodded, he suddenly felt two breaths approaching them. However, these two breaths are very weak. Uncle Klin, quickly hide your anger. Son Gohan said quickly to Klin. Although he felt that the two chi coming towards them were very weak, in this strange place, he did not dare to be careless. The unknown is the most terrifying. Maybe the other party can also hide their chi like them. Klin quickly hid his breath. Bulma's face turned pale with fright, and she hid behind the spaceship trembling. After about a minute, two burly figures appeared in the sight of Son Gohan and Klin. Wearing a scion-like cosmic suit, he also wears a combat power detector next to his ear, and a laser weapon on his arm. Those two guys are the Nemesis. Klin looked at the two people walking towards them, frowned tightly, and asked in a low voice. Son Gohan shook his head. He also didn't know anything about the Nemesis. But he could feel that although the chi of these 228 people was very weak, it carried evil. And just when Son Gohan and Klin looked at the two cosmic people, the two of them also stopped their progress and looked at Son Gohan. Ha ha ha. See no, two small dots with almost zero combat effectiveness. Here comes our fun. A purple-skinned cosmic man looked at Son Gohan and Klin and laughed sharply. Looking at the prey-like eyes, he stared at Son Gohan and Klin, and said to the yellow-haired man beside him. Hee, if they escape, we won't have fun, I'll destroy their spaceship first. The yellow-haired man also smiled gloomy, raised his arm, and suddenly shot an energy beam towards the spacecraft in the laser weapon. Cut! They're not great at all. Son Gohan looked at the yellow-haired man's attack, said coldly, and then his body flashed, and he appeared directly in front of the spacecraft. One shot the energy beam out. Then the body flashed again, and it appeared in front of the two cosmic people like a ghost. With one punch and one kick, the bodies of the two cosmic people flew out directly. Heavily embedded in the rock. Apparently there is no life. After killing the two cosmic people in an instant, Son Gohan once again hid his breath. Falling beside Klin and Bulma, he said to the two. Uncle Klin, Aunt Bulma, after revealing our whereabouts, we must leave this place for a while. The two had to nod and follow Gohan. It seems that the plan to return to Earth is going to run aground a little. And on the other side of Namex, Frieza sat on the flying machine, his face calm and with a shallow gloomy smile. Sob, who was holding two orange Dragon Balls in his arms on the side, suddenly turned pale and said to Frieza, King Frieza, Vegeta has come to Namex. Roar! It seems that Vegeta is also here for the Dragon Ball, but that thing is not something that anyone can touch. Frieza's complexion did not change in the slightest, but in the depths of his pupils, there was a touch of gloomy and rich killing intent. And I got news that it was. It is said that Chu Yi was killed by Vegeta. Sob said trembling while observing the change in Frieza's expression. But fortunately, Frisia's expression was still ancient and waveless, and there was no change at all. Scions are naturally rebellious, and that guy from Vegeta has never respected me very much, and betrayal was expected, but it's so unsmart that this guy is openly going against me now. As for Chu Yi, it's just waste. If you die, you die. Frisia's tone was flat, without sorrow or joy, and he did not take any thought of Vegeta's betrayal and Chu Yi's death. King Frisia, a strong aura suddenly appeared just now, and after killing our scouts, it disappeared immediately. Doria, who was standing next to Sob, suddenly pressed the combat power detector next to his ear, frowned and said to Frisia, "Roar? Hidden combat effectiveness? It's really novel, it can't be Vegeta." A hint of surprise finally flashed on Frisena's ancient face, and he asked, "It's not Vegeta, the combat values of the two are not the same, the combat power just now is only more than 8,000. Doria explained to Frisia. 8,000 combat strength? I can leave it alone, but their attitude is very unsatisfactory to me, so the next time I see it, I will solve it together." Frisia said dismissively. 8,000 combat power, indeed, in his eyes, is just like an ant-like existence. Annihilation can be achieved in a flip of the hand. Okay, Vegeta, they don't have to worry about it, let's go find the other 3 Dragon Balls first, and then slowly clean up those annoying guys. Frisia then said to the two. The priority now is to find the other 3 Dragon Balls. As for Vegeta, a flexible loach can't turn over big waves. It's King Frisia. The two nodded, and flew away with Frisia towards other 083 directions. At this time, Son Gohan and Klin had already found a remote cave and hid in it. "Gohan, what are we going to do next?" Klin asked a little anxiously. "Now it's not going to be advancing or retreating, you can't just hide in a cave all the time, and do nothing." Son Gohan looked at the Dragon Ball radar, and the 4 Dragon Balls that converged together were moving towards the other Dragon Ball at great speed. "If those people go over there, then let's go over here and get this Dragon Ball first." Son Gohan pointed to the location of the Dragon Ball shown on the radar. The people with the 4 Dragon Balls were in the opposite direction entirely. In this way, they should not find themselves. And even if it is found, it may not be able to be traced. "Well, good way Gohan, as long as we get this Dragon Ball, even if those people collect the other 6 Dragon Balls, they can't summon the dragon. At that time, we can still wait for the opportunity to steal their Dragon Balls." Klin said with some excitement. That's exactly what I thought." Son Gohan nodded. As long as he has a Dragon Ball in his hand, then he has chips to deal with those people. P.S. Ask for the first order, please, for the self-order. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. Favorites, recommendations. Chapter 073. After half a day, Son Gohan and Klin used the Dragon Ball radar to finally find a 4-planet planet. The 4 planets were guarded by an old man who was a nemesis, and behind the old man stood 2 young nemesis and 2 children. Enlightenment. "Gohan, how do these guys look so much like Bike?" Klin looked at the 6 green nemesis in front of him and asked in horror. It was completely carved out of a mold, especially those 2 young nemesis, who were exactly the same as Bike. I remembered that when I was on Earth, those 2 scions said what kind of nemesis Uncle Vic was. Son Gohan suddenly remembered that when Uncle Vic and Vegeta fought, he had said this. "It's just that I didn't care much at first, until I saw these nemesis people, I remembered it." "Hey, you two, what's the purpose of coming here?" The 2 young nemesis stepped forward, made a fighting posture, and looked at Son Gohan and Klin warily. Both of them are combative nemesis, and their main mission is to protect the old people and children of this planet. "Don't be nervous, we have no malice." Son Gohan raised his hands to show peace, and continued, "I just want to borrow the Dragon Balls of your planet to save my friend." "Dragon Ball? Hearing Sun Gohan's words, the faces of the old man and the two young men changed at the same time. The two young men glanced back at the old man, then turned to look at Sun Gohan and Klin angrily, and said in an angry voice, "It turns out that it was you two evil people who snatched the Dragon Ball and killed our clan." As soon as the two of them fell, they didn't give Sun Gohan and Klin any chance to explain and refute at all. The two figures flashed out together and rushed directly towards Sun Gohan and Klin. Sun Gohan and Klin both frowned slightly. It seemed that they recognized themselves as the murderers who captured the Dragon Ball and killed their clan. However, the combat effectiveness of these two people is not very high, only about 3,000. It's so easy to deal with. Bang! When the fists of the two smashed heavily, they were easily caught by Sun Gohan and Klin, and grabbed in their hands. What? What they? The two nemesis were shocked, and their all-out attack was so easily followed by these two little ones. Then I used force several times, but I couldn't break free. Sun Gohan said lightly to the old man and the two young men, "I think you may have misunderstood, we have just arrived in the Namakai people for less than half an hour, and we have not captured the Dragon Ball, nor have we killed your companions. Even if it wasn't done by the two of you, if you two appeared, it must be the henchmen of those evil people." The light nemesis who was grabbed by Sun Gohan's fist gritted his teeth and said in pain, "If we were in a gang with those villains, with our power we could kill a few of you right now and take away the Dragon Balls, there was no need to talk so much to you. You should be well aware of this." Sun Gohan still said lightly, "If you don't want more companions to die, please quickly lend me the Dragon Balls. If those guys collect 7 dragons, the complexity of the plot will be far more than you think." Hearing Sun Gohan's words, the old man began to hesitate, although the tone of the little guy in front of him was not very friendly, but what he said was still very reasonable. With their power, it is easiest to kill a few of them and then take the Dragon Balls. But they didn't. And he didn't feel evil from them, and it should not be the two of them who killed his companions. "All right." The old man of Namex let out a long sigh of relief, and then spoke, "Hiru, go and take out the Dragon Balls." Hearing the old man's promise, Sun Gohan and Klin let go of the two young men. The young man named Hiru nodded and walked towards a strange house. After a while, he walked out holding a green ball inlaid with 4 red stars. 4 planets. It's so big. Sun Gohan and Klin were both shocked, and the 4 planets in front of them were the size of a volleyball. It is several times more powerful than Earth's Dragon Ball. Sun Gohan took the Dragon Ball, bowed to the old man and the two young nemesis, and said apologetically, "I'm really sorry, I had to do that just now, please don't be surprised. As long as you don't use the Dragon Balls to do bad things that hurt the heavens, it's okay." The old man looked kind and said to Sun Wuhan, "We just wanted to save a friend. And he is also a nemesis." Sun Gohan thought for a moment and said. Then, without waiting for the old man and the two young men to return to their senses, they spoke again, "Also, I can feel that those evil villains are very strong. When the time comes to find this Dragon Ball, I will definitely come here. You will not be their opponents, then it is better to hide." "Well, thanks for the reminder." The old man nodded, thought about continuing his pleading tone, and spoke, "If you can, please save our other companions." He knew that so many of their companions had been killed, which showed that the horror of those wicked people was not something they could deal with. And the two people in front of him, in his opinion, are also extremely strong and should be able to help them. "Well, we will." Sun Gohan nodded. If he really encountered that situation, he must not need to say it, he would also make a move. Good money. After saying goodbye to a few of them, Sun Gohan and Klin returned to the cave with the 4 planets. At this time, Bulma has already conjured up a house with capsules in the cave, and the furniture in the house is all available, but it is very enjoyable. After leaving the Dragon Balls in the custody of Bulma, Sun Gohan plans to go out again. He was going to find out those evil guys. By the way, see if there's a chance to grab all the Dragon Balls. Gohan, I'd better go with you. Knowing that Son Gohan's trip was not small, Klin gritted his teeth and said. Son Gohan nodded. He went out this time, mainly to observe the enemy's movements. As long as they hide their breath, they should not be able to find themselves. So there should be no danger, and it would not hurt to take Uncle Klin over. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novel A. Chapter 074. In a village in the western part of the planet Namek, a dozen or so Namek's people stood in a group. 5 or 6 young nemesis surrounded an old man and 3 small children in the center. At this time, they were all frowning, and cold sweat was dripping down their foreheads. The 3 nemesis were not small, and they were even more frightened and their bodies trembled slightly. On the opposite side of them, it was Frisia and his group, Sob and Doria, each holding 2 Dragon Balls. The corners of their mouths raised a cold arc, looking at the Namex in front of them. Say it obediently. Where is Dragon Ball? Dororia stepped forward and looked at the old man of name Singh, who was surrounded by everyone, with a smile on the corner of his mouth and a playful tone. What? What Dragon Ball? I don't know at all. The old man looked at the Dragon Ball held by Dodoria, his horns trembled slightly, and he turned his head and said. Don't know? It's really not tearful when you don't see the coffin, and the smelly and hard temper is exactly the same as the old things that died before. Dororia said coldly, not too surprised by his attitude. After all, he found 4 Dragon Balls, and he had heard this sentence 4 times. The palm was directly raised and aimed at the young nemesis who was blocking the old man, and the gloomy voice sounded faintly again, from now on, you give me a good answer before answering, where is the Dragon Ball? Looking at Dodolia's actions, how could the old man not understand what this guy wanted to do? Obviously 083 was threatening to tell himself the whereabouts of the Dragon Ball. But Dragon Ball must not let this evil guy get it, otherwise, it will be a fatal threat not only to the planet Namek, but to the entire universe. They are peace-loving by nature and must not allow this to happen. Clenching his fists tightly, the wrinkles on the old man's face became clearer, and he gritted his teeth and said, even if you kill us all, I am the same sentence, I don't know. After hesitating for a long time, the old man said with a solemn expression and a firm tone. Really? I see how long you can still be hard-mouthed. Dodoria's playful smile slowly disappeared, and a ball of energy suddenly condensed in his palm, and he didn't hesitate to attack the young nemesis in front of him. Bang! With a muffled sound, violent explosion fluctuations knocked all the nemesis to the ground. And the nemesis who Dodoria attacked, his body flew out directly, fell upside down into the wall of the house, his body was scorched black, and he twitched a few times, and then lost his reaction. Obviously already angry. The devil! You devils! The old man watched the young man die in front of him, his eyes spraying angry flames. But he couldn't stop it at all, he could only watch his people lose their young lives. Long! Elder, we are afraid. 3 green little dots huddled beside the old man, trembling slightly. Obviously, this kind of scene is too terrifying for them. After all, Namek has always been peaceful, and there has not been such an invasion for many years. SHHH. The other 5 or 6 young nemesis looked at Dodoria with a bite, eager to pounce and tear him to pieces. Humph, old fellow, can you say it now? After Dodoria killed a nemesis with 1 blow, he walked in front of the old man again, the corners of his mouth raised high, and asked coldly. Then, the palm was raised again and aimed at another young nemesis on the right. According to the experience of the previous few times, as long as he kills a few more nemesis, this hard-mouthed old thing in front of him will definitely say the whereabouts of the Dragon Ball. Beasts! I actually killed Baloo, I fought with you. Suddenly, with an angry roar, a figure jumped up directly, swooped down, and punched Dodoria. Cut! it's really interesting that there are still people who are in a hurry to find death. Doria raised her horn and looked at the nemesis who swooped down, with a look of disdain. Bang! The young nemesis's fist smashed heavily on Dodoria's eyebrows, but it didn't work at all, and Dodoria's body didn't even move. Evil smiled, revealing a row of white teeth, looking unusually gloomy. CIBD, didn't wait for the young Namex to be shocked, but a punch hit him directly in the head. The young nemesis man's head instantly exploded like a watermelon. Doria then punched out, and the terrifying energy wave directly devoured the headless corpse and blasted it into slag. Between them, the gap in strength is too great, so big that they can't even catch a blow from their opponents. The remaining few young people with a look of horror, the strength of several of them is not much different, since that pink guy can kill his companions in an instant, then he can definitely kill them easily. No matter how they resist, the outcome will not change. How? Don't say it yet? Do you really want me to kill all of you one by one? Doria pursed her lips bloodthirstily, as if she was still unfinished. And at this time, Frisia behind him seemed a little impatient. He said lightly to Dodolia, "Mr. Dodoria, don't waste time on these people, let's solve it all." Hearing Frisia's words, Doria turned her head and asked with some puzzlement, "King Frisia, but if we kill them all, we won't be able to get the whereabouts of the 5th Dragon Ball." Wow! Kainu has already arrived at Namex, and should soon be with us. They are wearing the most advanced combat power detectors that can help us find the remaining 3 Dragon Balls, so these people, there is no need to live. Looking at Doria and the remaining few nemesis, he said impatiently. "So it is, I understand, King Frisia." Doria nodded, then turned to look at the Demex elders, grinned, and said calmly, "Just gave you the opportunity you don't know to cherish, now. Give me death." The moment the words fell, a terrifying ball of energy appeared in Dodolia's palm. That terrifying momentum made all the Nemesis people change their faces. Without the slightest intention of staying, he threw it directly towards the Namex people. And it's over. Everyone looked at the energy ball that was rapidly enlarging in the pupils, and their eyes were full of despair. Almost gave up resistance, waiting for the call of death. Just when the energy ball was about to fall on several people. Brush! Suddenly, a slight sound of breaking the air came, and a figure appeared out of thin air in front of the name-seeing man, looking at the energy ball that swept over, and slapped it over. The energy ball was directly slapped out. "Gohan, this idiot!" And Klin, who was lying on the top of the mountain not far away, cursed in a low voice. At this time, Gohan actually ran out, it was really too impulsive. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. Favorites, recommendations. Chapter 075. What people? Doria was shocked when she saw that her energy ball had actually been ejected. This broken planet, there are still people who can block their own attacks, how is it possible? All the Nemesis people were also surprised, and then rejoiced. The joy of the aftermath of the disaster filled their eyes with tears of emotion. We are not dead. This boy was sent by God to us, right? The elder of the Nemesis looked at the petite figure in front of him excitedly, and he almost burst into tears. "You guys back off a little." Son Gohan looked sideways and said in a heavy tone to the elders of the Nemesis people. "Then, a fierce battle is inevitable. The combat effectiveness of these Nemesis is too low, and they may be affected if they get too close. And he is likely to be killed by these evil guys in front of him, and when he was ready to strike, he had already expected this result. Hey! It turned out to be a little ghost." Dodoria saw the person coming, and her tone instantly became disdainful. "Did." After pressing the detector next to his ear, he found that the little ghost in front of him only had 5,000 combat power. This kind of small point, he can crush him to death with one finger, but he didn't expect to take the initiative to find death. "He's the same imp who killed our scouts before." Sob, who had been standing on the side, suddenly pointed to Sun Gohan and spoke. Roar! This little devil actually has a combat power of 5,000, which is really surprising. Frisia looked at Sun Gohan in front of him, slightly startled, and said lightly. You must know that these guys Dodoria and Sob have lived for decades to have a combat power of 22,000, and the little ghost in front of him who looks less than 10 years old is indeed talented. You're the guy who prides himself on being the emperor of the universe. Sun Gohan stared at Frisia coldly, although this guy looked short and not good looking. But he could clearly feel that there was a very terrifying energy in this guy's body. It seems to be deliberately suppressed, but even so, just the chi he released is above himself. Boom! Even a little fart from a garbage planet knows that I am the emperor of the universe. It seems that my popularity is a bit high. Frisia smiled sharply, and then since he was soliciting Sun Gohan, he threw an olive branch. How, I see that your talent is not bad, do you want to consider being my subordinate of the universe emperor? Sob and Dodoria were shocked, and they had rarely seen Frisia so politely ask others to join Frisia's legion. And the other party is still a little brat. I'm sorry, my dad taught me that you can't do anything for the tiger. Sun Gohan shook his head. The guy in front of him was not a good thing at first glance. How could he be in the same league with this group of people? Really? Since your father said it, it would be really unwise. The smile on Frisia's face disappeared little by little, turned his head, his eyes suddenly turned cold, and said to Dodoria, kill him for me. The tone is gloomy and chilling. Killing? I like it the most. Hearing Frisia's order, Dodoria grinned, rubbed his fists, walked to Sun Gohan step by step, grinned, and said, don't worry. Little ghost, I will strike quickly, I won't make you too painful. Looking at Dragon Tooth grinning and looking evil, Dodolia said lightly, I may. Faster than you. The moment Sun Gohan's words fell, his face straightened, and a sharp cold glow shot out from his eyes. With his toes on the ground, his body suddenly jumped up, and without warning, he smashed a punch towards Dodoria's chest. Fast. Very fast. Dodoria and Sob didn't see Sun Gohan's movements at all. Above the fist, there is also a white arrogance. Di-di-di. Di-di-di. Doria and Sob's detectors suddenly rang out at this moment. Then there was an explosion and it exploded directly. Be careful. A look of shock suddenly appeared on Frisia's sad and joyless face, and his brows furrowed. It's clear that Frisia's reminder is dead. At the moment when Frisia's reminder voice fell, Sun Gohan's fist had already landed on Dodoria's chest. Burst. With a slight muffled sound, Sun Gohan's fist instantly smashed into Dodolia's chest. Immediately afterwards, dozens of white beams of light shot directly from Dodoria's chest. Ask for flowers. Bang! The next moment, Dodoria's chest exploded directly. The huge body instantly flew out upside down. A hole the size of a cylinder mouth appeared in the chest, and the edge of the hole was pitch black. Blood kept flowing out. Fear, thick fear seeped through Dodoria's constricted pupils. King Frisia, save! Save! Before the word I fell, the constricted pupils directly turned into a grey cloud. Apparently already dead, can no longer die. And the scene where Doria was killed just now only happened in less than half a minute. No. Impossible, that imp actually killed Dodoria. Who is he? 0. Sob subconsciously took a step back and looked at Sun Gohan, his tone full of thick fear. He began to secretly rejoice. Fortunately it was not himself who killed the nemesis just now, otherwise, the one lying coldly on the ground was himself. Because his combat effectiveness and Dodoria are very similar, both are around 22,000, since the little ghost who suddenly appeared can kill Dodoria, there is no doubt that he can definitely kill himself easily. Sun Gohan jumped up again, took the 2 Dragon Balls, and then turned around and handed them to the name Nemesis, staring solemnly at Frisia. He knew very well that although he could instantly kill that guy who looked like a durian, but the real opponent is the little man sitting in the flying machine. Mr. Sob, Mr. Dororia has died, it's up to you next. Frisia stared at Sun Gohan with gloomy eyes, and said in a faint voice to Sob in front of him. King Frisia, that imp is too strong, I'm afraid I'm not his opponent. Hearing Frisia's faint voice, Sob looked at Frisia behind him with a frightened gaze, and said tremblingly. Oh? Is that so? In that case. Frisia raised an oblique arc, and said in an icy tone, sorry, I never raise idlers, you go to death. After speaking, he stretched out his index finger, and a red ball of energy appeared on the tip of his index finger. Lightning shot at Sob over the factory. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novel A.